This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Entwined with You by Sylvia Day, performed by Jill Redfield. 1. New York cabbies were a unique breed. Fearless to a fault, they sped and swerved through crowded streets with unnatural calm. To save my sanity, I'd learned to focus on the screen of my smartphone instead of the cars rushing by only inches away. Whenever I made the mistake of paying attention, I'd find my right foot pushing hard into the floorboard, my body instinctively trying to hit the brakes. But for once, I didn't need any distractions. I was sticky with sweat from an intense Krav Maga class, and my mind was spinning with thoughts of what the man I loved had done. Gideon Cross. Just thinking of his name sent a heated flare of longing through my tightly strung body. From the moment I first saw through his stunning and impossibly gorgeous exterior to the dark and dangerous man inside, I'd felt the pull that came from finding the other half of myself. I needed him like I needed my heart to beat, and he'd put himself in great jeopardy, risking everything for me. The blare of a horn snapped me back to the present. Through the windshield, I saw my roommate's $1,000,000 smile flashing at me from the billboard on the side of a bus. Carrie Taylor's lips had a come-hither curve, and his long, lean frame was blocking the intersection. The taxi driver was hitting his horn repeatedly, as if that would clear the way. Not a chance. Carrie wasn't moving, and neither was I. He lounged on his side, bare-chested and barefooted, his jeans unbuttoned to show both the waistband of his underwear and the sleek lines of his ripped abs. His dark brown hair was sexily mussed, and his emerald eyes were bright with mischief. I was suddenly struck with the knowledge that I would have to keep a dreadful secret from my best friend. Carrie was my touchstone, my voice of reason, my favorite shoulder to lean on, and a brother to me in every way that mattered. I hated the thought of having to hold back what Gideon had done for me. I wanted desperately to talk about it, to get help working it out in my head, but I'd never be able to tell anyone. Even our therapist could be ethically and legally bound to break our confidence. A burly, neon-vested traffic cop appeared and urged the bus into its lane with an authoritative white-gloved hand, and a holler that meant business. He waved us through the intersection just before the light changed. I sat back, my arms around my waist, rocking. The ride from Gideon's Fifth Avenue penthouse to my apartment on the Upper West Side was a short one, but somehow it felt like an eternity. The information that NYPD Detective Shelley Graves had shared with me just a few hours earlier had changed my life. It had also forced me to abandon the one person I needed to be with. I'd left Gideon alone because I couldn't trust Graves's motives. I couldn't take the chance that she'd told me her suspicions just to see if I'd run to him and prove that his breakup with me was a well-crafted lie. God, the riot of emotions I felt had my heart racing. Gideon needed me now, as much as, if not more, than I needed him. Yet I'd walked away. The desolation in his eyes as the doors to his private elevator separated us had ripped me open inside. Gideon. The cab turned the corner and pulled up in front of my apartment building. The night doorman opened the car door before I could tell the driver to turn around and take me back, and the sticky August air rushed in to chase the air conditioning away. "Good evening, Miss Trammell." The doorman accompanied the greeting with a tap of his fingers to the brim of his hat, and waited patiently while I swiped my debit card. When I'd finished paying, I accepted his help out of the back of the cab and felt his gaze slide discreetly over my tear-stained face. Smiling, as if everything were okay in my world, I rushed into the lobby and headed straight for the elevator, with a brief wave at the front desk staff. "Ava!" Turning my head, I discovered a svelte brunette in a stylish skirt and blouse ensemble, rising to her feet in the lobby seating area. Her dark hair fell in thick waves around her shoulders, and her smile graced full lips that were a glossy pink. I frowned, not recognizing her. Yes, I replied, suddenly wary. There was an avid gleam in her dark eyes that got my back up. Despite how battered I felt and probably looked, I squared my shoulders and faced her directly. "Deanna Johnson," she said, thrusting out a well-manicured hand. "Freelance reporter." I arched a brow. "Hello." She laughed. "You don't have to be so suspicious. I'd just like to chat with you a few minutes. I've got a story I'm working on, and I could use your help." "No offense, but I can't think of anything I want to talk to a reporter about." "Not even Gideon Cross?" The hairs on my nape prickled. "Especially not him." As one of the 25 richest men in the world, with a New York real estate portfolio so extensive it boggled the mind, Gideon was always news. But it was also news that he'd dumped me and gotten back together with his ex-fiancée. Deanna crossed her arms, a move that accentuated her cleavage, something I took note of only because I was eyeing her again with more care. "Come on," she coaxed. "I can keep your name out of it, Ava. I won't use anything that identifies you. This is your chance to get a bit of your own back." A rock settled in the bottom of my stomach. She was so exactly Gideon's type. Tall, slender, dark-haired, and golden-skinned. So very unlike me. "Are you sure you want to go down this road?" I asked quietly, intuitively certain she'd fucked my man at some point in the past. "He isn't someone I'd want to cross." "Are you afraid of him?" she shot back. "I'm not. His money doesn't give him the right to do whatever the hell he wants." I took a slow, deep breath and remembered when Dr. Terrence Lucas, someone else who was at odds with Gideon, had said something similar to me. Now that I knew what Gideon was capable of, how far he would go to protect me, I could still answer honestly and without reservation. "No, I'm not afraid, but I've learned to pick my battles. Moving on is the best revenge." Her chin lifted. "Not all of us have rock stars waiting in the wings." Whatever. I sighed inwardly at her mention of my ex, Brett Klein, who was frontman for a band on the rise and one of the sexiest men I'd ever met. Like Gideon, he radiated sex appeal like a heat wave. Unlike Gideon, he wasn't the love of my life. I was never going to wade in that pool again. "Listen," Deanna pulled a business card out of a pocket of her skirt. "Pretty soon you're going to figure out that Gideon Cross was using you to get Corinne Giroux jealous enough to come back to him. When you smell the coffee, call me. I'll be waiting." I accepted the card. "Why do you think I know anything worth sharing?" Her lush mouth thinned. "Because whatever Cross's motivation was for hooking up with you, you got to him. The Iceman thawed a bit for you." "Maybe he did, but it's over." "That doesn't mean you don't know something, Ava. I can help you figure out what's newsworthy." "What's your angle?" I'd be damned if I would sit back while someone took aim at Gideon. If she was determined to be a threat to him, I was determined to head her off at the pass. "That man has a dark side." "Don't we all?" What had she seen of Gideon? What had he revealed in the course of their association? If they'd had one. I wasn't sure I'd ever get to the point where thinking of Gideon being intimate with another woman didn't trigger ferocious jealousy. "Why don't we go somewhere and talk?" she cajoled. I shot a glance at the staffer at the front desk, who made a good show of politely ignoring us. I was too emotionally raw to deal with Deanna, and was still reeling from the conversation with Detective Graves. "Maybe some other time," I said, leaving the option open because I intended to keep tabs on her. As if he sensed my uneasiness, Chad, one of the night crew at the front desk, approached. "Ms. Johnson was just leaving," I told him, consciously relaxing. If Detective Graves hadn't been able to pin anything on Gideon, a nosy freelance reporter wasn't going to do better. Too bad I knew what kind of information could be leaked from the police, and how easily and often it was done. My father, Victor Reyes, was a cop, and I'd heard plenty on that subject. I turned toward the elevators. "Good night, Deanna." "I'll be around," she called after me. I stepped into the elevator and hit the button for my floor. As the door slid shut, I sagged into the handrail. I needed to warn Gideon, but there was no way for me to contact him that couldn't be traced. The ache in my chest intensified. Our relationship was so fucked up. We couldn't even talk to each other. I exited on my floor and let myself into my apartment, crossing the spacious living room to dump my purse on one of the kitchen bar stools. The view of Manhattan showcased through my living room's floor-to-ceiling windows failed to stir me. I was too agitated to care where I was. The only thing that mattered was that I wasn't with Gideon. As I headed down the hallway toward my bedroom, the sound of muted music floated outward from Carrie's. Did he have company over? If so, who was it? My best friend had decided to try juggling 2 relationships, one with a woman who accepted him the way he was, and one with a man who hated that Carrie was involved with someone else. I shed my clothes across the bathroom floor, en route to the shower. While I lathered, it was impossible not to think of the times I'd showered with Gideon, occasions when our lust for one another had fueled starkly erotic encounters. I missed him so much. I needed his touch, his desire, his love. My craving for those things was a gnawing hunger, making me restless and edgy. I had no idea how I was supposed to fall asleep when I didn't know when I'd get a chance to talk to Gideon again. There was so much that had to be said. Wrapping a towel around me, I left the bathroom. Gideon stood just inside my closed bedroom door. The sight of him spurred a reaction so abrupt it was like a physical blow. My breath caught, and my heart lurched into an excited rhythm, my entire being responding to the sight of him with a potent rush of yearning. It felt like years since I'd last been with him, instead of a mere hour. I'd given him a key, but he owned the building. Getting to me without leaving a trail that could be followed was possible with that advantage, just as he'd been able to get to Nathan. "It's dangerous for you to be here," I pointed out. That didn't stop me from being thrilled that he was. My gaze drank him in, roaming avidly over his lean, broad-shouldered frame. He wore black sweats and a well-loved Columbia sweatshirt, a combination that made him look like the 28-year-old man he was and not the billionaire mogul the rest of the world knew. A Yankees ball cap was pulled low over his brow, but the shadow cast by its brim did nothing to diminish the striking blue of his eyes. They stared at me fiercely, his sensual lips drawn into a grim line. "I couldn't stay away." Gideon Cross was an impossibly gorgeous man, so beautiful that people stopped and stared when he walked by. I'd once thought of him as a sex god, and his frequent, and enthusiastic, displays of prowess constantly proved me right. But I also knew he was all too human. Like me, he'd been broken. The odds were against our making it. My chest expanded on a deep breath, my body responding to the proximity of his. Even though he stood several feet away, I could feel the heady attraction, the magnetic pull of being near the other half of my soul. It had been that way with us, from the very first meeting, both of us inexorably drawn together. We'd mistaken our ferocious mutual captivation for lust until we realized we couldn't breathe without each other. I fought the urge to run into his arms, the place where I so desperately wanted to be. But he was too still, too tightly reined. I waited in exquisite anticipation for his cue. God, I loved him so much. His hands fisted at his sides. "I need you." My core tightened in response to the roughness of his voice, the rasp of it warm and luxurious. "You don't have to sound so happy about it," I teased, breathlessly, trying to lighten his mood before he got me beneath him. I loved him wild, and I loved him tender. I'd take him any way I could get him, but it had been so long. My skin was already tingling and tightening expectantly, craving the greedy reverence of his touch. I feared what would happen if he came at me full force when I was so starved for his body. We might tear each other apart. "It's killing me," he said gruffly. "Being without you, missing you. I feel like my fucking sanity depends on you, Ava, and you want me to be happy about that?" My tongue darted out to wet my dry lips, and he growled, sending a shiver through me. "Well, I'm happy about it." The tension in his posture visibly eased. He must have been so worried about how I would react to what he'd done for me. To be honest, I'd been worried. Did my gratitude mean I was more twisted than I realized? Then I remembered my stepbrother's hands all over me, his weight pressing me into the mattress, the tearing pain between my legs as he rammed into me over and over. I trembled with renewed fury. If being glad the fucker was dead made me twisted, so be it. Gideon took a deep breath. His hand reached up to his chest and rubbed at the area over his heart as if it hurt him. "I love you," I told him, my eyes stinging with fresh tears. "I love you so much, Angel." He reached me with quick strides, dropping his keys on the floor and shoving both hands into my damp hair. He was shaking, and I cried, overwhelmed by the knowledge of how much he needed me. Tilting my head to the angle he wanted, Gideon took my mouth with searing possession, tasting me with slow, deep licks. His passion and hunger exploded across my senses, and I whimpered, my hands tangling in his sweatshirt. His answering groan vibrated through me, tightening my nipples and sending goosebumps racing across my skin. I melted into him, my hands pushing the cap from his head so that my fingers could sink into the silky black mane of his hair. I fell into the kiss, swept away by the lush carnality of it. A sob escaped me. "Don't," he breathed, pulling back to cradle my jaw. He looked into my eyes. "It shreds me when you cry." "It's too much," I trembled. His beautiful eyes looked as weary as mine. He nodded grimly. "What I did—" "Not that. How I feel about you." He rubbed the tip of his nose against me, his hands sliding reverently along my bare arms, hands with proverbial blood on them, which only made me love his touch all the more. "Thank you," I whispered. His eyes closed. "God, when you left tonight, I didn't know if you'd come back. If I'd lost you, I need you too, Gideon. I won't apologize. I'd do it again." His grip tightened on me. The options were restraining orders, increased security, vigilance, for the rest of your life. There was no guarantee you'd be safe unless Nathan was dead. "You cut me off, shut me out, you and me—" "Forever." His fingertips pressed against my parted lips. "It's over, Ava. Don't argue about something that's too late to change." I brushed his hand away. "Is it over? Can we be together now? Or are we still hiding our relationship from the police? Are we even in a relationship?" Gideon held my gaze, hiding nothing, letting me see his pain and fear. "That's what I'm here to ask you." "If it's up to me, I'll never let you go," I said vehemently. "Never." Gideon's hand slid down my throat to my shoulders, blazing a hot trail across my skin. "I need that to be true," he said softly. "I was afraid you'd run, that you'd be afraid of me." "Gideon, no." "I would never hurt you." I caught the waistband of his sweats and tugged, even though I couldn't budge him. "I know that." And physically I had no doubts. He'd always been careful with me, always cautious. But emotionally, my love had been used against me with meticulous precision. I was struggling with reconciling the absolute trust I had in Gideon's awareness of my needs, and the wariness that came from a shattered heart still healing. "Do you?" He searched my face, as attuned as always to what wasn't said. "Letting you go would kill me, but I wouldn't hurt you to keep you." "I don't want to go anywhere." He exhaled audibly. "My lawyers will be talking to the police tomorrow, to get a feel for where things stand." Tilting my head back, I pressed my lips gently to his. We were colluding to hide a crime, and I'd be lying if I said that didn't seriously bother me. I was the daughter of a police officer, after all, but the alternative was too awful to consider. "I have to know that you can live with what I've done," he said, softly wrapping my hair around his finger. "I think so. Can you?" His mouth found mine again. I can survive anything if I have you. I reached under his sweatshirt, seeking and finding his warm golden skin. His muscles were hard and rigid beneath my palms, his body a seductive and virile work of art. I licked his lips, my teeth catching the full curve along the bottom and biting gently. Gideon groaned. The sound of his pleasure slid over me like a caress. Touch me. The words were an order, but his tone was a plea. I am. Reaching behind him, he grabbed my wrist and pulled my hand around. He thrust his cock shamelessly into my palm, grinding. My fingers curled around the thick, heavy length, my pulse quickening at the realization that he was commando beneath his sweats. God, I breathed. You make me so hot. His blue eyes were fierce on my face, his cheeks flushed, and his sculpted lips parted. He never tried to hide the effect I had on him, never pretended that he had any more control over his response to me than I had to him. It made his dominance in the bedroom all the more exciting, knowing that he was similarly as helpless to the attraction between us. My chest tightened. I still couldn't believe that he was mine, that I got to see him this way, so open and hungry and sexy as hell. Gideon tugged my towel open. He inhaled sharply when it hit the floor, and I stood before him completely naked. Ah, Ava. His voice throbbed with emotion, making my eyes sting. He yanked his shirt up and over his head, tossing it aside. Then he reached for me, stepping carefully into me, prolonging the moment when our bare skin would touch. He gripped my hips, his fingers flexing restlessly, his breathing quick and harsh. The tips of my breasts touched him first, sending a sudden rush of sensation through my body. I gasped. He crushed me to him with a growl, lifting my feet from the floor and carrying me backward toward the bed. 2. My thighs hit the mattress and I landed on my butt, falling to my back with Gideon leaning over me. He hitched me up with an arm banded around my back, centering me on the bed before he settled atop me. His mouth was on my breast before I knew it, his lips soft and warm, the suction fast and greedy. He plumped the heavy weight in his hand, kneading possessively. Christ, I've missed you, he groaned. His skin was hot against my cool flesh, his weight so welcome after the long nights without him. I hooked my legs around his calves and shoved my hands beneath his waistband to grab his taut, hard ass. I tugged him into me, arching my hips to feel his cock through the cotton that separated us, wanting him inside me so that I'd know for certain he was mine again. Say it, I coaxed, needing the words he swore were inadequate. He pushed up and looked down at me, gently brushing my hair back from my forehead. He swallowed hard. Rearing, I caught his beautifully etched mouth in a kiss. I'll say it first. I love you. He closed his eyes and quivered. Wrapping his arms around me, Gideon squeezed so tight I almost couldn't breathe. I love you, he whispered. Too much. His fervent declaration reverberated through me. I buried my face in his shoulder and cried. Angel. His fist clenched in my hair. Lifting my head, I took his mouth, our kiss flavored with the salt of my tears. My lips moved desperately over his, as if he'd be gone at any second, and I had no time to get my fill of him. Ava, let me... He cupped my face, licking deep into my mouth. Let me love you. Please, I whispered, my fingers linking behind his neck to capture him. His erection lay hot and heavy against the lips of my sex, the weight of him the perfect pressure on my throbbing clit. Don't stop. Never. I can't. His hand cupped my buttock, lifting me into a deft roll of his hips. I gasped as the pleasure radiated through me, my nipples beating hard and tight against his chest. The light dusting of crisp hair was an unbearable stimulation. My core ached, begging for the hard driving thrust of his cock. My nails raked his back from shoulder to hips. He arched into the rough caress with a low growl, his head thrown back in deliciously erotic abandon. "Again," he ordered gruffly, his face flushed and lips parted. Surging upward, I sank my teeth into his pectoral, just over his heart. Gideon hissed, quivering, and took it. I couldn't contain the ferocious swell of emotion that needed release, the love and need, the anger and fear, and the pain. God, the pain. I still felt it keenly. I wanted to tear into him, to punish as well as pleasure, to make him experience some small measure of what I had when he'd pushed me away. My tongue stroked over the slight indentations left by my teeth, and his hips rocked into me, his cock sliding through the parted lips of my sex. "My turn," he whispered darkly, leaning on one arm, the biceps thick and beautifully defined. He squeezed my breast in his other hand, his head lowered, and his lips surrounded the taut point of my nipple. His mouth was scorching hot, his tongue a rough velvet lash against my tender flesh. When his teeth bit into the furrowed tip, I cried out, my body jerking as sharp need arrowed to my core. I clutched at his hair, too impassioned to be gentle. My legs wrapped around him, tightening, echoing my need to claim him, possess him, make him mine again. "Gideon," I moaned. My temples were wet from the trails of my tears, my throat tight and hurting. "I'm here, Angel," he breathed, nibbling across my cleavage to my other breast. His diabolical fingers tugged at the wet nipple he'd left behind, pinching it gently until I pushed up and into his hand. "Don't fight me. Let me love you." I realized then that I was pulling at his hair, trying to urge him away even as I fought to get closer. Gideon had me under siege, seducing me with his stunning male perfection and intimate expertise with my body, and I was surrendering. My breasts were heavy, my sex wet and swollen. My hands roamed restlessly as my legs caged him. Still, he slipped farther away from me, his mouth whispering temptation across my stomach. "Missed you so much. Need you. Have to have you." I felt a hot wetness slide over my skin and looked down to see that he was crying too, his gorgeous face ravaged by the same surfeit of emotion flooding me. With shaking fingers I touched his cheek, trying to smooth away the wetness that only returned the instant it was wiped away. He nuzzled into my touch with a soft, plaintive moan, and I couldn't bear it. His pain was harder for me to deal with than my own. "I love you," I told him. "Ava." He slid back onto his knees and rose, his thighs spread between mine, his cock thick and hard and bobbing under its weight. Everything in me tightened with ravenous greed. His big body was carved with rock-hard slabs of tautly defined muscle. His tanned skin sheened with perspiration. He was so powerfully elegant, except for his penis, which was bluntly primal with its thick, coursing veins and wide root. His sack, too, hung large and heavy. He would make a statue as beautiful as Michelangelo's David, but with a flagrantly erotic edge. Honestly, Gideon Cross had been designed to fuck a woman right out of her mind. "Mine," I said harshly, pushing up and scrambling gracelessly into him, pressing my torso tightly into his. "You're mine, Angel." He took my mouth in a rough, lust-fueled kiss. Lifting me, he moved, turning us so that his back was to the headboard and I was spread over him. Our flesh slid against each other, slickened by sweat. His hands were everywhere, his muscled body straining upward as mine had done. I cupped his face, licking fast into his mouth, trying to satisfy my thirst for him. He reached between my legs, his fingers delving reverently into my cleft. The roughened pads stroked over my clit and skirted the trembling opening to my sex. With my lips pressed to his, I moaned, my hips circling. He fingered me leisurely, building my need, his kiss gentling into a slow, deep fucking of my mouth. I couldn't breathe for the pleasure, my entire body quivering as he cupped me in his hand and his long middle finger slid lazily into me. His palm rubbed against my clit, his fingertips stroking over delicate tissues. His other hand gripped my hip, holding me in place, restraining me. Gideon's control seemed absolute, his seduction wickedly precise, but he was trembling harder than I was, and his chest was heaving more forcefully. The sounds spilling from him were tinged with remorse and entreaty. Pulling back, I reached for his cock with both hands, gripping him firmly. I knew his body well, too, knew what he needed and desired. I pumped him from root to tip, drawing a thick bead of pre-ejaculate to the wide crest. He pushed back against the headboard with a groan, his finger curving inside me. I watched, riveted, as the thick drop rolled to one side of his glans, then slid down the length of him to pool at the top of my fist.
"Don't,"
he panted.
"Too close."
I stroked him again, my mouth watering as a gush of pre-cum streamed out of him. I was wildly aroused by his pleasure and the knowledge that I had such a profound effect on such a blatantly sexual creature. As he cursed, his fingers left me. He grabbed my hips, dislodging my grip on him. He yanked me forward, then down, his hips bucking upward, his raging cock driving into me. I cried out and gripped his shoulders, my sex clenching against the thick penetration.
"Ava."
His jaw and neck taut with strain, he started coming, spurting hot and hard inside me. The gush of lubrication opened me, my sex sliding down his pulsing erection until he filled me too full. My nails dug into his unyielding muscles, my mouth opened to draw in desperate breaths of air.
"Take it,"
he bit out, angling my descent to gain that last little part of me that let him to sink into the root.
"Take me,"
I moaned, welcoming the familiar soreness of having him so deep. The orgasm took me by surprise, my back bowing as the heated pleasure tore through me. Instinct took over, my hips moving of their own volition, my thighs clenching and releasing as I focused only on the moment, the reclaiming of my man, my heart. Gideon yielded to my demands.
"That's it, Angel,"
he encouraged hoarsely, his erection still as hard as if he hadn't just had a teeth-grinding climax. His arms fell to his sides, his hands fisted in the comforter, his biceps clenched and flexed with his movements. His abs tightened every time I took him to the hilt, the rigid lacing of muscles glistening with sweat. His body was a well-oiled machine, and I was taking it to its limits. He let me, gave himself to me. Undulating my hips, I took my pleasure, moaning his name. My core clenched rhythmically, another orgasm rushing up too quickly. I faltered, my senses overwhelmed. "Please," I gasped. "Gideon, please." He caught me by the nape and waist, and slid down until we were flat on the bed. Pinning me tightly, he held me immobile, thrusting upward, over and over, shafting my sex with fast, powerful lunges. The friction of his thick penis rubbing and surging was too much. I jolted violently and came again, my fingers clawing into his sides. Shuddering, Gideon followed me over, his arms tightening until I could barely breathe. His harsh exhalations were the air that filled my burning lungs. I was utterly possessed, completely defenseless.
"God, Ava."
He buried his face in my throat.
"Need you. I need you so much."
"Baby." I held him close, still afraid to let go. Blinking up at the ceiling, I realized I'd fallen asleep. Then the panic hit, the horrible inevitability of waking from a blissful dream into a nightmare reality. I surged up, gulping air into a chest that was too tight. "Gideon." I nearly sobbed when I found him sprawled next to me, his lips barely parted with his deep, even breathing. The lover my heart had broken for returned to me. God. Sinking back against the headboard, I forced myself to relax, to savor the rare pleasure of watching him sleep. His face was transformed when he was unguarded, reminding me of how young he really was. That was easy to forget when he was awake and radiating the powerful force of will that had literally knocked me on my ass when I'd first met him. With reverent fingers, I brushed the inky strands of hair away from his cheek, noting the new lines around his eyes and mouth. I'd also noted that he'd grown leaner. Our separation had taken a toll on him, but he'd hidden it so well. Or maybe I viewed him as flawless and inviolate. I hadn't been able to hide my devastation at all. I'd believed we were over, and it showed to everyone who'd looked at me, which Gideon had counted on all along. Plausible deniability, he'd called it. I called it hell, and until we could stop pretending we'd broken up, I'd still be living in it. Shifting carefully, I propped my head on my hand and studied the decadent man who graced my bed. His arms were wrapped around his pillow, showing off chiseled biceps and a muscular back adorned with scratches and crescent marks from my nails. I'd gripped his ass, too, insanely turned on by the feeling of it clenching and releasing as he fucked me tirelessly, stroking his long, thick cock deep inside me. Again and again. My legs shifted restlessly, my body stirring with renewed hunger. For all his polished urbanity, Gideon was an untamed animal behind closed doors, a lover who bared me to the soul every time he made love to me. I had no defenses against him when he was touching me, helpless to resist the drugging pleasure of spreading my thighs for such a virile, passionate male. His eyes opened, stunning me with those vivid blue irises. He gave me a lazy, seductive once-over that made my heart skip a beat. You're wearing the fuck me look, he drawled. And that would be because you're so extremely fuckable, I shot back. Waking up to you is like presents on Christmas morning. His mouth curved. For your convenience, I'm already unwrapped. Batteries not required. My chest tightened with terrible yearning. I loved him too much. I was constantly worried that I wouldn't be able to hold on to him. He was lightning in a bottle, a dream I tried to hold in my hands. I let out a shaky breath. You're a delicious extravagance for a woman, you know. A luscious, mouth-watering, shut up. He rolled over and dragged me under him before I knew his intent. I'm filthy rich, but you just want me for my body. I looked up at him, admiring the way his dark hair framed that extraordinary face. I want the heart inside the body. You have it. His arms tucked against my sides, and his legs tangled with mine, the coarse hair on his calves stimulating my hypersensitive skin. I was restrained, possessed. His warm, hard body felt so good against mine. I sighed, feeling some of the fearful hesitation easing. I shouldn't have fallen asleep, he said quietly. I stroked his hair, knowing he was right, that his nightmares and atypical sexual parasomnia made sleeping with him dangerous. He sometimes lashed out in his sleep, and if I was too close, I took the brunt of the simmering rage inside him. I'm glad you did, though. He caught my wrist and pulled my fingers to his mouth for a kiss. We need time together when we aren't looking over our shoulders. Oh, God, I almost forgot. Deanna Johnson was here tonight. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted the wall they put up between us. Gideon blinked, and in that split second, the warmth in his eyes was gone. Stay away from her. She's a reporter. My arm slid around him. She's going for blood. She'll have to get in line. Why is she so interested? She's a freelancer. No one assigned her to you. Drop it, Ava. His dismissal of the subject irked me. I know you fucked her. No, you don't. And what you should be focused on is the fact that I'm about to fuck you. Certainty settled in my gut. I released him, pulling away. You lied. He reared back as if I'd slapped him,
I have never lied to you.
You told me you'd had more sex since you met me than you've had in the last 2 years combined, but you told Dr. Peterson you've been getting laid twice a week. Which is it? Rolling to his back, he scowled at the ceiling.
Do we have to do this now? Tonight?
His body language was so tight and defensive that my irritation with his evasiveness left me in a rush. I didn't want to fight with him, especially over the past. What mattered was now and the future. I had to trust that he'd be faithful. No, we don't, I said softly, turning onto my side and reaching over to place my hand on his chest. Once the sun came up, we'd be right back to pretending we weren't together. I had no idea how long we'd have to keep up the charade, or when I'd get to be with him again. I just wanted to warn you that she's digging. Watch out for her.
Dr. Peterson asked about sexual encounters, Ava, he said flatly, which isn't necessarily fucking as far as I'm concerned. I didn't think that distinction would be appreciated when answering the question. So let me be clear. I took women to the hotel, but I didn't always nail them. It was the exception when I did. I thought of his fuck pad, a stocked with sexual paraphernalia suite reserved in one of his many hospitality properties. He'd given it up, thank God, but I'd never forget it. Maybe it's better I don't hear any more. You opened this door, he snapped. We're walking through it.
I sighed. Fair enough.
There were times when I couldn't stand to be alone with myself, but I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to even think, let alone feel anything. I needed the distraction of focusing on someone else, and using my dick was too much involvement. Can you understand that?
Sadly, I could, recalling times when I dropped to my knees for a guy just to shut off my brain for a while. Encounters like those had never been about foreplay or sex. So, is she one of the girls you screwed or not? I hated asking the question, but we had to get it out of the way. He turned his head to look at me.
Once.
Must have been some lay for her to be so bent out of shape over it.
I couldn't say, he muttered. I don't remember.
Were you drunk?
No, Jesus.
He scrubbed at his face.
What the hell did she tell you?
Nothing personal. She did mention you having a dark side. I'm assuming that's a sexual reference, but I didn't ask her for details. She was playing it like we had an affinity because we'd both been thrown over by you. The dumped by Gideon's sisterhood. He glanced at me with cold eyes. Don't be catty. It doesn't suit you. Hey, I frowned. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be a total bitch. Just a little one. I think I'm entitled, all things considered.
What the hell was I supposed to do, Ava? I didn't know you existed.
Gideon's voice deepened, roughened.
If I'd known you were out there, I wouldn't have hunted you down. I wouldn't have waited a second to find you. But I didn't know, and I settled for less. So did you. We both wasted ourselves on the wrong people.
Yeah, we did. Dumbasses. There was a pause.
Are you pissed?
No, I'm good. He stared. I laughed. You were getting ready to fight, weren't you? We can play it that way if you want. Personally, I was hoping to get laid again. Gideon slid over me. The look on his face, the melding of relief and gratitude, caused a sharp pain in my chest. I was reminded of how important it was for him to be trusted to share the truth.
You're different,
he said, touching my face. Of course I was. The man I loved had killed for me. A lot of things became inconsequential after a sacrifice like that. 3.
Angel.
I smelled the coffee before I opened my eyes. Gideon? If it's not at least 7 o'clock, I'm going to kick your ass. His soft laugh made my toes curl.
It's early, but we need to talk.
Yeah. I opened one eye, then the other, so I could fully admire his 3-piece suit. He looked so edible, I wanted to take it off him, with my teeth. He settled on the edge of my bed, the embodiment of temptation.
I want to make sure we're solid before I leave.
I sat up and leaned against the headboard, making no effort to cover my breasts because we were going to end up talking about his ex-fiancée. I played dirty when warranted. I'll need that coffee for this conversation. Gideon handed me the mug, then stroked the pad of his thumb over my nipple.
So beautiful, he murmured. Every inch of you.
Are you trying to distract me?
You're distracting me, very effectively.
Could he possibly be as infatuated with my looks and body as I was with his? The thought made me smile.
I miss your smile, Angel.
I know the feeling. Every time I'd seen him, and he hadn't gifted me with his smile, had been another cut to my heart, until I'd been bleeding nonstop. I couldn't even think of those occasions without feeling echoes of the pain. Where did you hide the suit, Ace? I know it wasn't in your pocket. With a change of clothes, he'd transformed himself into a powerful, successful businessman. The suit was bespoke, and his shirt and tie were immaculately matched. Even his cufflinks gleamed with understated elegance. Still, the fall of dark hair that skimmed his collar warned others he was far from tamed.
That's one of those things we need to talk about.
He straightened, but the warmth in his gaze remained.
I took over the apartment next door. We'll have to make our reconciliation seem suitably gradual, so I'll keep up the appearance of using my penthouse for the most part, but I'll be spending as much time as possible as your new neighbor.
Is it safe?
I'm not a suspect, Ava. I'm not even a person of interest. My alibi is airtight, and I have no known motive. We're just showing the detectives some respect by not insulting their intelligence. We're making it easy for them to justify their conclusion that they're at a dead end.
I took a sip of coffee, giving me time to contemplate what he'd said. The danger might not be immediate, but it was inherent in his guilt. I felt the pressure of it, no matter how he tried to reassure me. But we were working our way back to each other, and I sensed his need for reassurance that we were going to recover from the strain and separation of the last few weeks. I deliberately took a light tone when I replied, So my former boyfriend will be on Fifth Avenue, but I've got a hunky new neighbor to play with? This could be interesting. One of his brows arched.
You want to role play, Angel?
I want to keep you satisfied, I admitted with brutal honesty. I want to be everything you ever found in the other women you've been with. Women he'd taken to a fuck pad with toys. His irises were cool blue fire, but his voice came smooth and even.
I can't keep my hands off you. That should be enough to tell you I don't need more.
I watched him stand. He took my mug and set it on the nightstand, then caught the edge of the sheet and threw it deftly aside, exposing me completely.
Scoot down, he ordered. Spread your legs.
My pulse quickened as I obeyed him, sliding to my back and allowing my thighs to fall open. There was an instinctive urge to cover myself. The feeling of vulnerability under that piercing gaze was so intense, but I resisted it. I'd be dishonest if I didn't admit that it was wildly exciting to be totally naked, while he was irresistibly clothed in one of his sexy-as-hell suits. It created an instantaneous power advantage for him that was a serious turn-on. He stroked a finger through the lips of my sex, gliding teasingly over my clit.
This beautiful cunt is mine.
My belly quivered at the rasp in his voice. Cupping me in his palm, he met my gaze.
I'm a very possessive man, Ava, as I'm sure you've noticed by now.
I shivered as the tip of his finger circled the clenching opening. Yes.
Role play, restraints, modes of transportation, and varied locations. I look forward to exploring all of that with you.
Eyes glittering, he slid a finger oh so slowly inside me. He made a low purring noise and caught his lower lip between his teeth. A purely erotic look that told me he felt his semen inside me. Being penetrated and so gently pleasured left me unable to speak for a moment.
You like that?
He said softly. His finger went deeper.
I'll be damned if plastic, glass, metal, or leather will make you come. B.O.B. and his friends will have to find other amusements.
Heat swept over my skin like fever. He understood. Bending over me, Gideon placed one hand on the mattress and lowered his mouth to mine. His thumb pressed against my clit and rubbed expertly, massaging me inside and out. The pleasure of his touch spread, tightening my stomach and hardening my nipples. I clutched my bare breasts in my hands, squeezing as they swelled. His touch and desire were magic. How had I ever lived without him?
I ache for you, he said hoarsely. Crave you constantly. Snap your fingers in 'em hard.
He traced my lower lip with his tongue, inhaling my panting breaths.
When I come for you. Because of you and your mouth, hands, and insatiable little cunt. And it'll be that way for you in reverse. My tongue, my fingers, my cum inside you. Just you and me, Ava. Intimate and raw.
I had no doubt I was the focal point of his world when he was touching me, the only thing he saw or thought of. But we couldn't have that physical connection all the time. Somehow I had to learn to believe in what I couldn't see between us. Shameless, my body writhed as I rode his plunging finger. He added another, and I dug in my heels, arching up to meet his thrusts. Please.
When your eyes turn soft and dreamy, I'll be the one who put that look on you, not a toy.
He nibbled my jaw, then moved to my chest, nudging my hands aside with his lips. He claimed my nipple in a gentle bite, his mouth surrounding the tender peak and sucking softly. The ache he created was needle-sharp, my hunger spurred by the sense that there was a lingering gulf between us, something that hadn't yet been recognized and resolved. More? I gasped, needing his pleasure as much as my own.
Always,
he murmured, his mouth curving in a wicked smile against my skin. I groaned in frustration. I want your cock inside me.
As you should.
His tongue curled around my other nipple, flickering teasingly over it until it ached for suction.
Your craving should be for me, Angel, not an orgasm. For my body, my hands. Eventually you won't be able to come without my skin touching yours.
I nodded frantically, my mouth too dry to speak. Need was coiled like a spring in my core, tightening with every circle of Gideon's thumb on my clit and every thrust of his fingers. I thought of B.O.B., my trusty battery-operated boyfriend, and knew that if Gideon were to stop touching me now, nothing would get me off. My passion was for him, my desire inflamed by his desire for me. My thighs quivered. I'm going to come. His mouth covered mine, his beautiful lips soft and coaxing. It was the love in his kiss that pushed me over. I cried out and shuddered through a quick, hard orgasm. My moan was long and broken, my body quivering violently. I pushed my hands under his jacket to grip his back, holding him close, my mouth claiming his until the racking pleasure eased. Licking the taste of me from his fingers, he murmured,
Tell me what you're thinking.
I consciously tried to slow my racing heart. I'm not thinking. I just want to look at you.
You don't always. Sometimes you close your eyes.
That's because you're a talker in bed and your voice is so sexy. I swallowed hard with remembered pain. I love to hear you, Gideon. I need to know that I'm making you feel as good as you make me feel.
Suck me off now, he whispered. Make me come for you.
I slid from the bed in a breathless rush, my hands reaching eagerly for his fly. He was hard and thick, his erection straining. Lifting his shirt tail and pushing down his boxer briefs, I freed him. He fell heavily into my hands, the thick length already glistening at the tip. I licked the evidence of his excitement away, loving his control, the way he reined in his own hungers to satisfy mine. My eyes were on him as my open mouth slid over the plush head. I watched his lips part on a slightly indrawn breath and his eyelids grow heavy, as if the pleasure were intoxicating.
Ava.
His hooded gaze was hot on my face.
Yes. Like that. Christ, I love your mouth.
His praise spurred me on. I took him as deep as I could. I loved doing this to him, loved the uniquely masculine taste and smell of him. I ran my lips down the length of him, suckling gently, worshipfully. And I didn't feel wrong for adoring his virility. I deserved it.
You love this,
he said gruffly, pushing his fingers into my hair to cut my head.
As much as I do.
More. I want to do this for hours, make you come over and over again. A growl rumbled in his chest.
I would. I can't get enough.
The tip of my tongue traced a pulsing vein up to the head, and then I took him in my mouth again, my neck arching back as I lowered to sit on my heels, and my hands on my knees, offering myself to him. Gideon looked down with eyes that glittered with lust and tenderness.
Don't stop.
He widened his stance. He slid his cock to the back of my throat, then pulled back out, coating my tongue with a trail of creamy pre-ejaculate. I swallowed, savoring the rich flavor of him. He groaned, his hands cupping my jaw.
Don't stop, Angel. Suck me dry.
My cheeks hollowed as we found a rhythm, our rhythm, the syncing of our hearts and breaths and drive to pleasure. We had no problem overthinking our way into trouble, but our bodies never got it wrong. When we had our hands on each other, we both knew we were in the one place we needed to be, with the one person we needed to be with.
So fucking good.
His teeth ground audibly.
Oh, God, you're making me come.
His cock swelled in my mouth, his hand fisted in my hair, pulling, his body shuddering as he came hard. Gideon cursed as I swallowed. He emptied himself in thick, hot bursts, flooding my mouth as if he hadn't come all night. By the time he finished, I was gasping and trembling. He pulled me to my feet and stumbled to the bed, settling heavily with me tucked into his side. His lungs labored, his hands rough as he pulled me closer.
This wasn't what I had in mind when I brought you coffee.
He pressed a quick, rough kiss to my forehead.
Not that I have any complaints.
I curled into him, beyond grateful to have him in my arms again. Let's play hooky and make up for lost time. His laugh was husky from his orgasm. He held me for a while, his fingers sifting through my hair and gliding gently down my arm.
It ripped me apart,
he said quietly,
seeing how hurt and angry you were, knowing I was causing you pain and that you were pulling away from me. It was hell for us both, but I couldn't take the risk that you might become a suspect.
I stiffened. I hadn't thought of that possibility. It could be argued that I was Gideon's motive to kill, and it could be assumed that I was aware of the crime as well. My complete and utter ignorance hadn't been my only protection. He'd made sure I had an alibi too, always protecting me, whatever the cost. He pulled back.
I put a burner phone in your purse. It's pre-programmed with a number that will put you in touch with Angus. If you need me for anything, you can reach me that way.
My hands clenched into fists. I had to reach my boyfriend through his chauffeur. I hate this.
So do I. Clearing my way back to you is my #1 priority.
Isn't it dangerous for Angus to be put in the middle?
He's former MI6. Clandestine phone calls are child's play for him.
He paused, then said,
Full disclosure, Ava. I can track you through the phone, and I will.
What? I slid out of bed and stood. My thoughts bounced back and forth between MI6, British Secret Service, to geo-tracking my cell, unsure of what to latch onto first. No way. He stood too.
If I can't be with you or talk to you, I at least need to know where you are.
Don't be this way, Gideon. His face was composed.
I didn't have to tell you.
Seriously? I stalked to the closet to grab a robe. And you said warning someone about ridiculous behavior isn't an excuse for it.
Cut me some slack.
Glaring at him, I shoved my hands into the sleeves of a red silk dressing gown and yanked the belt into a knot. No. I think you're a control freak who likes having me followed. He crossed his arms.
I like keeping you alive.
I froze. After a moment, my brain rewound to look at the events of the last few weeks again, with the addition of Nathan in the picture. Abruptly, everything made sense. The way Gideon had freaked out when I'd tried to walk to work one morning. Why Angus had shadowed me around the city every day. Gideon's fury when he commandeered the elevator I was riding. All those times, I'd almost hated him for being an asshole. He'd been thinking about keeping me safe from Nathan. My knees weakened, and I sank inelegantly to the floor.
Ava.
Give me a minute. I'd figured out a lot of it already during the time we'd been apart. I'd realized Gideon would never allow Nathan to simply stroll into his office with photos of me being abused and violated, then just stroll back out again. Brett Klein had only kissed me, and Gideon had beaten him up. Nathan had raped me repeatedly for years and documented it with pictures and video. Gideon's reaction to meeting Nathan the first time had to have been violent. Nathan must have visited the Crossfire building the day I'd found Gideon freshly showered with a crimson stain on the cuff of his shirt. What I'd originally suspected was lipstick was Nathan's blood. The sofa and sofa pillows in Gideon's office had been skewed from a fight, not from a lunch quickie with Corinne. Scowling fiercely, he crouched in front of me.
Damn it. Do you think I want to micromanage you? There have been extenuating circumstances. Give me credit for trying to balance your independence with keeping you safe.
Wow. Hindsight didn't just make things crystal clear. It smacked me upside the head and knocked some sense into me. I get it.
I don't think you do. This,
he gestured impatiently at himself,
is just a fucking shell. You're what drives me, Ava. Can you understand that? You're my heart and soul. If something ever happened to you, it would kill me too. Keeping you safe is goddamn self-preservation. Tolerate it for me if you won't do it for yourself.
I surged into him, knocking him off balance and onto his back. I kissed him hard, my heart pounding and blood roaring in my ears. I hate to freak you out, I muttered between desperate kisses, but you've got it real bad for me. Groaning, he squeezed me tightly.
So, we're okay?
I wrinkled my nose. Maybe not about the burner phone. The cell stalking is nuts. Seriously, not cool at all.
It's temporary.
I know, but he put a hand over my mouth.
I put directions on how to track my phone in your purse.
That left me speechless. Gideon smirked.
Not such a bad idea on the flip side.
Shut up. I slid off him and smacked his shoulder. We are totally dysfunctional.
I prefer selectively deviant, but we'll keep that to ourselves.
The warmth I'd felt bled away, replaced by a flare of panic at the reminder that we were hiding our relationship. How long would it be before I saw him again? Days? I couldn't repeat the last few weeks of my life. Even thinking about going without him for any length of time made me feel sick. I had to swallow past a painful lump to ask, when can we be together again?
Tonight, Ava.
His beautiful eyes were haunted.
I can't bear that look on your face.
Just be with me, I whispered, my eyes stinging all over again. I need you. Gideon's fingertips glided softly down my cheek.
You were with me the whole time. There wasn't a second that passed when you weren't on my mind. You own me, Ava. Wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, I belong to you.
I leaned into his touch, letting it soak into me and chase the chill away. No more Corinne. I can't stand it.
No more,
he agreed, startling me.
I've told her already. I'd hoped we could be friends, but she wants what she and I used to have, and I want you.
The night that Nathan died, she was your alibi. I couldn't say more. It hurt to think of how he might have filled the hours with her.
No, the kitchen fire was my alibi. It took most of the night dealing with the FDNY, the insurance company, and making emergency arrangements for food service. Corinne stuck around for some of that, and when she left, I had plenty of staff on hand to vouch for my whereabouts.
The surge of relief I felt must have shown on my face, because Gideon's gaze softened and filled with the regret I'd seen so many times. He stood and held his hand out to help me up.
Your new neighbor would like to invite you over for a late dinner. Let's say 8 o'clock. You'll find the key and the key to the penthouse on your keychain.
I accepted his hand up and tried to lighten the mood with a teasing reply. He's seriously hot. I wonder if he puts out on the first date? His returning smile was so wicked it revved me up a notch.
I think your odds of getting laid are pretty good.
I gave a dramatic sigh. How romantic.
I'll give you romance.
Pulling me into him, Gideon dipped me with consummate ease. Pressed against him from hip to ankle and bowed backward in a yielding curve, I felt my robe slide apart, exposing my breast. He deepened my arch until my tender sex hugged his hard thigh, and I couldn't help but be hyper-aware of the power of his body as he supported my weight and his. That quickly, he seduced me. Despite hours of pleasure and a very recent orgasm, I was primed for him in that moment, aroused by his skill and strength and self-assurance, his command of himself and of me. I rode his leg with a slow slide, licking my lips. He growled and surrounded my nipple with the wet heat of his mouth, his tongue worrying the hardened point. Effortlessly, he held me, aroused me, possessed me. I closed my eyes and moaned my surrender. Because of the heat and humidity, I chose a lightweight linen sheath dress and pulled my blonde hair back in a ponytail. I accessorized with a small pair of gold hoop earrings and kept my makeup light. Everything had changed. Gideon and I were back together. I was now living in a world without Nathan Barker in it. I was never going to turn a corner and run into him. He was never going to appear on my doorstep out of the blue. I no longer had to worry that Gideon would learn things about my past that would drive a wedge between us. He knew it all and wanted me anyway. But the budding peace that came with that new reality was accompanied by fear for Gideon. I needed to know that he was safe from prosecution. How could he definitively be proven innocent of a crime he actually did commit? Were we going to have to live with the perpetual fear that his actions would come back to haunt us? And how had this changed us? Because there was no way we could be what we'd been before. Not after something so profound. Leaving my room, I headed out for work, looking forward to the hours of distraction I'd find at my job with Waters Field and Lehman, one of the leading advertising firms in the country. When I went to grab my purse off the breakfast bar, I found Carrie in the kitchen. He'd clearly been as busy with a capital B as I had. He was leaning back into the counter, his hands gripping the edge as his boyfriend Trey cupped his face and kissed him passionately. Trey was fully dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, while Carrie wore only gray sweats that hung low and sexy on his lean hips. They both had their eyes closed and were too lost in each other to realize they were no longer alone. It was rude to look, but I couldn't help it. For one, I'd always found it fascinating to watch two hot men make out, and two, I found Carrie's pose very telling. While his handsome face was markedly vulnerable, the fact that he was holding on to the counter instead of the man he loved betrayed his lingering distance. I picked up my purse and backed out as quietly as I could, tiptoeing from the apartment. Because I didn't want to be totally melted by the time I got to work, I hailed a cab instead of walking. From the back seat, I watched Gideon's Crossfire building come into view. The gleaming and distinctive sapphire spire was home to both Cross Industries and Waters Field and Lehman. My job as assistant to junior account manager Mark Garrity was a dream come true. While some, namely my stepfather, mega financier Richard Stanton, couldn't understand why I'd take an entry-level position considering my connections and assets, I was really proud to be working my way up. Mark was a great boss, both hands-on and hands-off, which meant I was learning a lot both by instruction and from doing it myself. The cab turned a corner and pulled up behind a black Bentley SUV I knew all too well. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of it, knowing that Gideon was nearby. I paid the cab driver and climbed out of the cool interior into the steamy early morning air. My eyes were riveted to the Bentley, in the hope that I might catch a glimpse of Gideon. It was crazy how excited I was by the idea, especially after a night spent rolling around with him in all his naked glory. Smiling wryly, I spun through the Crossfire's copper-framed revolving doors and entered the vast lobby. If a building could embody a man, the Crossfire did for Gideon. The marble floors and walls conveyed an aura of power and affluence, while the cobalt glass exterior was as striking as one of Gideon's suits. Altogether, the Crossfire was sleek and sexy, dark and dangerous, just like the man who'd created it. I loved working there. I passed through the security turnstiles and took the elevator up to the 20th floor. When I exited the car, I spotted Megumi, the receptionist, at her desk. She buzzed me through the glass security doors and stood as I approached. "Hey!" she greeted me, looking chic in black slacks and a gold silk shell. Her dark, slow eyes sparkled with excitement, and her pretty mouth was stained a daring crimson. "I wanted to ask you what you're doing on Saturday night." "Oh." I wanted to spend the time with Gideon, but there was no guarantee that would happen. "I don't know. I don't have plans yet. Why?" "One of Michael's friends is getting married, and they're having a bachelor party on Saturday. If I stay home, I'll go nuts." "Michael's the blind date?" I asked, knowing she'd been seeing a guy her roommate had set her up with. "Yeah." Megumi's face lit up for a second, then fell. "I really like him, and I think he likes me too, but—" "Go on," I prompted. She lifted one shoulder in an awkward shrug, and her gaze skittered away. "He's a commitment phobe. I know he's into me, but he keeps saying it's not serious and we're just having fun. But we spend a lot of time together," she argued. "He's definitely rearranged his life to be with me more often, and not just physically." My mouth twisted ruefully, knowing the type. Those kinds of relationships were tough to quit. The mixed signals kept the drama and adrenaline high, and the possibility of awesomeness if the guy would just accept the risk was hard to let go of. What girl didn't want to attain the unattainable? "I'm game for Saturday," I said, wanting to be there for her. "What do you have in mind?" "Drinking, dancing, getting wild." Megumi's grin came back. "Maybe we'll find you a hot rebound guy." Yikes. Awkward. "I'm doing pretty good, actually." She arched a brow at me. "You look tired." "I spent the entire night getting nailed to my bed by Gideon Cross. I had a tough Krav Maga class yesterday." "What?" "Never mind. In any case, it won't hurt to check out the scenery, right?" I shifted the straps of my bag on my shoulder. "No rebound guys," I insisted. "Hey." She set her hands on her trim hips. "I'm just suggesting you be open to the possibility of meeting someone. I know Gideon Cross has got to be a hard act to follow, but trust me, moving on is the best revenge." That made me smile. "I'll keep an open mind," I compromised. The phone on her desk rang, and I waved goodbye as I headed down the hallway to my cubicle. I needed a little time to think about the logistics of playing the role of a single woman when I was very much taken. If I owned Gideon, he possessed me. I couldn't imagine belonging to anyone else. I was just starting to play with how to bring up Saturday night to Gideon when Megumi called after me. I turned back around. "I've got a call on hold to send your way," she said. "And I hope it's personal because holy hell is his voice smoking hot. He sounds like sex rolled in chocolate and covered in whipped cream." A nervous excitement raised the hairs on my nape. "Did he give his name?" "Yep. Brett Klein." 4. I reached my desk and dropped into my chair. My palms were damp just thinking about talking to Brett, and I was steeling myself for the little charge I'd get from hearing his voice, and the guilt that would follow it. It wasn't that I wanted him back or wanted to be with him. It was just that we had history and a sexual attraction that was purely hormonal. I couldn't shut it off, but I had absolutely no desire to act on it. I dropped my purse and the bag holding my walking shoes into a desk drawer, my eyes caressing the framed collage of photos of Gideon and me together. He'd given it to me so he would always be on my mind. as if he ever left it. I even dreamed of him. My phone rang. The rerouted call from reception. Brett hadn't given up. Determined to keep it businesslike to remind him that I was at work and not available for inappropriately personal conversations, I answered, "Mark Garrity's office. Ava Trammell speaking."
"Ava, there you are. It's Brett."
My eyes closed as I absorbed that sex rolled-in chocolate voice. It sounded even more decadently sexual than when he was singing, which had helped to propel his band, 6/9, to the brink of stardom. He was signed with Vidal Records now, the music company run by Gideon's stepfather, Christopher Vidal Sr., a company Gideon inexplicably had majority control over. Talk about a small world. "Hi," I greeted him. "How's the tour coming along?"
"It's unreal. I'm still trying to get a grip on it all."
"You've wanted this a long time, and you deserve it. Enjoy it."
"Thanks."
He fell silent for a minute, and in that space of time I pictured him in my mind. He'd looked amazing when I saw him last, his hair spiked and tipped with platinum, his emerald eyes dark and hot from wanting me. He was tall and muscular without being too bulky, his body ripped from constant activity and the demands of being a rock star. His golden skin was sleeved in tattoos, and he had piercings in his nipples that I'd learned to suck on when I wanted to feel his cock harden inside me. But he couldn't hold a candle to Gideon. I could admire Brett, just like any other red-blooded woman, but Gideon was in a class by himself.
"Listen," Brett said, "I know you're working, so I don't want to hold you up. I'm coming back to New York, and I'd like to see you."
I crossed my ankles under my desk. "I'm thinking that's not a good idea."
"We're going to debut the music video for Golden in Times Square," he went on. "I want you there with me."
"There with—" Wow. I massaged my forehead. Momentarily, thrown by his request, I chose to think about how my mom would bitch at me for rubbing my face, which she swore caused wrinkles. "I'm really flattered you asked, but I have to know, are you cool with just being friends?"
"Hell no," he laughed. "You're single, Golden Girl. Cross's loss is my gain."
Oh, crap. It had been almost 3 weeks since the first pictures of Gideon and Corinne's staged reunion had hit the gossip blogs. Apparently, everyone had decided it was time for me to move on with another guy. It's not that simple. I'm not ready for another relationship, Brett.
"I asked you on a date, not for a lifetime commitment."
Brett, really,
"You have to be there, Ava."
His voice lowered to the seductive timbre that had always made me drop my panties for him.
"It's your song. I'm not taking no for an answer."
"You have to."
"You'll hurt me bad if you don't go," he said quietly. "And that's not bullshit. We'll go as friends if that's what it takes, but I need you there."
I sighed heavily, my head bowing over my desk. "I don't want to lead you on, or piss Gideon off."
"I promise to consider it a favor from one friend to another."
As fucking if. I didn't answer. He didn't give up. He might never give up.
"Okay," he prodded.
A cup of coffee appeared at my elbow, and I looked up to see Mark standing behind me. "Okay," I agreed, mostly so I could get to work.
"Yes."
There was a note of triumph in his voice that sounded like it was accompanied by a fist pump.
"Could be either Thursday or Friday night, I'm not sure yet. Give me your cell number, so I can text you when I know for sure."
I rattled the number off in a hurry. "Got it? I've got to run."
"Have a great day at work,"
he said, making me feel bad for being rushed and unfriendly. He'd always been a nice guy, and could have been a great friend, but I blew that chance when I kissed him. "Thanks. Brett, I'm really happy for you. Bye." I returned the handset to its cradle and smiled at Mark. "Good morning."
"Everything all right?"
he asked, his brown eyes capped with a slight frown. He was dressed in a navy suit with a deep purple tie that did great things for his dark skin. "Yes. Thank you for the coffee."
"You're welcome. Ready to get to work?"
I grinned. "Always." It didn't take long for me to realize something wasn't right with Mark. He was distracted and moody. which was very unlike him. We were working on a campaign for foreign language learning software, but he wasn't into it at all. I suggested we talk about the Whole Foods locavore campaign, but that didn't help. "Is everything okay?" I asked finally, sliding uncomfortably into friend territory, where we both made an effort not to go during work. We put work aside every other week when he invited me along to lunch with his partner Stephen, but we were careful about maintaining our roles as boss and subordinate. I appreciated that a lot, considering Mark knew my stepfather was rich. I didn't want people giving me considerations I hadn't earned. "What?" He glanced up at me, then ran a hand over his close-cut hair. "Sorry." I laid my tablet flat in my lap. "Seems like you've got something weighing on your mind." He shrugged, swiveling away and back again in his Aeron chair. "Sunday is my 7th anniversary with Stephen." "That's awesome," I smiled. Out of all the couples I'd seen over the course of my life, Mark and Stephen were the most stable and loving. "Congratulations." "Thanks." He managed a weak smile. "Are you going out? Do you have reservations, or do you want me to handle that?" He shook his head. "Haven't decided. I don't know what would be best." "Let's brainstorm. I haven't had many anniversaries myself, I'm sad to say, but my mom is spectacular with them. I've picked up a thing or two." After playing hostess to 3 wealthy husbands, Monica Trammell Barker Mitchell Stanton could have been a professional event planner if she ever had to work for a living. "Do you want something private?" I suggested. "With just the 2 of you? Or a party with friends and family? Do you exchange gifts?" "I want to get married," he snapped. "Oh. Okay." I sat back in my chair. "As far as romance goes, I can't top that." Mark barked out a humorless laugh and followed it with a miserable look at me. "It should be romantic. God knows when Stephen asked me a few years ago, it was hearts and flowers to the max. You know, drama is his middle name. He went all out." Startled, I blinked at him. "You said no?" I said not yet. I was just starting to get my legs under me here at the agency. He was starting to get some really lucrative referrals, and we were picking up the pieces after a painful breakup. It seemed like the wrong time, and I wasn't sure he wanted to marry me for the right reasons. "No one ever knows that for sure," I said softly, as much to myself as to him. "But I didn't want him to think I had doubts about us," Mark went on as if I hadn't spoken. "So I blamed my refusal on the institution of marriage, like a total ass." I suppressed a smile. "You're not an ass." "Over the last couple years, he's made more than a few comments about how right I was to say no." "But you didn't say no. You said not yet, right?" "I don't know. Jesus, I don't know what I said." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desktop and dropping his face into his hands. His voice came low and muffled. "I panicked. I was 24. Maybe some people are up for that kind of commitment then, but I wasn't." "And now you're 28 and ready?" The same age as Gideon. And thinking of that made me quiver, in part because I was the same age Mark had been when he'd said not yet, and I could relate. "Yes." Lifting his head, Mark met my gaze. "I'm beyond ready. It's like some timer is counting down the minutes, and I'm getting more impatient by the hour, but I'm afraid he's going to say no. Maybe his time was 4 years ago, and now he's over it." "I hate to sound trite, but you won't know unless you ask." I offered him a reassuring smile. "He loves you, a lot. I think your odds of hearing yes are pretty darn good." He smiled, revealing charmingly crooked teeth. "Thank you." "Let me know about those reservations." "I appreciate that." His expression sobered. "I'm sorry to bring this up when you're going through a tough breakup." "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Mark studied me a minute, then nodded. "You up for lunch?" I glanced up into Will Granger's earnest face. Will was the newest assistant at Waters, Field & Lehman, and I'd been helping him settle in. He wore sideburns and square-framed black glasses that gave him a slightly retro beatnik look, which worked for him. He was super laid back, and I liked him. "Sure. What you feeling like?" Pasta and bread, and cake, maybe a baked potato. My brows rose. All right, but if I end up passed out and drooling on my desk from a carbohydrate coma, you'd better get me out of trouble with Mark. You're sane, Ava. Natalie's on some low-carb kick, and I can't go another day without starch and sugar. I'm wasting away. Look at me. Will and his high school sweetheart, Natalie, seemed to have it together from the stories he told. I never doubted he'd walk on hot coals for her, and she seemed to look after him as well, although he grumbled good-naturedly about her fussing. You got it, I said, suddenly feeling wistful. Being separated from Gideon was torture, especially when surrounded by friends who were invested in relationships of their own. Noon rolled around, and while I waited for Will, I sent a quick text to Shauna, Mark's almost sister-in-law, asking if she was available for a girls' night out on Saturday. I just hit the send button when my desk phone rang. I answered briskly. Mark Garrity's office.
Ava.
My toes flexed at the sound of Gideon's low, raspy voice. Hi, Ace.
Tell me we're okay.
I bit my lower lip, my heart twisting in my chest. He had to be feeling the same unsettling rift between us that was troubling me. We are. Don't you think so? Is something wrong?
No.
He paused.
I just had to hear it again.
I didn't make it clear last night, when I was clawing at your back, or this morning, when I was on my knees.
I needed to hear you say it when you're not looking at me.
Gideon's voice caressed my senses. I turned hot with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I whispered, feeling awkward. I know you get annoyed with women objectifying you. You shouldn't have to put up with it from me.
I would never complain about being what you want, Ava. Christ.
His voice turned gruff.
I'm damned glad you like what you see, because God knows I fucking love looking at you.
I closed my eyes against a surge of longing. To know what I did now, how important he thought I was to him, made it so much harder to stay away. I miss you so much. And it's weird because everyone thinks we're broken up and I need to move on.
No!
The one word exploded across the line between us, sharp enough to make me jump.
God damn it. Wait for me, Ava. I waited my whole life for you.
I swallowed hard, opening my eyes in time to see Will walking toward me. I lowered my voice. I'd wait forever for you, as long as you're mine.
It won't be forever. I'm doing everything I can. Trust me.
I do. In the background, another phone beeped for his attention.
I'll see you at 8 sharp,
Gideon said briskly. Yes. The line clicked off in my ear, and I instantly felt lonely.
Ready to chow down?
Will asked, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Megumi was having lunch with her commitment phobe, so she'd take a rain check. It was Will, me, and all the pasta he could eat within an hour. Thinking a carbohydrate-induced stupor might be just what I needed, I stood and said, Hell yeah. I picked up a zero-carb energy drink at a Duane Reade drugstore on the way back from lunch. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, I knew I was hitting a treadmill after work. I had a membership at Equinox, but I really wanted to go to a cross-trainer gym. I was feeling the gulf between Gideon and me keenly. Spending time in a place where we had good memories would help lessen it. Plus, I felt a sense of loyalty. Gideon was my man. I was going to do everything I could to spend the rest of my life with him. To me, that meant supporting him in everything he did. I walked back to my place, no longer caring if I wilted since I was going to get messy at the gym anyway. When the elevator in my apartment building let me out on my floor, I found my gaze drifting to the door next to mine. My fingers toyed with the key Gideon had given me. The idea of letting myself in to check out his apartment was intriguing. Would it be similar to his Fifth Avenue place, or totally different? Gideon's penthouse was stunning, with pre-war architecture and old-world charm. It was a space that exuded affluence, while still remaining warm and inviting. I could as easily picture children in the space as I could foreign dignitaries. What would his temporary digs be like? Scarce furniture, non-existent art, and a bare kitchen. How settled in was he? Pausing outside my apartment, I stared at his door and debated with myself. In the end, I resisted the temptation. I wanted him to walk me inside. I stepped into my living room to the sound of female laughter. I wasn't surprised to find a long-legged blonde curled up next to Carrie on my white couch, her hand in his lap, stroking him through his sweats. He was still shirtless, his arm tossed around Tatiana Sherlin's shoulders, his fingers idly stroking her biceps.
"Hey, baby girl," he greeted me with a grin. "How was work?"
"Same old. Hi, Tatiana." Her reply was a chin jerk. She was striking, which was to be expected since she was a model. Looks aside, I hadn't really liked her all that much the first few times I met her, and I still didn't. But looking at Carrie, I had to admit she might be good for him for now. His bruises were gone, but he was still recovering from a brutal beating. An ambush by Nathan that had set in motion the events separating me from Gideon now. "I'm going to change and head out to the gym," I said, moving toward the hallway. Behind me, I heard Carrie tell Tatiana, "Hang on a sec. I gotta talk to my girl." I entered my room and tossed my purse on my bed. I was digging in my dresser when Carrie came to lounge in my doorway. "How are you feeling?" I asked him.
"Better."
His green eyes glittered wickedly.
"How about you?"
"Better." He crossed his arms over his bare chest.
"Is that thanks to whoever was knocking boots with you last night?"
Closing the drawer with my hip, I shot back, "Seriously? I can't hear you in your room. How come you can hear me in mine?" He tapped his temple.
"Sex radar. I has it."
"What does that mean? That I don't have sex radar?"
More like Cross blew your circuits during one of his sexathons. Still can't get over that man's stamina. Wish he'd swing my way and wear me out.
I threw my sports bra at him. He caught it deftly, laughing.
"So? Who was it?"
I bit my lip, not wanting to lie to the one person who always gave it to me straight, even when it hurt. But I had to. "A guy who works in the Crossfire." His smile fading, Carrie stepped into the room and shut the door behind him.
"And you just up and decided to bring him home and fuck his brains out all night? I thought you went to your Krav Maga class."
"I did. He lives near here, and I ran into him after class. One thing led to another."
"Should I be worried?"
he asked quietly, studying my face as he handed my sports bra back to me.
"You haven't had a random screw in a long time."
"It's not like that." I forced myself to hold Carrie's gaze, knowing that if I didn't, he'd never believe me. "I'm seeing him. We're having dinner tonight."
"Am I going to meet him?"
"Sure. Not today, though. I'm going to his place." His lips pursed.
"You're not telling me something. Spit it out."
I sidestepped the question. "I saw you kissing Trey in the kitchen this morning."
"Okay."
"Things going good with you two?"
"Can't complain."
Yikes. When Carrie was on to something, he wouldn't let it go. I sidestepped again. "I talked to Brett today." I said as casually as possible, trying not to make a big deal out of it. "He called me at work. And no, he wasn't the guy from last night." His brows rose.
"What did he want?"
Kicking off my shoes, I headed to the bathroom to wash off what was left of my makeup. "He's coming back to New York for the debut of a music video for Golden. He asked me to go with him."
"Ava,"
he began, in that low warning tone parents save for bratty children. "I want you to come with." That set him back a bit.
"As a chaperone? Don't you trust yourself?"
I looked at his reflection in the mirror. "I'm not getting back together with him, Carrie. Not that we were ever really together to begin with, so stop worrying about that. I want you there because I think you'll have fun, and I don't want to lead Brett on." He agreed we'd go as friends, but I think the concept needs to be drummed into him, just to be safe. And fair.
"You should have said no."
"I tried."
"No is no, baby girl. Not that difficult."
"Shut up!" I scrubbed at one eye with a makeup remover towelette. "It's bad enough I got guilted into going. You thought it'd be funny for me to attend that concert without knowing who I'd see there. I don't need shit from you." because I was sure to get enough of that from Gideon. Carrie scowled.
What the hell do you have to feel guilty for?
Brett got his ass kicked because of me.
No, he got an ass-kicking because he kissed a beautiful girl without thinking about the consequences. He should have expected you to be taken. And what burrowed up your anal cavity and rotted?
I don't need a lecture about Brett, okay? What I needed was Carrie's take on my relationship with Gideon and the concerns I had, but I couldn't reach out to my best friend. That made everything going wrong in my life even more unsettling. I felt totally alone and adrift. I've told you, I'm not taking that road again.
Glad to hear it.
I told him what I could of the truth because I knew he wouldn't judge. I'm still in love with Gideon.
Of course you are, he agreed simply. For what it's worth, I'm sure your breakup is eating at him too.
I hugged him. Thank you.
For what?
Being you.
He snorted. I'm not saying you should wait for him. Whatever Cross's deal is doesn't matter. He snoozes, he loses. But I don't think you're ready to jump into some other dude's bed. You can't do casual sex, Ava. It means something to you. That's why you get so fucked up when you just give it away.
It never works, I agreed, stepping away to finish cleaning my face. Will you go with me to the video premiere?
Yeah, I'll go.
Want to bring Trey or Tatiana? Shaking his head, he turned to the mirror and arranged his hair with practiced sweeps of his hands.
Then it'd be like a double date. Better if I'm the third wheel. More impact.
I watched his reflection, my mouth curving in a soft smile. I love you. He blew me a kiss.
Then take care of yourself, baby girl. That's all I need.
My favorite housewarming gift was Waterford martini glasses. To me, it was just the right blend of luxury, fun, and usefulness. I'd given a set to a college friend who had no idea what Waterford crystal was, but loved appletinis. And I'd given a set to my mother, who didn't drink martinis but loved Waterford. It was a gift I'd even feel comfortable giving to Gideon Cross, a man who had more money than was comprehensible. But stemware wasn't what I clutched in my hands as I knocked on his door. Nervous, I shifted on my feet and ran a hand down my hip to smooth my dress. I dolled myself up after getting back from the gym, taking the time to really work my new Ava hairstyle and smoky eye shadow. My pale pink lipstick was smudge-proof, and I wore a little black dress that was a halter with a low-draping neckline and an even lower back. The short dress showed a lot of leg, which I accentuated with peep-toe Jimmy Choos. I wore the diamond hoops I'd chosen for our first date, and the ring he'd given me, a striking piece that had interlacing gold ropes hugged by diamond X's, the X's representing Gideon holding on to the various threads of me. The door opened and I swayed a little on my feet, struck by the gorgeous, sexy-as-sin man who greeted me. Gideon must have been feeling sentimental too. He had on the same black sweater he'd worn to the nightclub, where we'd first really hung out together. It looked amazing on him. The perfect blend of casual and elegant sexiness, paired with graphite gray dress slacks and bare feet. The effect on me was pure, white-hot desire.
Christ, he growled. You look amazing. Next time warn me before I open the door.
I smiled. Hello, dark and dangerous. 5. Gideon's mouth curved in a devastating grin as he held his hand out to me. When my fingers touched his palm, he caught me and drew me inside, pulling me close to place his lips softly over mine. The door shut behind me, and he reached past me to lock it, shutting the world out. My hand clenched around a fistful of his sweater. You're wearing my favorite sweater.
I know.
Abruptly, he sank into a graceful crouch, taking my hand that he held and placing it on his shoulder.
Let's make you comfortable, Angel. You won't need these heels until you're ready for me to fuck you.
My core clenched with anticipation. What if I'm ready now?
You're not. You'll know when the time comes.
As Gideon removed my shoes, I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. Will I? How? He glanced up at me with those intensely blue eyes. He was nearly on his knees, taking my shoes off, yet he was undeniably in command of himself and of me.
I'll be pushing my cock inside you.
I shifted on my feet for a different reason.
Yes, please.
Straightening, he once again loomed over me. His fingertips drifted across my cheek.
What's in the bag?
Oh, I mentally shook off the sexual spell he had me under. Housewarming gift. I looked around. The space was a mirror image of my own. The apartment was lovely and comfortably inviting. I'd partly expected a semi-lived-in space, mostly bare with only the essentials. Instead, it was very much a home. One that was lit only by candlelight, which cast a warm golden glow on furniture I recognized because it was Gideon's and mine. Stunned, I barely noticed when he took the gift bag and my purse from my fingers. Barefoot, I skirted him, seeing my coffee and end tables placed around his sofa and side chairs, my entertainment center holding his knickknacks and framed photos of the two of us together, my drapes with his unlit floor and table lamps. On the wall, where my flat-screen TV would be hanging, was a massive photo of me blowing him a kiss, a much larger version of the photo I'd given him that he kept on his desk in his Crossfire office. I turned slowly, trying to take it all in. He'd shocked me like this once before, when he'd recreated my bedroom in his penthouse, giving me a familiar place to run when things got too intense. When did you move in here? I loved it. The mix of my modern traditional with his old-world elegance was oddly perfect. He'd blended just the right pieces to create a space that was us.
The week Carrie was in the hospital.
I glanced at him. Are you serious? That was when Gideon had begun pulling away from me, cutting me off. He'd started hanging out with Corinne again, and become difficult to reach. Getting this place set up must have kept him busy, too.
I needed to be near you,
he said absently, looking into the bag.
I had to be sure I could get to you quickly, before Nathan could.
Shock rippled through me. At a time when I'd felt Gideon drifting further and further away from me, he'd been physically close, watching over me. When I called you from the hospital, I swallowed past a dry lump. You had someone with you.
Raoul. He was coordinating the move-in. I had to get it done before you and Carrie came home.
He looked at me.
Towels, Angel?
He asked, with more than a hint of amusement. He pulled the white hand towels embroidered with cross-trainer out of the bag. I'd picked them up at the gym. At the time, I'd been envisioning him having a bare-bones bachelor pad. Now they were ridiculous. I'm sorry, I said, still reeling from his disclosure about the apartment. I had a different idea of what this place looked like. He pulled the towels away when I reached for them.
Your gifts are always thoughtful. Tell me what you were thinking about when you bought these.
I was thinking about making you think about me.
Every minute of every day,
he murmured. Let me clarify. Me. All hot and sweaty and desperate for you.
A fantasy I indulge in often.
Abruptly, the memory of Gideon pleasuring himself in my shower punched into my mind. There really were no words for how fucking amazing that sight was. Do you think about me when you get yourself off?
I don't masturbate.
What? Come on. Every guy does. Gideon caught my hand and laced our fingers, then drew me toward the kitchen from which the most heavenly smell was emanating.
Let's talk over wine.
Are you trying to ply me with alcohol?
No.
He released me and set the bag of towels on the counter.
I know the way to your heart is with food.
I slid onto a bar stool just like the ones in my apartment, touched by his unique way of making me feel at home. The way to my heart, or into my pants? He smiled as he poured a glass of red wine from a bottle he'd previously opened to let breathe.
You're not wearing pants.
Not wearing any panties, either.
Careful, Ava.
Gideon shot me a stern look.
Or you'll derail my attempt to seduce you properly before I ride you on every flat surface in this apartment.
My mouth went dry. The look in his eyes when he brought my glass over made me feel flushed and light-headed.
Before you,
he murmured, with his lips to the edge of his glass.
I stroked off every time I took a shower. It was as much a part of my ritual as washing my hair.
That I believed. Gideon was a very sexual man. When we were together, he'd fuck me before bed, first thing in the morning, and sometimes fit in a quickie during the course of the day.
Since you, only once, he continued. You were there with me.
I paused with my glass halfway to my mouth. Really?
Really.
I took a drink, gathering my thoughts. Why did you stop? The last few weeks. We went a long time without. A ghost of a smile curved his lips.
I don't have a drop to waste if I'm going to keep up with you.
I set the wine glass down and pushed at his shoulder. You're always making me sound like a nymphomaniac.
You like sex, Angel, he purred. Nothing wrong with that. You're greedy and insatiable, and I love it. I love knowing that once I get inside you, you're going to suck me dry. Then you'll want to do it again.
I felt my face heat. For your information, I didn't get off even once while we were apart. Never even got the urge because we weren't together. He leaned into the counter, resting one elbow on the cool black granite. I like fucking you because you're you, not because I'm a cock-hungry slut. If you don't like it, grow a gut or stop showering or something. I slid off the stool. Or just say no, Gideon. I marched into the living room, trying to get away from the unsettled feeling I'd had all day. Gideon's arms came around me from behind, halting me mid-step.
Stop,
he said, with the familiar authoritative bite that always turned me on. I tried to squirm free.
Now, Ava.
I gave up, my hands falling to my sides to clench my dress.
Explain what the fuck just happened, he said calmly.
My head bowed and I didn't say anything because I didn't know what to say. A moment of silence later, he moved, swinging me up into the cradle of his arms and carrying me to the couch. He sat and arranged me on his lap. I snuggled into him. His chin came to rest on the crown of my head.
You want to pick a fight, Angel?
No, I mumbled.
Good. Me neither.
His hand stroked up and down my back.
So, let's talk instead.
I pressed my nose into his throat. I love you.
I know.
He tilted his head back, giving me room to nestle. I'm not a sex addict.
I don't see why it'd be a problem if you were. God knows making love with you is my favorite thing to do. In fact, if you ever wanted me to take care of you more often, I'd go so far as to schedule sex with you into my day.
Oh, my God! I nipped him with my teeth, and he laughed softly. Gideon wrapped my hair around his fist and tugged my head back. His gaze on my face was soft and serious.
You're not upset about our incredible sex life. It's something else.
Sighing, I admitted. I don't know what it is. I'm just off. Adjusting me in his lap, Gideon snuggled me closer, pulling me into his warmth. We fit so perfectly together, my curves aligning with his sculpted lines.
Do you like the apartment?
I love it.
Good.
His voice was laced with satisfaction.
Obviously, it's an example, taken to the extreme.
My heart rate jumped a little. Of what our place could look like?
We'll start fresh, of course. Everything new.
I was moved by his pronouncement. Still, I had to say, it was so risky doing this, moving in here, getting in and out of the building. It makes me nervous just thinking about it.
On paper, someone lives here, so of course, he'd move furniture in and come and go. He enters through the garage, just like all the other tenants with cars. When I'm being him, I dress a little differently, take the stairs, and check the security feeds so I know if I'm going to run into anyone before it happens. The amount of planning involved was mind-boggling to me, but then he'd had practice getting to Nathan without a trace. All this trouble and expense? For me. I don't know what to say. Say you'll plan on moving in with me.
I savored this surge of pleasure his words brought me. Do you have a time frame in mind for this fresh start?
As soon as we can get away with it.
His hand on my thigh squeezed gently. I set my hand over his. There was so much standing in the way of us living together, the lingering trauma of our pasts, my dad who disliked rich guys and thought Gideon was a cheater, and me, because I liked my apartment and believed that striking out in a new city meant doing as much as I could on my own. I jumped to the biggest issue for me, though. What about Carrie?
The penthouse has an attached guest apartment.
Pulling back quickly, I stared at him. You'd do that for Carrie?
No, I'd do it for you.
Gideon, My words trailed off because there were no words. I was awed. Something inside me shifted a little.
So you're not upset about the apartment, he said. Something else is on your mind.
I decided to save Brett for last. I've got a girls' night out on Saturday. He stilled. Maybe someone who didn't know him as well as I did wouldn't catch that subtle, sharp alertness, but I caught it.
Girls' night doing what, exactly?
Dancing, drinking, the usual.
Is it a manhunt?
No. I licked my dry lips, mesmerized by the change in him. He'd gone from intimately playful to intensely focused. We're all attached, at least I think we all are. I'm not sure about Megumi's roommate, but Megumi's got a man, and you know Shauna's got her chef. He was suddenly all business when he said,
I'll make the arrangements. Car, driver, and security. If you stick with the circuit of my clubs, your security will stay in the car. You want to branch out? He's going in with you.
Blinking in surprise, I said, Okay. From the kitchen, the oven timer began beeping. Gideon went from sitting to standing with me in his arms in one powerfully graceful surge. My eyes widened. My blood hummed through my veins. I wrapped my arms around his neck and let him carry me to the kitchen. I love how strong you are.
You're easy to impress.
Settling me on a bar stool, he gave me a lingering kiss before heading to the oven. You cooked? I wasn't sure why the thought surprised me, but it did.
No. Arnaldo had ready-to-cook lasagna and a salad delivered.
Sounds awesome. I knew from having eaten in celebrity chef Arnaldo Ricci's restaurant that the food would be killer. Grabbing my glass, I wasted the wonderful wine by gulping it down for courage, thinking it was time to tell him what he wouldn't want to hear. I took the plunge and said, Brett called me at work today. For a minute or two, I didn't think Gideon heard me. He slid on a pot holder, opened the oven, and pulled out the lasagna without looking my way. It wasn't until he set the pan on the stovetop and glanced at me that I knew for certain he hadn't missed a word. He tossed the glove onto the counter, grabbed the wine bottle, and came directly to me. Calmly, he took my wine glass and refilled it before he spoke.
I expect he wants to see you when he's in New York next week.
It took me the space of a breath to respond. You knew he was coming back, I accused.
Of course I knew.
Whether that was because Brett's band was signed to Vidal Records or because Gideon was keeping an eye on him, I didn't know. Both reasons were entirely plausible.
Did you agree to meet up?
His voice was smooth and soft, dangerously so. Ignoring the fluttering of nerves in my belly, I held his gaze. Yes, for the reveal of the new 6/9 music video. Carrie's going with me. Gideon nodded, leaving me anxious and clueless about his feelings. I slid off the stool and went to him. Wrapping me up in his arms, he rested his cheek against the top of my head. I'll back out, I offered quickly. I don't really want to go anyway.
It's okay.
Swaying from side to side, rocking me, he whispered.
I broke your heart.
That's not why I agreed to go. His hands came up and pushed through my hair, combing it back from my forehead and cheeks with a gentleness that brought tears to my eyes.
We can't just forget the last few weeks, Ava. I cut you deep, and you're still bleeding.
It struck me then that I hadn't been ready to pick up the pieces of our relationship as if nothing had gone wrong. A part of me was holding a grudge, and Gideon had picked up on it. I struggled out of his hold. What are you saying?
That I have no right to leave you and hurt you for whatever reason, then expect you to forget how that felt and forgive me overnight.
You killed a man for me.
You don't owe me anything, he snapped. My love for you is not an obligation.
It still tore through me like a bullet every time he said he loved me, despite how often he proved it with his actions. My voice was softer when I said, I don't want to hurt you, Gideon.
Then don't.
He kissed me with heart-rending tenderness.
Let's eat before the food gets cold.
I changed into a Cross Industries t-shirt and a pair of Gideon's pajama bottoms that I rolled up at the ankles. We took candles over to the coffee table and ate cross-legged on the floor. Gideon kept my favorite sweater on, but swapped his slacks for a pair of black lounging pants. Licking a dab of tomato sauce off my lip, I told him about the rest of my day. Mark's gathering the nerve to ask his partner to marry him.
If I'm remembering correctly, they've been together a while.
Since college. Gideon's mouth curved.
I suppose it's still a tough question to ask, even if the answer is a sure thing.
I looked down at my plate. Was Corinne nervous when she asked you?
Ava.
He waited until the lengthy silence brought my head up.
We're not going to talk about that.
Why not?
Because it doesn't matter.
I searched his face. How would you feel if you knew there was someone out there I'd said yes to? Theoretically. He shot me an irritated look.
That would be different because you wouldn't say yes unless the guy really meant something to you. What I felt was panic. The feeling didn't go away until she broke the engagement.
Did you buy her a ring? The thought of him shopping for a ring for another woman hurt me. I looked down at my hand, at the ring he'd bought for me.
Nothing like that one,
he said quietly. My hand fisted, guarding it. Reaching over, Gideon set his right hand over mine.
I bought Corinne's ring in the first store I went to. I had nothing in mind, so I picked one that looked like her mother's. Very different circumstances, don't you agree?
Yes. I hadn't designed the ring Gideon wore, but I'd searched 6 shops before I found the right one. It was platinum-studded, with black diamonds, and it reminded me of my lover, with its cool, masculine elegance and bold, dominant style. I'm sorry, I said, wincing. I'm an ass. He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed my knuckles.
So am I, on occasion.
That made me grin. I think Mark and Stephen are perfect for each other, but Mark has this theory that men get the urge to marry, and then it goes away if it isn't acted on quickly enough.
I would think it'd be more about the right partner than the right time.
I've got my fingers crossed for it to work out for them. I picked up my wine. Want to watch TV? Gideon leaned his back against the front of the sofa.
I just want to be with you, Angel. I don't care what we're doing.
We cleaned up the mess from dinner together. As I reached for the rinsed dish Gideon held out for me to put in the dishwasher, he faked me out. He grabbed my hand instead and deftly set the plate on the counter. Catching me around the waist, he spun us into a dance. From the living room, I caught the strains of something beautiful laced with a woman's pure, haunting voice. Who is this? I asked, already breathless from the feel of Gideon's powerful body flexing against mine. The desire that always smoldered between us flared, making me feel vibrant and alive. Every nerve ending sensitized, preparing for his touch. Hunger coiled tight with heated anticipation.
No clue.
He swept me around the island and into the living room. I surrendered to his masterful lead, loving that dancing was a passion we shared, and awed by the obvious joy he felt in just being with me. That same pleasure effervesced within me, lightening my steps until it felt like we were gliding. As we approached the sound system, the music rose in volume. I heard the words "dark and dangerous" in the lyrics and stumbled in surprise.
Too much wine, Angel?
Gideon teased, pulling me closer. But my attention was riveted to the music. The singer's pain, a tormented relationship she likened to loving a ghost. The words reminded me of the days when I believed I'd lost Gideon forever, and my heart ached. I looked up into his face. He was watching me with dark, glittering eyes.
You looked so happy when you were dancing with your dad,
he said, and I knew he wanted treasured memories like that between us. I'm happy now, I assured him, even as my eyes stung at the sight of his yearning, a longing I knew intimately. If souls could be mated with wishes, ours would be inextricably entwined. Cupping his nape, I pulled his mouth down to mine. As our lips touched, his rhythm faltered. He stopped, hugging me so tightly my feet left the floor. Unlike the heartbroken singer, I wasn't in love with a ghost. I was in love with a flesh-and-blood man, one who made mistakes but learned from them, a man who was trying hard to better himself for me, a man who wanted us to work as desperately as I did. I'm never happier than when I'm with you, I told him.
Oh, Ava.
He took my breath away with his kiss. It was the kid, I said. Gideon's fingertips drew circles around my navel.
That's twisted.
We were sprawled lengthwise on the couch, watching my favorite police procedural television show. He was spooned behind me, his chin on my shoulder and his legs tangled with mine. That's the way these things work, I told him. Shock value and all that.
I think it was the grandmother.
Oh, my God. I tilted my head to look back at him. And you don't think that's twisted? He grinned and smacked a kiss on my cheek.
Want to bet on who's right?
I don't gamble.
Aw, come on.
His hand splayed against my belly, anchoring me as he rose up on his elbow to look down at me. Nope. I felt him against the curve of my buttocks, a solid, weighty length. He wasn't erect, but that didn't stop him from gaining my attention. Curious, I reached between us and cupped him in my hand. He hardened instantly. One black brow arched.
You copping a feel, Angel?
I squeezed him gently. Now I'm hot and bothered, and wondering why my new neighbor isn't putting the moves on me.
Maybe he doesn't want to push you too far, too fast, and scare you off.
Gideon's eyes glittered in the light of the television. Is that so? He nuzzled his nose against my temple.
If he has half a brain, he'd know not to let you get away.
Oh. Maybe I should make the first move, I whispered, wrapping my fingers around his wrist. But what if he thinks I'm too easy?
He'll be too busy thinking he's damned lucky.
Well, then, I wriggled around to face him. Howdy, neighbor. He traced my eyebrow with the tip of his finger.
I really like the view around here.
The hospitality isn't bad either.
Oh? Plenty of towels?
I pushed at his shoulder. Do you want to suck face or not?
Suck face?
His head fell back and he laughed, his chest vibrating against me. It was a lusty, full-bodied sound and my toes curled at hearing it. Gideon laughed so rarely. My hand slid under his sweater and glided over warm skin. My lips moved over his jaw. Is that a no?
Angel, I'll suck on any part of your body I can get my mouth on.
Start here. I offered him my lips and he took them, sealing his mouth softly over mine. His tongue traced the seam, then dipped inside me, licking and teasing. I burrowed into his body, moaning when he shifted to lie half over me. My hand slid up and down his back, my leg lifting to hook over his hip. I caught his lower lip between my teeth and stroked the curve with the tip of my tongue. His groan was so erotic it made me wet. My back arched as his hand crept beneath the hem of my t-shirt and captured my bare breast, rolling my nipple between his thumb and forefinger.
You're so soft,
he murmured. He kissed his way to my temple and then buried his face in my hair.
I love touching you.
You're perfect. I pushed beneath his waistband to grip his bare buttocks. The scent and heat of his skin intoxicated me, made me feel drunk with lust and longing. A dream.
You are my dream. Christ, you're so beautiful.
His mouth covered mine, and I fisted a hand in his hair, clutching him to me with my arms and legs wrapped around him. My world narrowed to just him, the feel of him, the sounds he made.
"I love how much you want me," he said hoarsely. "I couldn't stand being in this alone."
"I'm with you, baby," I promised, my mouth moving feverishly beneath his. "I am so with you." Gideon possessed me with one hand at my nape and the other at my waist. Settling over me, he aligned his hardness to my softness, his cock to my sex, and rolled his hips. I gasped, my nails digging into the rock-hard cheeks of his ass. "Yes," I moaned shamelessly. "You feel so good."
"I'd feel better inside you," he purred.
I bit his earlobe. "Are you trying to talk me into going all the way?"
"We don't have to go anywhere, Angel."
He sucked gently on my throat, making my sex clench, hungrily.
"I can put it in right here. I promise I'll make you feel good."
"I don't know. I've changed my ways. I'm not that kind of girl anymore." His hand at my waist pushed my pants down. I gave a token wiggle and made a soft sound of protest. My skin tingled where he'd touched me, my body awakening to his demands. "Shh." Brushing his mouth over mine, he whispered,
"If you don't like it once it's in you, I promise I'll pull out."
Has that line ever worked for anyone?
"I'm not feeding you lines. I mean every word."
I gripped the steely curves of his butt and rocked up against him, knowing damn well he didn't need any lines. A crook of his finger was all it would take for him to get laid by anyone he wanted. Thankfully, he only wanted me. Reveling in his playfulness, I teased, "I bet you say that to all the girls."
"What other girls?"
"You've got a rep, you know."
"But you're the one wearing my ring."
As he lifted his head, his fingertips brushed the hair from my temple.
"Day one of my life was the day I met you."
The words hit me like a blow. I swallowed hard and whispered, "Okay, that's a winner. You can put it in." The shadows left his face, chased away by a smile.
"God, I'm crazy about you."
I smiled back. "I know." 6. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart pounding violently. I lay in the master bed, panting, my mind clawing up from the depths of sleep.
"Get off me!"
Gideon. My God.
"Don't fucking touch me!"
Throwing off the covers, I scrambled out of bed and ran down the hallway to the guest room. I searched frantically for the switch on the wall, hitting it with the flat of my palm. Light exploded in the room, exposing Gideon writhing on the bed, his legs twisted in the bedding.
"Don't! Oh, Christ!"
His back arched up from the bed, his hands fisting in the fitted sheets.
"It hurts!"
"Gideon!" He jerked violently. I raced to the bedside, my heart twisting to see him flushed and drenched with sweat. I placed my hand on his chest.
"Don't fucking touch me!"
he hissed, seizing my wrist and squeezing it so hard I cried out in pain. His eyes were open, but unfocused, still trapped in his nightmare. "Gideon!" I struggled to get away. He jackknifed upward, his lungs heaving and his eyes wild.
"Ava!"
Releasing me as if I had burned him, he shoved his damp hair out of his face and lunged out of bed.
"Jesus. Ava? Did I hurt you?"
I held my wrist with my other hand and shook my head.
"I want to see,"
he said hoarsely, reaching for me with trembling hands. I dropped my arms and stepped into him, hugging him as tightly as I could, my cheek pressed to his sweat-slick chest.
"Angel."
He clung to me, shaking.
"I'm sorry."
"Shh, baby. It's okay."
"Let me hold you,"
he whispered, sinking to the floor with me.
"Don't Let go.
Never, I promised, my lips whispering over his skin. Never. I ran a bath and climbed into the triangular corner tub with him. Sitting behind him on the highest step, I washed his hair and ran soapy hands over his chest and back, washing the icy sweat of the nightmare away. The heat of the water stopped his quivering, but nothing so simple could remove the dark desolation in his eyes. "Have you ever talked to anyone about your nightmares?" I asked, squeezing warm water out of the sponge onto his shoulder. He shook his head. "It's time," I said softly, "and I'm your girl." He took a long time to speak.
Ava, when you have nightmares, are they more like recreations of actual events, or does your mind switch them around? Change them?
They're mostly memories, true to life. Are yours not?
Sometimes. Sometimes they're different. Make-believe.
I absorbed that a minute, wishing I had the training and knowledge to be truly helpful. Instead, I could only love him and listen. I hoped that was enough, because his nightmares were ripping me apart as surely as they were him. Are they changed in a good way, or bad?
I fight back,
he said softly. And he still hurts you?
Yes. He still wins, but at least I hold him off as long as I can.
I dipped the sponge again, squeezing water over him, trying to maintain a soothing rhythm. You shouldn't judge yourself. You were only a child.
So were you.
My eyes closed tightly against the knowledge that Gideon had seen the photos and videos Nathan had taken of me. Nathan was a sadist. It's natural to struggle against physical pain, so I did. That's not bravery.
I wish it had hurt me more,
he bit out.
I hate that he made me enjoy it.
You didn't enjoy it. You felt pleasure, and that's not the same thing. Gideon, our bodies react to things by instinct, even when we don't consciously want them to. I hugged him from behind, resting my chin on the top of his head. He was your therapist's assistant, someone you're supposed to be able to trust. He had the training to fuck with your head.
You don't understand.
Then make me understand.
He seduced me, and I let him. He couldn't make me want it, but he made sure I didn't resist.
Moving, I pressed my cheek to his temple. Are you worried you're bisexual? It won't freak me out if you are.
No.
He turned his head and brushed his mouth across mine, his hands lifting out of the water to link our fingers together.
I've never been attracted to men, but the fact that you'd accept me if I were. Right now, I love you so much it hurts.
Baby. I kissed him sweetly, our lips parting and clinging. I just want you to be happy, preferably with me, and I really want you to stop hurting yourself over what was done to you. You were raped. You were a victim, and now you're a survivor. There's no shame in that. He turned and pulled me deeper into the water. I settled beside him, my hand on his thigh. Can we talk about something? Sexual?
Always.
You told me once that you don't do anal play. I felt him tense. But
I've had my fingers and tongue inside you,
he finished, studying me. He'd altered with the change of subject, his hesitation replaced by calm authority.
You enjoy it.
Do you? I asked, before I lost the courage. He breathed heavily, his cheekbones burnished by the heated water, his face exposed by his slicked-back hair. After long moments, I feared he wasn't going to answer me. I'd like to give you that, Gideon, if you want it. His eyes closed.
Angel.
I reached a hand between his legs, cupping his heavy sack. My middle finger extended beneath him, brushing lightly over the puckered opening. He jerked violently, his legs slamming shut, sending water sloshing to the lip of the tub. His cock hardened like stone against my forearm. I pulled my trapped hand free and gripped his erection in my fist, stroking, my mouth taking his when he groaned.
I'll do anything for you. There are no limits in our bed. No memories, just us. You and me, and love. I love you so much.
His tongue thrust into my mouth, a greedy and slightly angry foray. His hand at my waist tightened, his other hand covering mine and urging me to tighten my grip. Gentle waves lapped against the sides of the bathtub as I pumped his erection. His moan tightened my nipples. I own your pleasure, I whispered into his mouth. I'll take it if you won't give it to me. He growled, his head falling back.
Make me come.
Any way you want, I vowed. Wear the blue tie. The one that matches your eyes. I had a direct view into the walk-in closet, where Gideon was picking out the suit he'd wear to wrap up the week. He glanced over to where I sat on the edge of the bed in the master bedroom, a cup of coffee in his hands, his mouth curved in an indulgent smile. I love your eyes, I told him with an easy shrug. They're gorgeous. He unhooked the tie from the rack and stepped back into the bedroom with a graphite gray suit draped over his forearm. He wore only black boxer briefs, affording me the joy of admiring his leanly ripped body and taut golden skin.
It's uncanny how often we think alike, he said. I picked out the suit because the color reminds me of your eyes.
That made me smile. I swung my legs, too full of love and happiness to sit still. Laying his clothes on the bed, Gideon came to me. I tilted my head back to look up at him, my heart beating strong and sure. He cupped the sides of my head, his thumbs brushing over my eyebrows.
Such a beautiful stormy gray, and so very expressive.
A totally unfair advantage for you. You read me like a book, while you've got the best poker face I've ever seen. Bending over, he kissed my forehead.
And yet I can never get away with anything with you.
So you say. I watched him start to dress. Listen, I want you to do something for me.
Anything.
If you need a date, and it can't be me, take Ireland. He paused in the act of buttoning up his shirt.
She's 17, Ava.
So? Your sister is a beautiful, classy young woman who adores you. She'd do you proud. Sighing, he grabbed his slacks.
I can't imagine her being anything but bored at the few events appropriate for her to attend.
You said she'd be bored having dinner at my place, and you were wrong about that.
You were there, he argued, yanking up his pants. She had fun with you.
I took a drink of my coffee. You said anything, I reminded.
I don't have a problem going dateless, Ava, and I told you I won't be seeing Corinne anymore.
I stared at him over the rim of my mug and didn't say anything. Gideon shoved his shirt tails into his slacks with obvious frustration.
Fine.
Thank you.
You could refrain from grinning like the Cheshire Cat, he muttered.
I could. He stilled, his narrowed eyes sliding down my body to where my robe had fallen away from my bare legs. Don't get any ideas, Ace. I already put out this morning.
Do you have a passport?
He asked. I frowned. Yes. Why? Nodding briskly, he reached for the tie I loved.
You'll need it.
Excitement tingled through me. For what?
For travel.
Duh. I slid off the bed onto my feet. Travel to where? His eyes held a wicked gleam as he swiftly and expertly knotted his tie.
Somewhere.
Are you shipping me off to parts unknown?
Wouldn't I love to?
He murmured.
You and me on a deserted tropical island where you'd be perpetually naked and I could slide into you at any moment.
I set one hand on my hip and shot him a look. sunburned and bow-legged. Sexy. He laughed, and my toes flexed into the carpet.
I want to see you tonight,
he said, as he shrugged into his vest. You just want to put it in me again.
Well, you did tell me not to stop, repeatedly.
Snorting, I put my coffee down on the nightstand and shrugged out of my robe. Naked, I crossed the room, skirting him when he made a grab for me. I was opening a drawer to choose one of the lovely Corinne Gilson bra and panty sets he kept stocked for me. When he came up behind me, slid his arms beneath mine and cupped my breasts in both hands.
I can remind you, he purred.
Don't you have a job to get to? Because I do. Gideon pressed against my back.
Come work with me.
And pour your coffee while waiting for you to fuck me?
I'm serious.
So am I. I spun so quickly to face him that I knocked my purse onto the floor. I have a job and I like it a lot. You know that.
And you're good at it.
He gripped my shoulders.
Be good at it for me.
I can't, for the same reason I didn't accept help from my stepfather. I want to make it on my own.
I know that. I respect that about you.
His hands caressed my arms.
I clawed my way up too, with the cross name trying to drag me down. I'd never take the effort away from you. You wouldn't get anything you didn't earn.
I suppressed the twinge of sympathy I felt for Gideon's suffering over his father, a Ponzi scheme swindler who'd taken his own life rather than face jail time. Do you really think anyone is going to believe I got the job for any reason other than I'm the chick you're sticking it to now?
Shut up.
He shook me.
You're pissed off, and that's fine, but don't talk about us that way.
I pushed at him. Everyone else will. Growling, he released me.
You signed up for a cross-trainer membership even though you've got Equinox and Krav Maga. Explain why.
I pivoted to yank a pair of panties on so I wasn't arguing while buck naked. That's different.
It's not.
I faced him again, stepping on stuff that had fallen out of my purse, which only made me madder. Watersfield and Lehman isn't in competition with Cross Industries. You use the agency's services yourself.
Do you think you'll never work on a campaign for one of my competitors?
Standing there in his unbuttoned vest and an impeccable tie, he was making it hard for me to think properly. He was beautiful and passionate and everything I'd ever wanted, which made it nearly impossible for me to deny him anything. That's not the point. I won't be happy, Gideon, I said with quiet honesty.
Come here.
He held his arms open for me and hugged me when I walked into them. He spoke with his lips against my temple.
One day, the Cross and Cross Industries won't refer to just me.
My anger and frustration simmered. Can we not talk about this now?
One last thing. You can apply for a position just like anyone else. If that's the way you need to do it, I won't interfere. If you get the job, you'd be working on a different floor of the Crossfire and climbing the career ladder all on your own. Whether you advance won't be up to me.
It's important to you. It wasn't a question.
Of course it is. We're working hard to build a future together. This is a natural step in that direction.
I nodded reluctantly. I have to be independent. His hand cupped my nape, holding me close.
Don't forget what matters most. If you work hard and show skill and talent, that's what people will base their judgments on.
I have to get ready for work. Gideon searched my face, then kissed me softly. He released me, and I bent down to pick up my purse. Then I noticed that I'd stepped on my mirrored compact and shattered its case. I wasn't heartbroken over it, because I could always pick up another at Sephora on the way home. What froze my blood was the electrical wire sticking out of the cracked plastic. Gideon crouched down to help me. I looked at him. What is this? He took the compact from me and broke off more of the shell to expose a microchip with a small antenna.
A bug, maybe. Or a tracking device.
I looked at him with horror. My lips moved silently. The police?
I've got jammers in the apartment, he answered, shocking me further. And no, there's no way any judge would have authorized a tap on you. There's nothing to justify it. Jesus.
I fell back on my ass, feeling sick.
I'll have my guys look at it.
He lowered to his knees and brushed the hair back from my face.
Could it be your mother?
I stared at him helplessly.
Ava.
My God, Gideon. I held him off with an uplifted hand and grabbed my phone with the other. I dialed Clancy, my stepfather's bodyguard, and the moment he answered, I said, "Is the bug in my compact one of yours?" There was a pause, then,
Tracking device, not a bug. Yes.
"For fuck's sake, Clancy."
It's my job.
"Your job sucks," I shot back, picturing him in my head. Clancy was solid muscle. He wore his dirty blonde hair in a military crew cut, and radiated a vibe that was deadly dangerous, but I wasn't afraid of him. "This is bullshit, and you know it."
Keeping you safe became a bigger concern when Nathan Barker showed up again. He was slippery, so I had to cover both of you. The minute his death was confirmed, I turned off the receiver.
I squeezed my eyes shut. "This isn't about the damn tracker. I don't have a problem with that. It's the keeping me in the dark part that's wrong on so many levels. I feel violated, Clancy."
I don't blame you, but Mrs. Stanton didn't want you to worry.
"I'm an adult. I get to decide if I worry or not." I shot a look at Gideon when I said that, because what I was saying was totally applicable to him, too. His arch look told me he got the message.
You won't hear me arguing,
Clancy said gruffly. "You owe me," I told him, knowing just how I was going to collect. Big time.
You know where to find me.
I killed the call, then sent a text to my mom. We need to talk. My shoulders sagged with disappointment and frustration.
Angel.
I shot Gideon a look that warned him not to push me. Don't you dare make excuses, for yourself or for her. His eyes were soft and shadowed, but the set of his jaw was resolute.
I was there when you were told Nathan was in New York. I saw your face. There's no one who loves you who wouldn't do whatever they could to shield you from that.
And that was really hard for me to deal with, because I couldn't deny that I was glad I hadn't known about Nathan until after he was dead. But I also didn't want to be insulated from bad things. They were part of living. Reaching for his hand, I gripped it tightly. I feel the same way about you.
I've taken care of my demons.
And mine. But we were still sleeping apart from each other. I want you to go back to Dr. Peterson, I said quietly.
I went on Tuesday.
You did? I couldn't hide my surprise at learning he'd kept his regular schedule.
Yeah, I did. I only missed the one appointment.
When he'd killed Nathan. His thumb brushed over the back of my hand.
It's just you and me now,
he said, as if he'd read my mind. I wanted to believe that. I was dragging when I got to work, which wasn't a good omen for the rest of the day. At least it was Friday, and I could be a slug over the weekend, which would probably be a necessity Sunday morning if I partied too hard Saturday night. I hadn't had a girls' night out in ages, and I felt the need for a good stiff drink or two. In the previous 48 hours, I'd learned that my boyfriend had killed my rapist. One of my exes was hoping to spread me across his sheets. One of my boyfriend's exes was hoping to smear him in the press, and my mother had microchipped me like a damned dog. Really? How much was a girl supposed to take? You ready for tomorrow? Megumi queried, after she buzzed me through the glass doors. Hell yeah. My friend Shauna texted me this morning, and she's in. I mustered a genuine smile. I arranged for a club limo for us. You know, one of those that take you to all the VIP spots, cover included. What? She couldn't hide her excitement, but still had to ask, how much is that? Nada. It's a favor from a friend. Some favor? Her grin made me happy, too. This is going to be awesome. You'll have to tell me the deets over lunch. You're on. I expect you to dish about your lunch yesterday, too. Talk about mixed signals, right? She complained. We're just having fun, but he shows his face at my work? I would never pop into a guy's office for an impromptu lunch if we were just messing around. Men, I huffed, sympathetically, even as I acknowledged that I was grateful for the one who was mine. I went to my desk and got ready to start my workday. When I saw the framed photos of Gideon and me in my drawer, I was struck by the need to reach out to him. 10 minutes later, I'd asked Angus to place an order for black magic roses to be sent to Gideon's office with the note, "You've got me under your spell. I'm still thinking about you." Mark came to my cubicle, just as I was closing the window on my browser. One look at his face and I could tell he wasn't doing so hot. "Coffee?" I asked. He nodded, and I stood. We headed to the break room together.
"Shauna was over last night," he began. "She said you're going out tomorrow night."
"Yes? Is that still okay with you?"
"Is what still okay?"
"If your sister-in-law and I hang out," I prodded.
"Oh. Yeah, sure, go for it."
He ran a restless hand over his short, dark curls.
"I think it's cool."
"Great." I knew there was more on his mind, but I didn't want to push. "Should be fun. I'm looking forward to it."
"So is she."
He reached for 2 single-serving coffee pods while I took mugs from the shelf.
"She's also looking forward to Doug getting back and popping the question."
"Wow. Now that's cool. 2 weddings in your family in a year, unless you're planning a long engagement?" He handed the first cup of coffee to me, and I went to the fridge for half and half.
"It's not going to happen, Ava."
Mark's tone was weighted with dejection, and when I turned to face him, his head was down. I patted his shoulder. "Did he propose?"
"No. There's no point. He was asking Shauna if she and Doug were planning on having kids right away, since she's still in school part-time, and when she said they weren't, he went into this lecture about how marriage is for couples ready for a family. Otherwise, it's better to keep things simple. It's the same crap I once shoveled to him."
I rounded him and lightened my coffee. "Mark, you won't know Stephen's answer until you ask him."
"I'm scared,"
he admitted, looking into his steaming mug.
"I want more than we've got, but I don't want to ruin what we have. If his answer is no and he thinks we want different things out of our relationship—"
"Cart before the horse, boss."
"What if I can't live with no?"
"Ah, I could understand that. Can you live with not knowing for sure either way?" He shook his head. "Then you have to tell him everything you've told me," I said sternly. His mouth quirked.
"Sorry to keep dumping this on you, but you're always great at giving me perspective."
"You know what to do. You just want a kick in the ass to do it. I'm always up for ass kicking." He smiled full on.
"Let's not work on the divorce attorney's campaign today."
"How about the airline instead?" I suggested. "I have some ideas."
"All right then, let's hit it."
We hard-charged through the morning, and I was energized by our progress. I wanted to keep Mark too occupied to worry. Work was a cure-all for me, and it quickly became clear that it was for him as well. We'd just wrapped up for lunch, and I had stopped by my desk to drop off my tablet when I saw the inter-office envelope on my desk. My pulse leaped with excitement, and my hands shook slightly as I unwound the thin twine and let the note card inside slide out.
"You're the magic. You make dreams come true. X."
I held the card to my chest, wishing it were the rider I was holding instead. I was thinking about sprinkling rose petals on our bed when my desk phone rang. I wasn't all that surprised when I heard my mother's breathy bombshell voice on the other end. "Ava? Clancy talked to me. Please don't be upset. You have to understand." "I get it." I opened my drawer and tucked Gideon's precious note into my purse. "Here's the thing. You don't have Nathan as an excuse anymore. If you've got any more bugs or trackers or whatever in my stuff, you better fess up now. Because I promise you, if I find something else moving forward, our relationship will be irrevocably damaged." She sighed. "Can we talk in person, please? I'm taking Carrie out to lunch, and I'll just stay over until you get home." "All right." The irritation that had started prickling at me dissipated just as quickly as it had come up. I loved that my mother treated Carrie like the brother he was to me. She gave him the maternal love he'd never had. And they were both so appearance and fashion conscious that they always had a blast together. "I love you, Ava, more than anything," I sighed. "I know, Mom. I love you too." My other line flashed a call from reception, so I said goodbye and answered it. "Hey!" Megumi's voice was low and hushed. "The chick who came by for you once before, the one you wouldn't see, she's here again asking for you." I frowned, my brain taking a second to latch on to what she was talking about. "Magdalena Perez?" "Yep, that's the one. What should I do?" "Nothing." I pushed to my feet. Unlike the last time Gideon's friend, who wished she were more, had come around, I was prepared to deal with her myself. On my way. "Can I watch?" "I'll be there in a minute. This won't take long, then we'll head out to lunch." Vanity had me smearing on some lip gloss before I slung my purse over my shoulder and headed out front. Thinking of Gideon's note put the smile on my face that greeted Magdalena when I found her in the waiting area. She stood when I came into view, looking so amazing I couldn't help but admire her. When I'd first met her, her dark hair had been long and sleek, like Corinne Giroux's. Now it was cut in a classic bob that showed off the exotic beauty of her face. She wore cream slacks and a black sleeveless shell that had a big bow tied at the hip. Pearls at her ears and throat completed the elegant look. "Magdalena." I gestured for her to return to her seat and took the armchair on the opposite side of the small conversation table. "What brings you here?" "I'm sorry to barge in on you at work like this, Ava, but I was visiting Gideon and thought I'd stop here too. I have something to ask you." "Oh?" I set my purse down beside me and crossed my legs, smoothing my burgundy skirt. I resented her for being able to spend time with my boyfriend openly when I couldn't. There was no way around it. "A reporter stopped by my office today asking personal questions about Gideon." My fingertips curled into the cushion of the armrest. "Deanna Johnson? You didn't answer her, did you?" "Of course not." Magdalena leaned forward, setting her elbows on her knees. Her dark eyes were somber. "She's already talked to you." "She tried." "She's his type," she pointed out, studying me. "I noticed," I said. "The type he doesn't stick with long." Her full red lips twisted ruefully. "He's told Corinne that it's best if they remain long-distance friends, rather than social ones, but I suspect you know that." I felt a ripple of pleasure over that news. How would I know? "Oh, I'm sure you have ways." Magdalena's eyes sparkled with knowing amusement. Oddly, I found myself at ease with her. Maybe because she seemed so at ease with herself, which hadn't been the case the previous times we'd crossed paths. "Seems like you're doing good." "I'm getting there. I had someone in my life who I thought was a friend but was really just toxic. Without him around, I can think again." She straightened. "I've just started seeing someone." "Good for you." In that respect, I wished her only the best. She'd been horribly used by Gideon's brother Christopher. She didn't know I knew. "I hope it works out." "Me too. Gage is different from Gideon in a lot of ways. He's one of those brooding artist types." "Deep souls." "Yes. Very deep, I think. I hope I get to find out for sure." She stood. "Anyway, I don't mean to keep you. I was worried about the reporter and wanted to discuss her with you." I corrected her as I rose. "You were worried about me discussing Gideon with the reporter." She didn't deny it. "Bye, Ava." "Bye." I watched her exit through the glass doors. "That didn't look too bad," Megumi said, joining me. "No scratching or hissing. We'll see how long it lasts. Ready for lunch?" "I'm starved." "Let's go." When I walked in my front door 5.5 hours later, Carrie, my mom, and a dazzling silver Nina Ricci formal gown laid out on the sofa greeted me. "Isn't it fantastic?" my mother gushed, looking fantastic herself in a 50s-style fitted dress with cap sleeves and a pattern of tiny cherries. Her blonde hair framed her beautiful face in thick, glossy curls. I had to hand it to her. She could make an era look glamorous. I'd been told my whole life that I looked just like her, but I had my father's gray eyes instead of her cornflower blue, and my abundant curves were from the Reyes side. I had a butt no amount of exercise would rid me of, and breasts that prevented me from wearing anything without a lot of support. It still amazed me that Gideon found my body so irresistible when he'd previously been drawn only to tall, slender brunettes. Dropping my bag and purse on a bar stool, I asked, "What's the occasion?"
"A shelter fundraiser, a week from Thursday."
I looked at Carrie for confirmation that he'd be escorting me. His nod allowed me to shrug and say, "Okay." My mother beamed, looking radiant. In my honor, she supported charities benefiting abused women and children. When the fundraisers were formal, she always purchased seats for Carrie and me. "Wine?" Carrie asked, clearly picking up on my restless mood. I shot him a grateful look. "Please." As he headed off to the kitchen, my mom glided over to me on sexy red-soled slingbacks and pulled me in for a hug.
"How was your day?"
"Weird." I hugged her back. "Glad it's over."
"Do you have any plans this weekend?"
She pulled away, her gaze sliding warily over my face. That got my back up. "Some."
"Carrie tells me you're seeing someone new."
"Who is he?"
"What does he do?"
"Mom." I got to the point. "Are we good? Clean slate and all that? Or is there something you want to tell me?" She started to fidget, almost wringing her hands.
"Ava, you won't be able to understand what it's like until you have children of your own. It's terrifying. And knowing for certain that they're in danger, Mom. And there are additional dangers that come just from being a beautiful woman," she rushed on. "You're connected to powerful men. That doesn't always make you safer."
"Where are they, Mom?" She huffed.
"You don't have to take that tone with me. I was only trying—"
"Maybe you should go." I cut in coldly, the chill I felt on the inside leaching out through my voice.
"Your Rolex,"
she snapped, and it was like a slap to my face. I staggered back a step, my right hand instinctively covering the watch on my left wrist, a treasured graduation gift from Stanton and my mother. I'd had the silly sentimental idea of passing it on to my daughter, should I be lucky enough to have one.
"Are you shitting me?"
My fingers clawed at the clasp, and the watch fell to the carpet with a muffled thud. It hadn't been a gift at all. It had been a shackle on my wrist. "You've seriously crossed the line." She flushed.
"Ava, you're overreacting. It's not—"
"Overreacting? My God, that's laughable, really." I shoved two pinched-together fingers in her face. "I'm this close to calling the police, and I've half a mind to sue you for invasion of privacy."
"I'm your mother."
Her voice trailed off, took on a note of pleading.
"It's my job to look after you."
"I'm a 24-year-old adult," I said coldly. "By law, I can look after myself."
"Ava Lauren."
"Don't." I lifted my hands, then dropped them. "Just don't. I'm going to leave now because I'm so pissed off I can't even look at you. And I don't want to hear from you unless it's with a sincere apology. Until you admit you're wrong, I can't trust you not to do it again." I walked to the kitchen and grabbed my purse, my gaze meeting Carrie's just as he was coming out with a tray of half-filled wine glasses. "I'll be back later."
"You can't just walk out like this,"
my mother cried, clearly on the verge of one of her emotional fits. I couldn't deal with it. Not then. "Watch me," I muttered under my breath. My goddamned Rolex. Just thinking of it hurt like hell, because the gift had meant so much to me. Now, it meant nothing at all. "Let her go, Monica," Carrie said, his voice low and soothing. He knew how to deal with hysteria better than anyone. It was crappy sticking him with my mom, but I had to go. If I went to my room, she would just cry and plead at my door until I felt sick. I hated seeing her like that, Hated causing her to feel that way. Exiting my apartment, I went to Gideon's next door, rushing to get inside before the tears overwhelmed me or my mother came after me. There was nowhere else for me to go. I couldn't go out in public, shell-shocked and crying. My mother wasn't the only one who had me under surveillance. There was also the possibility of the police, Deanna Johnson, and maybe even some paparazzi. I got as far as Gideon's couch, sprawling across the cushions and allowing the tears to flow. 7.
Angel.
Gideon's voice and the feel of his hands on me pulled me from sleep. I mumbled a protest as he shifted me onto my side, and then the heat of his body was warming my back. One of his muscular arms wrapped around my waist, tucking me close. Spooned with him, the biceps of his other arm hard beneath my cheek, I slid back into unconsciousness. When I woke again, it felt like days later. I lay on the couch with my eyes closed for long minutes, soaking in the warmth of Gideon's powerful body and breathing air that smelled of him. After a while, I decided that sleeping longer would only throw off my body clock even more. We'd had a lot of late nights and early mornings since we had gotten back together, and they were taking their toll.
You've been crying,
he murmured, burying his face in my hair.
Tell me what's wrong.
I wrapped my arms over his, snuggling into him. I told him about the watch. Maybe I overreacted, I finished. I was tired, which makes me irritable. But God, it hurt like hell. It totally ruined a gift that meant a lot to me, you know?
I can imagine.
His fingers drew gentle circles across my stomach, caressing me through the silk of my shirt.
I'm sorry.
I looked toward the windows and saw that night had fallen. What time is it?
A little after 8.
What time did you get in?
6:30.
I wriggled around to face him. Early for you.
Once I knew you were here, I couldn't stay away. I've wanted to be with you since your flowers arrived.
You like them? He smiled.
I have to say, reading your words in Angus's handwriting was interesting.
I'm trying to be safe. He kissed the tip of my nose.
While still spoiling me.
I want to ruin you for other women. The pad of his thumb brushed over my bottom lip.
You did that the moment I saw you.
Sweet talker. My depression lifted just from being with Gideon and knowing I was his sole focus at that moment. You trying to get in my pants again?
You're not wearing pants.
Is that a no?
That's a yes. I went under your skirt.
His eyes darkened when I nipped his thumb with my teeth.
And inside your hot, wet, tight little cunt. I've wanted that all day. I want it every day. I want it now. But we'll wait until you're feeling better.
You could kiss it and make it better.
Kiss what, exactly?
Everything. Everywhere. I knew I could get used to having him all to myself like this. Knew I wanted to, which was impossible, of course. Thousands of little pieces of him were committed to thousands of people and projects and commitments. If I'd learned anything from my mother's multiple marriages to successful businessmen, it was that wives were often mistresses, almost invariably taking second place because their husbands were also married to their work. There was a reason why a man became a captain in his chosen field. He gave it his all. The woman in his life got what was left. Gideon tucked my hair behind my ear.
I want this. Coming home to you.
It always startled me when it seemed like he'd read my thoughts. Would it have been better if you'd found me barefoot in the kitchen?
I wouldn't be opposed, but naked in bed would work best for me.
I'm a decent cook, but you just want me for my body. He smiled.
It's the very delicious package holding everything else I want.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Love to.
His fingertips slid gently down my cheek.
But first, I want to make sure you're in the right frame of mind after the situation with your mother.
I'll get over it.
Ava.
His tone warned me that he wouldn't be put off. I sighed. I'll forgive her, I always do. I don't have a choice, really, because I love her and I know she means well, even if she is seriously misguided. But this thing with the watch...
Go on.
I rubbed at the ache in my chest. It broke something in our relationship, and no matter how we move forward, there's always going to be that crack there that didn't exist before. That's what hurts. Gideon was quiet for a long time. One of his hands slid into my hair, while the other curled possessively over my hip. I waited for him to say what was on his mind.
I broke something in our relationship, too,
he said finally, his voice somber.
I'm afraid it's always going to be between us.
The sadness in his eyes twisted into me, hurting me. Let me up. He did, reluctantly, watching me warily as I stood. I hesitated before I unzipped my skirt. Now, I know what it feels like to lose you, Gideon. How badly it hurts. If you shut me out, it's probably going to make me panic a little. You'll just have to be careful of that, and I'll just have to trust that your love is going to stick. He nodded his understanding and acceptance, but I could see it was eating at him. Magdalena came by today, I said, to take his mind off the lingering rift between us. He tensed.
I told her not to.
It's okay. She was probably concerned about me nursing a grudge, but I think she realized I love you too much to hurt you. He sat up as I let my skirt drop. It pooled on the floor, revealing my garters and stockings, which earned me a slow hiss through his clenched teeth. I climbed back onto the couch and straddled his thighs, draping my arms around his neck. His breath was hot through the silk of my shirt, stirring my blood. Hey. I ran both hands through his hair, nuzzling my cheek against him. Stop worrying about us. I think we need to be worrying about Deanna Johnson. What's the worst she could possibly dig up on you? His head fell back, his gaze narrowing.
She's my problem. I'll deal with her.
I think she's after something really juicy. Calling you out as a heartless playboy isn't going to be enough.
Stop worrying. The only reason I would care is because I don't want my past shoved in your face.
You're too confident. My fingers went to his vest and began freeing the buttons. I exposed his shirt and removed his tie, draping it carefully over the back of the sofa. Are you going to talk to her?
I'm going to ignore her.
Is that the right way to handle this? I went to work on his shirt.
She wants my attention. She's not going to get it.
She'll find another way, then. He settled deeper into the seat back, his neck tilting to look up to me.
The only way for a woman to get my attention is to be you.
Ace. I kissed him, tugging at his shirt tails. He shifted to make it easier for me to pull them out of his pants. I need you to explain Deanna, I murmured. What set her off like this? He sighed.
She was a mistake in every sense. She made herself available once, and I make it a rule to avoid overly eager women a second time.
And that doesn't make you sound like an asshole at all?
I can't change what happened, he said coldly.
I could tell he was embarrassed. He could be as much of a dick as any guy, but he was never proud of it.
Deanna happened to be covering an event where Ann Lucas was making me uncomfortable, he continued. I used Deanna to keep Anne from approaching me. I didn't feel good about it afterward, and I didn't handle it well.
I get the picture. I pushed his shirt apart, exposing his warm, firm skin. Remembering how he reacted after the first time we'd had sex, I could imagine how he'd handled Deanna. With me, he'd immediately shut down and shut me out, leaving me feeling used and worthless. He'd fought to win me back after that, but the reporter hadn't been so lucky. You don't want to lead her on with any contact, I summed up. She's probably still digging on you.
I doubt that. I don't think I said more than a dozen words to her altogether.
You were an ass to me, too. I fell in love with you anyway. My hand slid lovingly across his hard chest, caressing the light dusting of dark hair before coasting down the thin, silky trail that led below his waistband. His abs quivered beneath my touch. the tempo of his breathing changing. Sinking to sit on his lap, I adored his body. My thumbs circled the tiny points of his nipples, and I watched his reaction, waiting for him to succumb to the subtle pleasure of my touch. I lowered my head and pressed a kiss to his throat, feeling his pulse leap beneath my lips and inhaling the virile scent of his skin. Enjoying him was something I didn't get to do enough of, because he always turned it back around on me. Gideon groaned, his hand coming up to grip my hair.
Ava.
I love the way you respond to me, I whispered, seduced by having such an unabashedly sexual male completely at my mercy. Like you can't help yourself.
I can't.
He let the sleep-tousled strands sift through his fingers.
You touch me like you worship me.
I do.
I feel it in your hands, your mouth, the way you look at me.
His throat worked on a swallow, and I followed the movement with my eyes. I've never wanted anything more. I caressed his torso, tracing muscled pecs, then the line of every rib, like a connoisseur admiring the perfection of a priceless work of art. Let's play a game. His tongue did a slow sweep along the curve of his lip, making my sex clench with jealousy. He knew it, too. I saw it in the way his eyes glittered dangerously.
Depends on the rules.
Tonight, you're mine, Ace.
I'm always yours.
I unbuttoned my blouse and shrugged out of it, exposing my white lace demi-bra and matching thong.
Angel,
he breathed, his gaze so hot I felt it slide over my bared flesh. His hands moved to touch, and I caught his wrists, staying him. Rule number 1. I'm going to suck you, stroke you, and tease you all night long. You're going to come until you can't see straight. I cupped him through his slacks, massaging his rigid length with my palm. Rule number 2. You're just going to lie back and enjoy it.
No returning the favor?
No.
Not happening,
he said decisively. I pouted. Pretty please?
Angel, getting you off is 99% of the fun for me.
But then I'm so busy coming, I don't get to enjoy you, I complained. Just for once, one night, I want you to be selfish. I want you to let go, be an animal, come just because it feels good and you're ready. His lips thinned.
I can't do that with you. I need you with me.
I knew you'd say that. Because I'd once told him that feeling used by a man for his pleasure was a trigger for me. I needed to feel loved and wanted to, not as an interchangeable female body to ejaculate into, but as Ava, an individual woman who needed genuine affection with sex. But this is my game, and it's played by my rules.
I haven't agreed to play.
Hear me out. Gideon exhaled slowly.
I can't do it, Ava.
You could do it with other women, I argued.
I wasn't in love with them.
I melted. I couldn't help it. Baby, I want this, I whispered. Real bad. He made an exasperated noise.
Help me understand.
I can't hear your heart racing when I'm gasping for breath. I can't feel you shaking when I'm shaking too. I can't taste you when my mouth is dry from begging you to finish me off. His beautiful face softened.
I lose my mind every time I come inside you. Let that be enough.
I shook my head. You've said I'm your favorite wet dream made real. Those dreams couldn't have all been about getting the girl off. What about the blowjobs, the hand jobs? You love my tits. Don't you want to fuck them until you come all over me?
Jesus, Ava.
His cock thickened in my grip. Brushing my parted lips across his, I deftly opened his slacks. I want to be your dirtiest fantasy, I whispered. I want to be filthy for you.
You're already what I want you to be, he said darkly.
Am I? I ran my nails lightly down his sides, biting my lower lip when he hissed. Then do it for me. I love those moments after you've seen to me and you're chasing your own orgasm, when your rhythm and focus changes and you get ferocious. I know you're just thinking about how good it feels and how hot you are and how hard you're going to come. It makes me feel so good to get you that worked up. I want a whole night of feeling like that. His hands squeezed my thighs.
With one stipulation.
What is it?
You get tonight. Next weekend, the game's on me.
My mouth fell open. I get a night? You get a whole weekend?
A whole weekend of seeing to you.
Man, I muttered. You drive a hard bargain. His smile was razor sharp.
That's the plan.
Our mom says that our dad is a real sex machine. Gideon glanced at me, grinning, from where he sat beside me on the floor.
You've got a weird catalog of movie lines in that gorgeous head of yours, Angel.
I took a swig from my bottled water and swallowed just in time to recite the next line from Kindergarten Cop. My dad's a gynecologist, and he looks at vaginas all day long. His laughter made me so happy I felt as if I could float away. He was bright-eyed and more relaxed than I'd seen him since forever. Some of that had to do with the straight-to-the-point blowjob I'd given him on the couch, followed by a long, slow, slippery handjob in the shower. But a lot of it came from me, I knew. When I was in a good mood, he was too. It amazed me that I had a profound influence on such a man. Gideon was a force of nature, his magnetic self-possession so powerful it put everyone around him in his shadow. I saw flashes of it every day, and was awed by it, but not nearly as much as I was by the charming, wryly amusing lover I had entirely to myself in our private moments together. Hey, I said, you won't be laughing when your kids tell their teachers the same things about you.
Since they'd have to hear it from you, I'd know who it was that really needed the spanking.
He turned his head to resume watching the movie, as if he hadn't just knocked the wind out of me. Gideon was a man who'd lived an entirely solitary life, and yet he'd accepted me into it so completely that he could envision a future I was afraid to imagine. I was so scared I'd only be setting myself up for a heartbreak I couldn't survive. Noting my silence, he set his hand on my bare knee and glanced at me again.
Still hungry?
My gaze remained trained on the open Chinese takeout boxes on the coffee table in front of us, and the black magic roses which Gideon had brought home from work so we could enjoy them over the weekend. Not wanting to make more of his statement than he'd intended, I said, "Only for you." I put my hand in his lap, feeling the soft heft of his cock within the black boxer briefs I'd allowed him to wear for dinner.
You are a dangerous woman,
he murmured, leaning closer. Moving quickly, I caught his mouth with my own, sucking on his lower lip. I have to be, I murmured, to keep up with you, dark and dangerous. He smiled. I need to check in with Carrie again, I said with a sigh. See if Mom's left yet.
You okay?
Yeah. I leaned my head on his shoulder. There's nothing like a little Gideon therapy to make things look up.
Did I mention I make house calls? 24/7.
I sank my teeth into his biceps. Let me take care of this. Then I'll make you come again.
I'm good, thanks,
he shot back, clearly amused. But we haven't played with the girls yet. He bent down and buried his face in my cleavage.
Hello, girls.
Laughing, I shoved at his shoulders, and he pushed me backward until I sprawled on the floor between the sofa and coffee table. He hovered above me, his arms tight and hard from supporting his weight. His gaze roamed, caressing my bra, then my bare tummy, then my thong and garters. The ensemble I wore post-shower was a fire engine red, chosen to keep Gideon revved.
You're my lucky charm,
he said. I squeezed his biceps. Really?
Yep.
He licked the upper swell of my breast.
You're magically delicious.
Oh my God! I laughed. Cheesy! His eyes smiled at me.
I did warn you about me and romance.
You lied. You're the most romantic guy I've ever dated. I can't believe you hung those cross-trainer towels in your bathroom.
How could I not? And I wasn't kidding about you being lucky.
He kissed me.
I've been working on offloading my share of a casino in Milan. Those black magic roses arrived just as a bidder threw in a small winery in Bordeaux that I've had my eye on. Guess what it's called? La Rose Noire.
A winery for a casino, huh? So you remain the god of sex, vice, and recreation.
Endeavors that help me satisfy you, my goddess of desire, pleasure, and corny one-liners.
I ran my hands down his sides and slid my fingers beneath his waistband. When do I get to try the wine?
When you're helping me brainstorm the advertising campaign for it.
With a sigh, I said, You don't give up, do you?
Not when I want something, no.
He rose to his knees and then helped me sit up.
And I want you. Very, very much.
You have me, I said, using his words.
I have your heart and your insanely sexy body. Now, I want your brain. I want everything.
I need to save something for me.
No, take me instead.
Gideon's hands reached around to cup the bare cheeks of my ass.
Not an even trade in quality, I'm sorry to say.
You're bargaining like mad today.
Giroux was happy with his deal. You will be too, I promise.
Giroux? My heart thudded. No relation to Corinne?
Her husband. Although they're estranged and facing divorce, as you know.
No way. You do business with her husband? His mouth twisted ruefully.
First time. And likely the last. Although I did tell him that I'm involved with a special woman, and she's not his wife.
The problem is that she's in love with you.
She doesn't know me.
He cupped the back of my head and rubbed our noses together.
Hurry up and call Carrie. I'll clean up dinner. Then we'll suck face.
Fiend.
Sex pot.
I scrambled up to head to my purse for my phone. Gideon grabbed a garter and snapped it, sending a shockwave of sensation across my skin. Surprisingly aroused by the nip of pain, I slapped his hand away and hurried out of reach. Carrie answered on the second ring.
Hey, baby girl. You still doing okay?
Yes, and you're still the best friend ever. Is Mom still hanging around?
She bailed a little over an hour ago. You staying over at Loverman's?
Yeah, unless you need me.
Nah, I'm good. Trey's on his way over now.
That news made me feel a lot better about spending a second night away. Say hi to him for me.
Sure. I'll kiss him for you, too.
Well, if it's from me, don't make it too hot and wet.
Spoil sport. Hey, remember how you asked me to do some digging on the good Dr. Lucas? So far, I've come up with a whole lot of nada. He doesn't seem to do much else besides work. No kids. Wife is a doctor, too. A shrink.
I glanced at Gideon, cautiously ensuring that he didn't overhear. Seriously?
Why? Is that important?
No, I guess not. I guess I expected psychologists to be astute judges of character.
Do you know her?
No.
What's going on, Ava? You're all cloak and dagger lately, and it's starting to piss me off.
Climbing onto a bar stool, I explained as much as I could. I met Dr. Lucas at a charity dinner one night, then again when you were in the hospital. Both times he said some nasty things about Gideon, and I'm just trying to figure out what his deal is.
Come on, Ava. What else could it be besides cross-banged his wife?
Unable to reveal a past that wasn't mine to share, I didn't answer. I'll be home tomorrow afternoon. I've got that girls' night out. You sure you don't want to come?
Go ahead, change the subject, Carrie bitched. Yes, I'm sure I don't want to come. I'm not ready to hit the scene. Just thinking about it gives me hives.
Nathan had jumped Carrie outside a club, and Carrie was still recovering physically from that. Somehow, I'd forgotten that it was the mind that took longer to heal. He played it so cool, but I should have known better. The weekend after next, you want to fly out to San Diego? See my dad, our friends, maybe even Dr. Travis, if we're up for it?
Subtle, Ava, he said dryly. But yeah, sounds good. I may need you to front me some money since I'm not working right now.
No problem. I'll make the arrangements and we can square up later.
Oh, before you hang up, one of your friends called earlier. Deanna. I forgot to tell you when we talked before. She has news and she wants you to call her back.
I shot a look at Gideon. He caught my eye, and something on my face must have given me away because his eyes took on that familiar hard gleam. He headed toward me with that long, agile stride, the remnants of dinner carted neatly in the original delivery bag. "Did you tell her anything?" I asked Carrie in a low voice.
Tell her anything? Like what?
Like something you wouldn't want to tell a reporter because that's what she is. Gideon's face took on a stony cast. He passed me to drop the trash in the compactor, then came back to my side.
You're friends with a reporter? Carrie asked. Are you nuts?
No, I'm not friends with her. I have no idea how she got my home number, unless she called up from the front desk.
What the hell does she want?
An expose on Gideon. She's starting to get on my bad side. She's all over him like a rash.
I'll blow her off if she calls back.
No, don't. I held Gideon's gaze. Just don't give her any information about anything. Where did you tell her I was?
Out.
Perfect. Thanks, Carrie. Call if you need me.
Have a bangin' good time.
Jesus, Carrie. Shaking my head, I killed the call.
Deanna Johnson called you?
Gideon asked, his arms crossing his chest. Yep. And I'm about to call her back.
No, you're not.
Shut up, caveman. I'm not into that
me cross, you cross little woman bullshit,
I snapped. In case you've forgotten already, we made a trade. You got me, and I got you. I protect what's mine.
Ava, don't fight my battles for me. I can take care of myself.
I know that. You've been doing it your whole life. Now, you've got me. I can handle this one. Something shifted over his features, so swiftly I couldn't identify whether he was getting pissed.
I don't want you to have to deal with my past.
You dealt with mine.
That was different.
A threat is a threat, Ace. We're in this together. She's reaching out to me, which makes me your best shot at figuring out what she's up to. He threw up one hand in frustration, then raked it through his hair. I had to force myself not to get distracted by the way his entire torso flexed with his agitation, his abs clenching, his biceps hardening.
I don't give a shit what she's up to. You know the truth, and you're the only one who matters.
If you think I'm going to sit around while she crucifies you in the press, you need to revisit and revise.
She can't hurt me unless she hurts you, and it's possible that's what she's really after.
We won't know unless I talk to her. I pulled Deanna's card out of my purse and dialed, blocking my number from showing on her caller ID.
Ava, damn it.
I put the phone on speaker and set it on the counter. Deanna Johnson, she answered briskly. Deanna, it's Ava Trammell. Ava, hi! The tone of her voice changed, assuming a friendliness we hadn't yet established. How are you? I'm good. You? Studying Gideon, I tried to see if hearing her voice had any effect whatsoever. He glared back, looking deliciously pissed off. I'd become resigned to the fact that whatever his mood, I always found him irresistible. Things are churning. In my line of work, that's always good. So is getting your facts straight. Which is one of the reasons I called you. I have a source who claims Gideon walked in on a menage composed of you, your roommate, and another guy, and flew into a rage. The guy ended up in the hospital and is now pressing assault charges. Is that true? I froze, my hearing drowned by my roaring blood. The night I'd met Corinne, I'd come home to find Carrie in a 4-body sexual tangle that included a guy named Ian. When Ian had lewdly and nakedly propositioned me to join them, Gideon had refused the offer with his fist. I looked at Gideon and my stomach cramped. It was true. He was being sued. I could see the proof of it in his face, which was devoid of all emotion, his thoughts hidden behind a flawless mask. "No, it's not true," I answered. "Which part?" "I have nothing further to say to you. I also have a first-hand account of an altercation between Gideon and Brett Klein, allegedly over you being caught in a hot clinch with Klein. Is that true?" My knuckles whitened as I gripped the edge of the counter. "Your roommate was recently assaulted," she went on. "Did Gideon have anything to do with that?" Oh, my God. "You're out of your mind," I said coldly. "The footage of you and Gideon arguing in Bryant Park shows him being very aggressive and physically rough with you. Are you in an abusive relationship with Gideon Cross? Is he violent with an uncontrollable temper? Are you afraid of him, Ava?" Gideon spun on his heel and walked away, striding down the hallway and turning into his home office. "Fuck you, Deanna," I bit out. "You're going to rip an innocent man's reputation apart because you can't deal with casual sex? Way to represent the sophisticated modern woman." "He answered the phone," she hissed, "before he was done. He answered the fucking phone and started talking about an inspection at one of his properties. Mid-conversation, he looked at me lying there waiting for him and he said, 'You can go.' Just like that. He treated me like a whore, only I didn't get paid. He didn't even offer me a drink." I closed my eyes. Jesus. "I'm sorry, Deanna. I mean that sincerely. I've met my share of assholes and it sounds like he was one to you. But what you're doing is wrong. It's not wrong if it's true, but it's not." She sighed. "I'm sorry you're in the middle of this, Ava." "No, you're not." I hit the end button and stood with my head bent, holding onto the counter while the room spun around me. 8. I found Gideon pacing like a caged panther behind his desk. He had an earpiece in his ear, and he was either listening or on hold, since he wasn't talking. He caught my eye, his face hard and unyielding. Even dressed in boxer briefs, he seemed invulnerable. No one would be fool enough to take him for anything else. Physically, his power was evident in every slab of muscle. Beyond that, he radiated a ruthless menace that sent a chill down my spine. The indolent, well-pleasured male I'd eaten dinner with was gone, replaced by an urban predator who dominated his competition. I left him to it. Gideon's tablet was what I wanted, and I found it in his briefcase. It was password-protected, and I stared at the screen for a long while, startled to realize I was shaking. Everything I'd feared was happening.
Angel.
Looking up, I caught his eye as he appeared from the hallway.
"The password," he explained. "It's Angel."
Oh. All the rampant energy inside me vanished, leaving me feeling drained and tired. "You should have told me about the lawsuit, Gideon."
"At this point in time, there isn't a lawsuit, only the threat of one," he said without inflection. "Ian Hager wants money. I want non-disclosure. We'll settle privately and be done with it." I sagged back into the couch, dropping the tablet onto my thighs. I watched as he walked toward me, drinking him in. It was so easy to become dazzled by his looks, enough that one could fail to see how alone he was at heart. But it was past time he learned to include me when he faced difficulties. "I don't care if it's a non-starter," I argued. "You should have told me." His arms crossed his chest. "I meant to."
"You meant to?" I shoved to my feet. "I tell you I'm broken up over my mother not telling me something, and you don't say a word about your own secrets?" For a moment he remained hard-faced and immovable. Then he cursed under his breath and unfolded.
"I came home early, planning to tell you,
But then you told me about your mom, and I thought that was enough shit for you to deal with in one day.
Deflating, I sank back into the couch. That's not the way a relationship works, Ace.
I'm just getting you back, Ava. I don't want all the time we spend together to be about what's wrong and fucked up in our lives.
I patted the cushion beside me. Come here. He took a seat on the coffee table in front of me instead, his spread legs bracketing mine. He caught my hands in both of his, lifting them to his lips to kiss my knuckles.
I'm sorry.
I don't blame you, but if there's anything else you have to tell me, now would be the time. He pressed forward, urging me to stretch out on the couch. Coming over me, he whispered,
I'm in love with you.
With everything going wrong, that was the one thing that was totally right. It was enough. We fell asleep on the couch, wrapped up in each other. I drifted in and out of consciousness, plagued by anxiety and thrown off my schedule by our earlier long nap. I was awake enough to sense the change in Gideon, hear his fast breathing, followed by the tightening of his grip on me. His body jerked powerfully, shaking me. His whimper pierced my heart. Gideon! I wriggled around to face him, my agitated movements waking him. We drifted off with the lights on, and I was grateful that he woke to the brightness. His heart was pounding beneath my palm, a fine mist of sweat blooming on his skin.
What?
He gasped.
What's wrong?
You were slipping into a nightmare, I think. I pressed soft kisses over his hot face, wishing my love could be enough to banish the memories. He tried to sit up, and I clung tighter to hold him down.
Are you okay?
He ran a hand over me, searching.
Did I hurt you?
I'm fine.
God.
He fell back and covered his eyes with his forearm.
I can't keep falling asleep with you. And I forgot to take my prescription. God damn it, I can't be this careless.
Hey. I propped myself up on my elbow and ran my other hand down his chest. No harm done.
Don't make light of this, Ava.
He turned his head and looked at me, his gaze fierce.
Not this.
I would never. God, he looked so weary, with dark smudges under his eyes and deep grooves framing that wickedly sensual mouth.
I killed a man, he said grimly. It's never been safe for you to be with me when I'm sleeping, and that's even truer now.
Gideon. I suddenly understood why he'd been having his nightmares more frequently. He could rationalize what he'd done, but that didn't alleviate the weight on his conscience. I brushed the thick strands of hair off his forehead. If you're struggling, you need to talk to me.
I just want you safe,
he muttered. I never feel safer than when I'm with you. I need you to stop beating yourself up for everything.
It's my fault.
Wasn't your life perfectly uncomplicated before I came along? I challenged. He shot me a wry look.
I seem to have a taste for complicated.
Then stop bitching about it. And don't move. I'll be right back. I went to the master bedroom and swapped my garters, stockings, and bra for an oversized Cross Industries t-shirt. Pulling the velour throw off the foot of the bed, I went to Gideon's room and grabbed his medicine. His gaze followed me as I dropped off the throw and prescription before heading to the kitchen for a bottle of water. In short order, I had him settled in, the both of us huddled together beneath the blanket and the majority of the lights turned off. I snuggled closer, hooking my leg over his. The medication prescribed for Gideon's parasomnia was no cure, but he was religious about taking it. I loved him all the more for that dedication, because he did it for me. Do you know what you were dreaming about? I asked.
No. Whatever it was, I wish it were you instead.
Me too. I laid my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow. If it had been a dream about me, what would it be like? I felt him relax, sinking into the sofa and into me.
It would be a cloudless day on a Caribbean beach, he murmured. A private beach, with a cabana on the white sand, enclosed on 3 sides with a view in front of us. I'd have you spread out on a chaise longue, naked.
Of course.
You'd be sun-warmed and lazy,
your hair blowing in the breeze. You'd be wearing that smile you give me after I've made you come. We would have nowhere to go, no one waiting, just the two of us, with all the time in the world.
Sounds like paradise, I murmured, feeling his body growing heavier by the moment. I hope we swim naked.
He yawned. I need to go to bed.
I want a bucket of iced beer, too, I said, hoping to detain him long enough that he'd fall asleep in my arms. With lemons. I'd squeeze the juice over your 8-pack and lick it off.
God, I love your mouth.
You should dream about that, then, and all the naughty things it can do to you.
Give me some examples.
I gave him plenty, talking in a low, soothing voice, my hand stroking over his skin. He slipped away from me with a deep exhalation. I held him close until long after the sun rose. Gideon slept until 11. I'd been strategizing for hours by then, and he found me in his office, his desk littered with my notes and drawings. "Hey," I greeted him, lifting my lips for his kiss as he rounded the desk. He looked sleep-mussed and sexy in his boxer briefs.
Good morning.
He looked over my work.
What are you doing?
I want you caffeinated before I explain. I rubbed my hands together, excited. Want to grab a quick shower while I make you a cup of coffee? Then we'll dig in. His gaze slid over my face, and he gave me a bemused smile.
All right. However, I suggest I grab you in the shower. Then we'll have coffee and dig in.
Save that thought, and your libido, for tonight.
Oh?
I'm going out, remember? I prodded. And I'm going to drink too much, which makes me horny. Don't forget to take your vitamins, Ace. His lips twitched.
Well, then.
Oh, yeah. You'll be lucky if you can crawl out of bed tomorrow, I warned.
I'll make sure to stay hydrated then.
Good idea. I returned my attention to his tablet, but had to look when he walked his very fine ass out of the room. When I saw him again, he was damp-haired and wearing black sweats that hung low enough on his hips that I knew he was commando underneath. Forcing myself to focus on my plans, I gave him the desk chair and stood next to him. Okay, I began. Following the adage that the best defense is a good offense, I've been taking a look at your public image. He took a sip of his coffee. Don't look at me like that, I admonished. I didn't pay any attention to your personal life since I'm your personal life.
Good girl.
He gave me an approving pat on my behind. I stuck my tongue out at him. I'm mostly thinking of how to combat a smear campaign focused on your temper.
It helps that I haven't previously been known as having one,
he said dryly. Until you met me. I'm a terrible influence on you.
You're the best thing that ever happened to me.
That earned him a quick, smacking kiss to the temple. It took me a ridiculous amount of time to find out about the Crossroads Foundation.
You didn't know where to look.
Your search optimization really blows, I countered, pulling up the website. And there's only the splash page, which is pretty, but ridiculously bare. Where are the links and info about the charities that have benefited? Where's the About page on the foundation and what you hope to accomplish?
A packet detailing all that information is sent out to charities, hospitals, and universities twice a year.
Great. Now let me introduce you to the Internet. Why isn't the foundation tied to you?
Crossroads isn't about me, Ava.
The hell it isn't. I met his raised brow with my own and shoved a to-do list in front of him. We're defusing the Deanna bomb before it blows. This website needs to be overhauled by Monday morning with the addition of these pages and the information I've outlined. Gideon took a cursory glance at the paper, then picked up his mug and leaned back in his chair. I studiously focused on the mug and not his amazing torso. The Cross Industries site should cross-link with the foundation from your bio page, I continued, which also needs an overhaul and updating. I slid another paper in front of him. He picked it up and began reading the biography I'd drafted.
This was clearly written by someone in love with me.
You can't be shy, Gideon. Sometimes you just have to be blunt and say, I rock. There's so much more to you than a gorgeous face, hot body, and insane sex drive. But let's focus on the stuff I don't mind sharing with the world. Flashing a grin, Gideon asked, "How much coffee have you had this morning?" "Enough to take you to the mat, so watch out." I bumped my hip into his arm. "I also think you should consider a press release announcing the acquisition of La Rose Noire, so that your name and Giroux's are linked. Remind people that Corinne, who you've been seen around with so much lately, has a husband, so Deanna can't paint you as a total bad guy for cutting Corinne off, if she decides to go that route." He caught me unawares and pulled me into his lap.
"Angel, you're killing me. I'll do whatever you want, but you need to understand that Deanna has nothing. Ian Hager isn't going to risk a nice settlement to publicize his story. He'll sign the necessary releases, take the money, and go away.
But what about—
Sixth Ninths isn't going to want their golden girl linked with another guy. Ruins the love story of the song. I'll be speaking to Klein, and we'll get on the same page."
"You're talking to Brett?"
"We're in business together,"
he pointed out, with a twist to his lips.
"So, yes. And Deanna's using Carrie's attack as a bluff. You and I both know there's nothing there."
"I considered all that. You think she's yanking my chain? Why?"
"Because I'm yours. And if she had a press pass to any event we attended together, she knows it."
He leaned his forehead against mine.
"I can't hide how I feel around you, which is what's made you a target."
"You hid it well enough for me."
"Your insecurity made you blind."
I couldn't argue with that. "So she freaks me out with the threat of the story. What does she achieve?" He leaned back.
"Think about it. The lid is about to blow on a scandal involving you and me. What's the swiftest way to defuse it?"
"Stay away from me." "That's what you'd be advised to do. Distancing yourself from the source of a scandal is crisis management 101.
"Or do the opposite and marry you,"
he said softly. I froze. "Is that? Are you?" Swallowing hard, I whispered, "Not now. Not like this."
"No, not like this,"
Gideon agreed, rubbing his lips back and forth over mine.
"When I propose, Angel, trust me, you'll know it."
My throat was tight. I could only nod.
"Breathe," he ordered gently. "One more time. Now, reassure me that's not panic."
"Not really. No."
"Talk to me, Ava."
I blurted it out in a rush. "I want you to ask me when I can say yes." Tension gripped his body. He leaned back, his eyes wounded beneath his frown.
"You couldn't say yes now?"
I shook my head. His mouth thinned into a determined line.
"Lay out what you need for me to make that happen."
I wrapped my arms around his shoulders so that he'd feel the connection between us. "There's so much I don't know, and it's not that I need to know more in order to make up my mind, because nothing could make me stop loving you. Nothing. I just feel like your hesitance to share things with me means that you're not ready."
"I think I followed that," he muttered.
"I can't take the risk that you won't want forever with me. I won't survive you either, Gideon."
"What do you want to know?"
"Everything." He made a frustrated noise.
"Be specific. Start with something."
The first thing that came to mind was what came out of my mouth, because I'd been buried in his business all morning. "Vidal Records. Why are you in control of your stepfather's company?"
"Because it was going under."
His jaw hardened.
My mother had already suffered through one financial meltdown. I wasn't going to let it happen to her again.
"What did you do?"
I was able to convince her to talk them, Chris and Christopher, into taking the company public. Then she sold Ireland shares to me. In addition to what I acquired, I had the majority.
"Wow." I squeezed his hand. I'd met both Christopher Vidal Sr., Chris, and Christopher Vidal Jr. As alike as father and son were in appearance, with their dark copper waves and grayish-green eyes, I suspected they were very different men. Certainly I knew Christopher was a douche. I didn't think his father was. At least, I hoped he wasn't. "How did that go over?" Gideon's arch look was all the answer I needed.
Chris would ask for my advice, but Christopher always refused to take it, and my stepdad wouldn't choose sides.
So you did what had to be done. I kissed his jaw. Thank you for telling me.
That's it?
I smiled. No. I was about to ask him more when I heard my phone ringing with my mother's ringtone. I was surprised it had taken her so long to call. I'd taken my smartphone off mute around 10 o'clock. Groaning, I said, I have to get that. He let me up, his hand stroking over my butt as I walked away. When I turned at the doorway to look back, he was poring over my notes and suggestions. I smiled. By the time I reached my phone on the breakfast bar, it had stopped ringing, but it immediately started up again. Mom, I answered, jumping in before she started flipping out. I'm going to come over today, okay? And we'll talk. Ava, you have no idea how worried I've been. You can't do this to me. I'll be over in an hour, I interjected. I just need to get dressed. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so upset. Yeah, well, I didn't sleep much either, I retorted. It's not just about you all the time, Mom. I'm the one who had her privacy violated. You're just the one who got caught doing it. Silence. It was rare for me to be assertive with my mother because she always seemed so fragile. But it was time to redefine our relationship or we'd end up not having one. I looked to my wrist for the time, remembered I didn't have a watch anymore, and glanced at the cable box by the television instead. I'll be over around 1. I'll send a car for you, she said quietly. Thank you. See you soon. I hung up. I was about to drop my phone back into my purse when it beeped with a text from Shauna. What are you wearing tonight? A number of ideas ran through my mind, from casual to outrageous. Even though I was inclined toward outrageous, I was checked by thoughts of Deanna. I had to think about what I'd look like in the tabloids. LBD, I replied, thinking the little black dress was a classic for a reason. Wild heels, too much jewelry. Smiley face. Got it. See you at 7, she texted back. On the way to the bedroom, I paused by Gideon's office and lounged against the door jamb to watch him. I could watch him for hours. He was such a joy to look at, and I found him very sexy when he was focused. He glanced up at me with a soft curve to his lips, and I knew he'd been aware of my staring.
This is all very good,
he praised, gesturing at his desktop.
Especially considering you pulled this together in a matter of hours.
I preened a little, thrilled to have impressed a businessman whose acumen had made him one of the most successful individuals in the world.
I want you across industries, Ava.
My body reacted to the unwavering determination in his voice, which reminded me of when he'd said,
I want to fuck you, Ava,
when he'd first come on to me. I want you there, too, I said, on your desk. His eyes gleamed.
We can celebrate that way.
I like my job. I like my coworkers. I like knowing I've earned every milestone I reach.
I can give you that and more.
His fingers tapped against the side of his coffee mug.
I'm guessing you went with advertising because you like the spin. Why not public relations?
Too much like propaganda. At least with advertising, you know the bias right away.
You mentioned crisis management this morning, and clearly, he gestured at his desk, you have an aptitude for it. Let me exploit it.
I crossed my arms. Crisis management is PR, and you know it.
You're a problem solver. I can make you a fixer, give you real, time-sensitive problems to solve, keep you challenged and active.
Seriously, I tapped my foot. How many crises do you have in a given week?
Several, he said cheerfully. Come on, you're intrigued. I can see it on your face.
Straightening, I pointed out, you have people to handle that kind of stuff already. Gideon leaned back in his chair and smiled.
I want more. So do you. Let's have it together.
You're like the devil himself, you know that? And you're stubborn as hell. I'm telling you, working together would be a bad idea.
We're working together just fine now.
I shook my head, because you agreed with my assessment and suggestions. Plus you had me sitting in your lap, and you copped a feel of my ass, It's not going to be the same when we're not on the same page and arguing about it in your office in front of other people. Then we'll have to bring that irritation home and deal with it here, too.
We can agree to leave work at the door.
His eyes slid over me, lingering on my legs, which were mostly bared by my silk robe.
I won't have any problem thinking of more enjoyable things.
Rolling my eyes, I backed out of the room. Sex maniac.
I love making love with you.
That's not fair, I complained, having no defense against that. No defense against him. Gideon grinned.
I never said I play fair.
When I entered my apartment 15 minutes later, it felt weird. The floor plan was identical to Gideon's next door, but reversed. The blending of his furniture and mine had helped to make his space feel like ours, but had the side effect of making me feel like my home was alien.
Hey, Ava.
I looked around and saw Trey in the kitchen, pouring milk into 2 glasses. Hey, I greeted him back. How are you?
Better.
He looked it. His blonde hair, which was usually unruly, had been nicely styled, one of Carrie's talents. Trey's hazel eyes were bright, his smile charming beneath his once-broken nose. It's good to see you around more, I told him.
I rearranged my schedule a bit.
He held up the milk and I shook my head, so he put it away.
How are you?
Dodging reporters, hoping my boss gets engaged, planning on setting one parent straight, fitting in a phone call to the other parent, and looking forward to hitting the town with the girls tonight.
You're awesome.
What can I say? I smiled. How's school and work? I knew Trey was studying to be a veterinarian and juggling jobs to pay for it. One of those gigs was as a photographer's assistant, which was how he'd met Carrie. He winced.
Both brutal, but it'll pay off someday.
We should have another movie and pizza night when you get a chance. I couldn't help rooting for Trey in the tug-of-war between him and Tatiana. It could just be me, but she'd always seemed very adversarial toward me. And I didn't like the way she'd put herself forward when she met Gideon.
Sure. I'll see what Carrie's schedule is like.
I regretted bringing it up to Trey first instead of Carrie, because some of the light left his eyes. I knew he was thinking about Carrie having to fit him in between time with Tatiana. Well, if he's not up for it, we can always go out without him. His mouth tilted up on one side.
Sounds like a plan.
At 10 minutes to 1, I exited the lobby to find Clancy already waiting for me. He waved aside the doorman and opened the town car door for me, but no one looking at him would believe he was just a driver. He carried himself like the weapon he was, and in all the years I'd known him, I couldn't recall ever seeing him smile. Once he'd resumed his seat behind the wheel, he turned off the police scanner he routinely listened to and pulled his sunglasses down enough to catch my eye in the rearview mirror.
How are you?
Better than my mom, I'm guessing. He was too professional to give anything away in his expression. Instead, he slid his shades back into place and synced my phone to the car's Bluetooth to start my playlist. Then he pulled away from the curb. Reminded of his thoughtfulness, I said, Hey, I'm sorry I took it out on you. You were doing a job and you didn't deserve to get bitched at for it.
You're not just a job, Miss Turmoil.
I was silent for a bit, absorbing that. Clancy and I had a distant, polite association. We saw each other quite a bit because he was responsible for getting me to and from my Krav Maga classes in Brooklyn. But I'd never really thought about him having any sort of personal stake in my safety, although it made sense. Clancy was a guy who took pride in his work. It wasn't just that one thing, though, I clarified. A lot of stuff happened before you and Stanton ever came into the picture.
Apology accepted.
The brusque reply was so like him that it made me smile. Settling more comfortably into the seat, I looked out the window at the city I'd adopted and loved passionately. On the sidewalk beside me, strangers stood shoulder to shoulder over a tiny counter, eating individual slices of pizza. As close as they were distant, each displaying a New Yorker's ability to be an island in a crashing tide of people. Pedestrians flowed past them in both directions, avoiding a man pushing religious flyers and the tiny dog at his feet. The vitality of the city had a frenetic pulse that made time seem to move faster here than anywhere else. It was such a contrast to the lazy sensuality of Southern California, where my dad lived, and I'd gone to school. New York was a dominatrix on the prowl, cracking a mean whip and tantalizing with every vice. My purse vibrated against my hip, and I reached into it for my phone. A quick glance at the screen told me it was my dad. Saturdays were our weekly catch-up days, and I always looked forward to our chats, but I was almost inclined to let the call go to voicemail until I was in a better frame of mind. I was too aggravated with my mom, and my dad had already been overly concerned about me since he'd left New York after his last visit. He'd been with me when the detectives had come to my apartment to tell me Nathan was in New York. They'd dropped that bomb before they revealed that Nathan had been murdered, and I hadn't been able to hide my fear at the thought of him being so close. My dad had been after me about my violent reaction ever since. "Hey," I answered, mostly because I didn't want to be at odds with both my parents at the same time. "How are you?"
"Missing you," he replied in the deep, confident voice I loved.
My dad was the most perfect man I knew, darkly handsome, self-assured, smart, and rock-solid.
"How about you?"
"I can't complain too much."
"Okay. Complain just a little. I'm all ears."
I laughed softly. "Mom's just driving me a little batty."
"What did she do now?"
he asked, with a note of warm indulgence in his voice. "She's been sticking her nose in my business."
"Ah, sometimes we parents do that when we're worried about our babies."
"You've never done that," I pointed out.
"I haven't done it yet," he qualified. "That doesn't mean I won't, if I'm worried enough. I just hope I could convince you to forgive me."
"Well, I'm on my way to Mom's now. Let's see how convincing she can be. It would help if she'd admit she's wrong."
"Good luck with that."
"Ha! Right?" I sighed. "Can I call you tomorrow?"
"Sure. Is everything all right, sweetheart?"
I closed my eyes. Cop instincts plus daddy instincts meant I rarely got anything by Victor Reyes. "Yep. It's just that I'm almost to Mom's now. I'll let you know how it goes. Oh, and my boss might be getting engaged. Anyway, I have stuff to tell you."
"I may have to stop by the station in the morning, but you can reach me on my cell no matter what. I love you."
I felt a sudden surge of homesickness. As much as I loved New York and my new life, I missed my dad a lot. "I love you too, Daddy. Talk to you tomorrow." Killing the call, I looked for my wristwatch, and its absence reminded me of the confrontation ahead. I was upset with my mother about the past, but was most concerned with the future. She'd hovered over me for so long because of Nathan, I wasn't sure she knew any other way to behave. "Hey," I leaned forward, needing to clarify something that was bothering me. "That day when me, Mom, and Megumi were walking back to the crossfire and Mom freaked out, did you guys see Nathan?"
"Yes."
"He'd been there before and got his ass beat by Gideon Cross. Why would he go back?" He glanced at me through the mirror.
"My guess? To be seen. Once he made himself known, he kept the pressure up. Likely he expected to frighten you and managed to scare Mrs. Stanton instead. Effective in either case."
"And no one told me," I said quietly. "I can't get over that."
"He wanted you frightened. No one wanted to give him that satisfaction."
"Oh, I hadn't thought of it that way."
"My big regret," he went on, "is not keeping an eye on Carrie. I miscalculated and he paid the price."
Gideon hadn't seen Nathan's attack on Carrie coming either, and God knew I felt guilty about it too. My friendship was what had put Carrie in danger to begin with. But I was really touched that Clancy cared. I could hear it in his gruff voice. He was right. I wasn't just a job to him. He was a good man who gave his all to everything he did, which made me wonder, how much did he have left over for the other things in his life? "Do you have a girlfriend, Clancy?"
"I'm married."
I felt like an ass for not knowing that. What was she like, the woman married to such a hard, somber man? A man who wore a jacket year-round to hide the sidearm he was never without. Did he soften for her and show her tenderness? Was he fierce about protecting her? Would he kill for her? "How far would you go to keep her safe?" I asked him. We slowed at a light,
and he turned his head to look at me. How far wouldn't I go?
9. What was wrong with that one? Megumi asked, watching the guy in question walk away. He had dimples.
I rolled my eyes and polished off my vodka and cranberry. Primal, the fourth stop on our club-hopping list, was pumping. The line to get in wrapped around the block, and the guitar-heavy tracks suited the club's name. The music pounding through the darkened space with a primitive, seductive beat. The decor was an electric mix of brushed metals and dark woods, with the multi-hued lighting creating animal print silhouettes. It should have been too much, but like everything Gideon, it skirted the edge of decadent excess without falling over it. The atmosphere was one of hedonistic abandon, and it did crazy things to my alcohol-fueled libido. I couldn't sit still, my feet tapping restlessly on the rungs of my chair. Megumi's roommate Lacey groaned at the ceiling, her dark blonde hair arranged in a disheveled updo I admired. "Why don't you flirt with him?"
"I might,"
Megumi said, looking flushed, bright-eyed, and very hot, in a slinky gold halter dress.
"Maybe he'll commit."
"What do you want out of commitment?" Shauna asked, nursing a drink as fiery red as her hair. "Monogamy?" "Monogamy is overrated." Lacey slid off her bar stool at our tallboy table and wriggled her butt, the rhinestones on her jeans glittering in the semi-darkness of the club.
"No, it's not," Megumi pouted. "I happen to like monogamy."
"Is Michael sleeping with other women?" I asked, leaning forward so I didn't have to shout. I had to lean back right away to make room for the waitress, who brought another round and cleared the previous one away. The club's uniform of black stiletto boots and hot pink strapless mini-dresses stood out in the crowd, making it easy to know who to flag. It was also really sexy, as was the staff wearing them. Had Gideon had any hand in picking the outfit? And if so, had anyone modeled it for him?
"I don't know."
Megumi picked up her new drink and sucked at her straw with a sad face.
"I'm afraid to ask."
Grabbing one of the 4 shot glasses in the center of the table and a lime wedge, I shouted, "Let's do shots and dance."
"Fuck yeah!"
Shauna tossed back her shot of Patron without waiting for the rest of us, then shoved a lime in her mouth. Dropping the juiceless wedge into her empty glass, she shot us all a look. "Hurry up, laggers!" I went next, shuddering as the tequila washed away the tang of cranberry. Lacey and Megumi went together, toasting each other with a loud, "Kanpai!" before downing theirs. We hit the dance floor en masse. Shauna leading the way in her electric blue dress that was damn near as bright under the black lights as the club uniform. We were swallowed into the mass of writhing dancers, quickly finding ourselves pressed between steamy male bodies. I let go, giving myself over to the grinding beat of the music and the sultry atmosphere of the rocking club. Lifting my hands in the air, I swayed, releasing the lingering tension from the long, pointless afternoon with my mother. At some point, I'd lost my trust in her. As much as she promised that things would be different without Nathan, I found I couldn't believe her. She'd crossed the line too many times. "You're beautiful!" someone yelled by my ear. I looked over my shoulder at the dark-haired guy curved against my back. "Thanks!" It was a lie, of course. My hair clung to my sweat-damp temples and neck in a sticky tangle. I didn't care. The music raged on, songs sliding into each other. I reveled in the utter sensuality of the venue and the shameless drive for casual sex that everyone seemed to exude. I was pressed between a couple, the girlfriend at my back and her boyfriend at my front, when I spotted someone I knew. He must have seen me first, because he was already working his way toward me. "Martin!" I yelled, breaking out of my bump-and-grind sandwich. In the past, I'd only crossed paths with Stanton's nephew during the holidays. We'd met up once I moved to New York, but I hoped we would eventually see each other more. "Ava, hi!" He caught me up in a hug, then pulled back to check me out. "You look fantastic. How are you?" "Let's get a drink!" I shouted, feeling too parched to hold a conversation at the decibel level required in the crowd.
Grabbing my hand, he led me out of the crush, and I pointed to my table. The moment we sat down, the waitress was there with another vodka and cranberry. It had been that way all night, although I noted that my drinks were getting darker as the hours progressed, a sure sign that the vodka-to-cranberry ratio was slowly becoming more cranberry than not. I knew that was deliberate and was suitably impressed by Gideon's ability to carry his instructions from club to club. Since no one was stopping me from supplementing with shots, I didn't mind too much. "So," I began, taking a welcome sip before rolling the ice-cold tumbler across my forehead. "How have you been?" "Great," he grinned, looking quite handsome in a camel-hued V-neck t-shirt and black jeans. His dark hair wasn't nearly the length of Gideon's, but it fell attractively across his forehead, framing eyes that I knew were green, although no one would be able to tell in the club's lighting. "How's the ad biz treating you?" "I love my job." He laughed at my enthusiasm. "If only we could all say that." "I thought you liked working with Stanton." "I do. Like the money, too. Can't say I love the job, though." The waitress brought his scotch on the rocks, and we clinked glasses. "Who are you here with?" I asked him. "A couple friends." He looked around. "Who are lost in the jungle. You?" "Same." I caught Lacey's eye on the dance floor, and she gave me 2 thumbs up. "Are you seeing anyone, Martin?" His smile widened. "No." "You like blondes?" "Are you hitting on me?" "Not quite." I raised my brows at Lacey and jerked my head toward Martin. She looked surprised for a minute, then grinned and rushed over. I introduced them and felt pretty good about the way they hit it off. Martin was always fun and charming, and Lacey was vivacious and attractive in a unique way, more charismatic than beautiful. Megumi made her way back over, and we did another round of shots before Martin asked Lacey to dance. "You got any other hot guys in your pocket?" Megumi asked, as the couple melted away. I was wishing I had my smartphone in my pocket. "You're miserable, girl." She looked at me for a long minute, then her lips twisted. "I'm drunk." "That too. Want another shot?" "Why not?" We did a shot each, polishing them off just as Shauna came back with Lacey, Martin, and his 2 friends, Kurt and Andre. Kurt was gorgeous, with sandy brown hair, square jaw, and cocky smile. Andre was cute, too, with a mischievous twinkle in his dark eyes and shoulder-length dreadlocks. He focused on Megumi, which cheered her right up. Our expanded group was roaring with laughter in no time. "And when Kurt came back from the bathroom," Martin finished his story, "he sacked the whole restaurant." Andre and Martin started howling. Kurt threw limes at them. "What does that mean?" I asked, smiling even though I didn't get the punchline. "It's when you leave your sack hanging out of your fly," Andre explained. "At first, people can't figure out what it is they're seeing. Then they try to figure out if you just somehow don't know your nads or swinging in the breeze. No one says a word." "No shit?" Shauna nearly fell off her chair. We got so rowdy, our waitress asked us to tone it down, with a smile. I caught her by the elbow before she walked away. "Is there a phone I can use?" "Just ask one of the bartenders," she said. "Tell them Dennis," he's the manager, "okayed it, and they'll hook you up." "Thanks." I slid off my seat as she moved on to another table. I had no idea who Dennis was, but I'd just been going with the flow all night, knowing Gideon would have set up everything flawlessly. "Anyone up for water?" I asked the group. I got booed and pelted with wadded-up napkins. Laughing, I went to the bar and waited for an opening to ask for Pellegrino and the phone. I dialed Gideon's cell number, since it was the one I had memorized. I figured it was safe, since I was calling from a public place he owned. "Cross," he answered briskly. "Hi, Ace." I leaned into the bar and covered my other ear with my hand. "I'm drunk dialing you." "I can tell." His voice changed for me, slowed, and grew warm. It captivated me even over the music. "Are you having a good time?" "Yes, but I miss you. Did you take your vitamins?" He had a smile in his voice when he asked, "Are you horny, Angel?" "It's your fault. This club is like Viagra. I'm hot and sweaty and dripping in pheromones. And I've been a bad girl, dancing like I'm single.
Bad girls get punished.
Maybe I should be really bad then. Make the punishment worth it. He growled.
Come home and be bad with me.
The thought of him at home, ready for me, made me even more eager for him. I'm stuck here till the girls are done, which looks to be a while.
I can come to you. Within 20 minutes, you could have my cock inside you. Do you want that?
I glanced around the club, my entire body vibrating with the hard-driving music. Imagining him here, fucking me in his no-holds-barred place, made me squirm with anticipation. Yes, I want that.
Do you see the skywalk?
Turning around, I looked up and saw the suspended walkway hugging the walls. Dancers dry-fucked to the music from 20 feet above the dance floor. Yes.
There's a section where it wraps around a mirrored corner. I'll meet you there. Be ready, Ava, he ordered. I want your cunt naked and wet when I find you.
I shivered at the familiar command, knowing it meant he'd be rough and impatient. Just what I wanted. I'm wearing a—
Angel, a crowd of millions couldn't hide you from me. I found you once. I'll always find you.
Longing seared my veins. Hurry. Reaching over to replace the receiver on the business side of the bar, I grabbed my mineral water and drank until the bottle was empty. Then I headed to the bathroom, where I waited in line forever in order to get ready for Gideon. I was giddy with booze and excitement, so thrilled that my boyfriend, arguably one of the busiest men in the world, would drop everything to service me. I licked my lips, shifting on my feet. I hurried through the ladies' room to a stall, ditching my panties before hitting the sink and mirror to freshen up with a damp napkin. Most of my makeup had melted off, leaving me with smudged eyes and cheeks reddened by heat and exertion. My hair was a mess, both wildly mussed and wet around my face. Oddly, I didn't look half bad. I looked sexual and ready. Lacey was in line, and I stopped by her as I inched my way through the crowded bathroom threshold. Having fun? I asked her.
Yeah, she grinned. Thanks for introducing me to your cousin.
I didn't bother to correct her. You're welcome. Can I ask you something? About Michael? Shrugging, she said. Go for it. You went out with him first. What didn't you like about him?
No chemistry. Good-looking guy, successful. Sadly, I didn't want to fuck him.
Toss him back, the girl next in line interjected.
I did.
Okay. I could totally respect not progressing with a relationship lacking sexual heat, but I was still bothered by the situation. I didn't like seeing Megumi so bummed. I'm going to go grind against some hot guy.
Hit it, girl,
Lacey said with a nod. I took off in search of the stairs to the skywalk. I found them guarded by a bouncer policing the number of bodies allowed to venture up. There was a line, and I eyed it with dismay. As I debated how much of a delay I was facing, the bouncer unfolded his powerful arms from across his chest and pressed his earpiece deeper into his ear with one hand, clearly focusing on whatever was being relayed through the receiver. He could have been Samoan or Maori, with dark caramel skin, a shaved head, and massive barrel chest and biceps. He had a baby face and was downright adorable when his fierce scowl was replaced by a wide grin. His hand dropped away from his ear, and he crooked a finger at me.
You, Ava.
I nodded. He reached behind him and unhooked the velvet rope blocking the stairway.
Head on up.
A roar of protests came from those who were waiting. I offered an apologetic smile, then raced up the metal stairs as fast as my heels would allow. When I reached the top, a female bouncer let me through and pointed to my left. I saw the corner Gideon had mentioned, where two mirrored walls connected, and the skywalk wrapped around it in an L shape. I weaved my way through writhing bodies, my pulse rate increasing with every step. The music was less loud up here and the air more humid. Sweat glistened on exposed skin, and the elevation lent a sense of danger, even though the glass railing surrounding the skywalk was shoulder-high. I was almost to the mirrored section when I was caught around the waist and pulled back into a man's rolling hips. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the guy I'd danced with before, the one who'd called me beautiful. I smiled and started dancing, closing my eyes to lose myself in the music. When his hands started to slide over my waist, I caught them, pinning them to my hips with my own. He laughed and dipped his knees, aligning his body with mine. We were 3 songs out before I felt the ripple of awareness that told me Gideon was nearby. The electrical charge swept over my skin, heightening every sensation. Abruptly, the music was louder, the temperature hotter, the sensuality of the club more arousing. I smiled and opened my eyes, spotting him, arrowing toward me. I was instantly hot for him, my mouth watering as I ate up the sight of him in a dark t-shirt and jeans, his hair pulled back from that breathtaking face. No one seeing him would put him together with Gideon Cross, the international mogul. This guy appeared younger and rougher, distinctive only for his incredible smoke and hotness. I licked my lips with anticipation, leaning into the guy behind me and rubbing my ass voluptuously into the next roll of his hips. Gideon's hands fisted at his sides, his posture aggressive and predatory. He didn't slow as he neared me, his body on a collision course with mine. Turning, I met him the last step, surging into him. Our bodies crashed together, my arms encircling his shoulders and my hands pulling his head down so I could take his mouth in a wet, hungry kiss. With a growl, Gideon cupped my ass and yanked me up hard against him, my feet leaving the floor. He bruised my lips with the ferocity of his passion, his tongue filling my mouth with hard, deep plunges that warned me of the violent shades of his lust. The guy I'd been dancing with came up behind me, his hands in my hair and his lips at my shoulder blade. Gideon pulled back, his face a gorgeous mask of fury. "Get lost." I looked at the guy and gave a shrug. "Thanks for the dance." "Any time, beautiful." He caught the hips of a girl walking by and moved away. "Angel." With a growl, Gideon pressed me into the mirror, his hard thigh thrust between my legs. "You're a bad girl." Shameless and eager, I rode him, gasping at the feel of denim against my tender sex. "Only for you." He gripped my bare buttocks beneath my dress, spurring me on. His teeth caught the shell of my ear, my silver chandelier earrings brushing my neck. He was breathing hard, low rumbles vibrating in his chest. He smelled so good, and my body responded, trained to associate his scent with the wildest, hottest of pleasures. We danced, straining together, our bodies moving as if there were no clothes between us. The music pounded around us, through us, and he moved his amazing body to it, captivating me. We'd danced before, ballroom style, but never like this. This sweaty, dirty grinding. I was surprised, turned on, fell even deeper in love. Gideon watched me with a hooded gaze, seducing me with his need and his uninhibited moves. I was lost in him, wrapped around him, clawing to get closer. He kneaded my breast through the thin black jersey of my spaghetti-strapped dress. The built-in shelf bra was no barrier. His fingers stroked, then tugged the hardened point of my nipple. As I moaned, my head fell back against the mirror. Dozens of people surrounded us, and I didn't care. I just needed his hands on me, his body against mine, his breath on my skin. "You want me," he said harshly, "right here." I quivered at the thought. "Would you?" "You want them to watch. You want them to see me fuck my cock into your greedy little cunt until you're dripping in cum. You want me to prove you're mine." His teeth sank into the top of my shoulder. "Make you feel it." "I want to prove that you're mine," I shot back, shoving my hands into the pockets of his jeans to feel his hard ass flex. "I want everyone to know it." Gideon hitched one arm beneath my rear and lifted me, his other hand slapping flat against a pad on the wall by the mirror. I heard a faint beeping, and then a door opened in the mirror at my back, and we stepped into almost total darkness. The concealed entrance closed behind us, muting the music. We were in an office with a desk, a seating area, and a 180-degree view of the club through two-way mirrors. He put me down and spun me, pinning my front to the transparent side of the glass. The club was spread out before me, the dancers on the skywalk only inches away. His hands were up my skirt and in the bodice of my dress, fingers sliding into my cleft and rolling my nipple. I was snared. His big body covered mine, his arms around me, torso to hips, his teeth in my shoulder holding me in place. He owned me.
"Tell me if it's too much,"
he murmured, his lips drifting up my throat.
"Safe word before I scare you."
Emotion flooded me, gratitude for this man who always thought of me first. "I provoked you. I want to be taken. I want you wild."
"You're so hot for it,"
he purred, pumping 2 fingers quick and hard into me.
"You were made for fucking."
"Made for you?" I gasped, my breath fogging the glass. I was on fire for him, my desire pouring out from the inside, from the well of love I couldn't contain.
"Did you forget that tonight?"
His hand left my sex to reach between us and yank open his fly.
"When other men were touching you, rubbing against you, did you forget you're mine?"
"Never. I never forget." My eyes closed as his erection, so stiff and warm, rested heavily against the bare cheek of my ass. He was hot for it, too, hot for me. "I called you. Wanted you." His lips moved over my skin, forging a scorching trail to my mouth.
"Take me then, Angel,"
he coaxed, his tongue touching mine with teasing licks.
"Put me inside you."
Arching my back, I reached between my legs, my hand circling his thickness. He bent his knees, lining himself up for me. I paused, turning my head to press my cheek to his. I loved that I could have this with him, be this way with him. Circling my hips, I stroked my clit with the wide crest of his cock, making him slick with my arousal. Gideon squeezed my swollen breasts, plumping them.
"Lean into me, Ava. Push away from the glass."
With my palm to the 2-way mirror, I pushed back. My head pillowed on his shoulder. He wrapped my throat with his hand, gripped my hip, and thrust so hard into me that my feet left the floor. He held me there, suspended in his arms, filled with his cock, his groan cascading over my senses. On the other side of the glass, the club raged on. I abandoned myself to the wickedly intense pleasure of seemingly exhibitionist sex, an illicit fantasy that always drove us wild. I writhed, unable to bear the decadent pressure. My hand between my legs reached lower, cradled his sack. He was tight and full, so ready, and inside me... "Oh, God, you're so hard."
"I was made to fuck you,"
he whispered, sending shivers of delight through me. "Do it." I set both hands on the glass, beyond needy. "Do it now." Gideon lowered me to my feet, his hands steadying me as I bent at the waist, opening myself to him so he could slide deep. A low, keening cry escaped as he seized my hips and angled me, knowing just how to position me to make me fit him. He was too big for me, too long and thick. The stretching was intense. Delicious. My core trembled, clenching desperately around him. He made a rough sound of pleasure, pulling out just a little before sliding back slowly, again, then again. The wide crest of his cock massaging the bundle of nerves deep inside me that only he'd ever reached. Fingers clawing restlessly, leaving steamy trails on the glass, I moaned. I was achingly aware of the distant throb of the music, and the mass of people I saw as clearly as if they were in the room with us.
"That's it, Angel,"
he said urgently.
"Let me hear how much you like it."
"Gideon!" My legs shook violently on a particularly skillful stroke, my weight supported only by the glass and his secure hold. I was unbearably excited, greedy, feeling both the submission of my pose and the dominance of being serviced. I could do nothing but take what Gideon gave me. The rhythmic slide and retreat, the sounds of his hunger. The scrape of his jeans against my thighs told me he'd pushed them down only far enough to free his cock, a sign of impatience that thrilled me. One of his hands left my hip, then returned to rest atop my ass. I felt the pad of his thumb, wet from his mouth, rubbing over the tight pucker of my rear. "No," I begged, afraid I'd lose my mind. But it wasn't my safe word, crossfire. And I flowered open for him. Giving way under the questing pressure, he growled as he claimed that dark place. He came over me, his other hand moving to finger my sex, to spread me and rub my pulsing clit. "Mine," he said gruffly. "You're mine." It was too much. I came with a scream, shaking violently, my hands squeaking on the glass as my sweaty palms slipped. He began pounding the ecstasy into me, his thumb in my rear an irresistible torment, his clever fingers on my clit driving me insane. One orgasm rolled into another, my sex rippling along his plunging cock. He made a rough sound of desire and swelled inside me, chasing his climax. I gasped. "Don't come. Not yet." Gideon's tempo slowed, his breathing harsh in the darkness.
"How do you want me?"
"I want to watch you," I moaned as my core tightened again. "Want to see your face." He withdrew and pulled me upright, turned and lifted me, pressed me to the glass and thrust hard into me. In that moment of possession, he gave me what I needed, the glazed look of helpless pleasure, the instant of vulnerability before the lust seized his control.
"You want to watch me lose it?"
he said hoarsely. "Yes." I pulled the straps from my shoulders and exposed my breasts, lifting and squeezing them, toying with my nipples. The glass was vibrating with the beat against my back. Gideon was vibrating against my front, his body barely reined. I pressed my lips to his, absorbing his panting breaths. "Let go," I whispered. Holding me effortlessly, he withdrew, dragging the thick, heavy crown across the hypersensitive tissues inside me. Then he powered into me, taking me to my limits. "Oh, God!" I writhed in his grip. "You're so deep."
"Ava."
He fucked me hard, thrusting like a man possessed. I held on, trembling, spread wide for the relentless drives of his rigid penis. He was lost to instinct, the insistent desire to mate. Raw moans spilled from him, making me so hot and slick that my body offered no resistance, welcoming his desperate need. It was rough and messy and sexy as hell. His neck arched and he gasped my name. "Come for me," I demanded, tightening around him, squeezing. His whole body jerked hard, then shuddered, his mouth twisted in a grimace of agonized bliss, his eyes losing their focus as the climax built. Gideon came with an animal roar, spurting so hard I felt it. Over and over, heating me from the inside with thick washes of semen. My lips were all over him, my arms and legs holding tight. He collapsed against me, his lungs heaving for breath. Still coming. 10. The first thing I saw when I woke up Sunday morning was an amber bottle labeled "Hangover Cure" in an old-fashioned font. A raffia bow adorned the neck and a cork stopper kept the stomach-turning contents safe. The cure worked, as I'd learned the last time Gideon had given me the stuff, but the sight of it reminded me of how much alcohol I'd consumed the night before. Squeezing my eyes shut, I groaned and buried my head in the pillow, willing myself back to sleep. The bed shifted. Warm, firm lips drifted down my bare spine.
"Good morning, angel mine."
"You sound ridiculously pleased with yourself," I muttered.
"Pleased with you, actually."
"Fiend."
"I was referring to your crisis management suggestions, but of course the sex was phenomenal, as always."
His hand slid beneath the sheet that was pooled around my waist, and he squeezed my ass. I lifted my head and found him propped against the headboard beside me with his laptop on his thighs. He looked mouth-watering, as usual, completely relaxed in drawstring lounging pants. I was certain I was looking far less attractive. I'd taken the limo home with the girls, then met up with Gideon at his apartment. It was nearly dawn before I'd finished with him, and I'd been so tired. I crashed with hair still wet from a hasty shower. A tingle of pleasure moved through me at finding him next to me. He'd slept in the guest room, and he had an office to work in. The fact that he chose to work in the bed I slept in meant he just wanted to be near me, even while I was unconscious. I turned my head to look at the bedside clock, but my gaze snagged on my wrist instead. Gideon. The watch that had been placed on my arm while I slept enchanted me. The Art Deco-inspired timepiece sparkled with hundreds of tiny diamonds. The band was a creamy satin, and the mother-of-pearl face was branded with both Patek Philippe and Tiffany & Company. It's gorgeous.
There are only 25 of those in the world, which isn't nearly as unique as you are, but then, what is?
He smiled down at me. I love it. I pushed up onto my knees. I love you. He shoved his laptop aside in time for me to straddle him and hug him tightly. Thank you, I murmured, touched by his thoughtfulness. He would have gone out for it while I was at my mother's, or maybe just after I left with the girls.
Tell me how to earn one of these naked hugs every day.
Just be you, Ace. I rubbed my cheek against his. You're all I need. I slid out of bed and padded over to the bathroom, with the small amber bottle in my hand. I guzzled the contents down with a shudder, brushed my teeth and hair, and then washed my face. I pulled on a robe and returned to the bedroom, finding Gideon gone, and his laptop lying open in the middle of the bed. I passed him in his office, seeing him standing with his feet planted wide and his arms crossed, facing the window. The city stretched out in front of him, not the skyline view he had in his Crossfire office or his penthouse, but a closer vantage, more grounded and immediate, the connection with the city more intimate.
I don't share your concern, he said briskly into his earpiece mic. I'm aware of the risk. Stop talking. The subject isn't open to debate. Draw up the agreement as specified.
Recognizing that all-business note of steel in his voice, I kept walking. I still wasn't sure exactly what was in the bottle, but I suspected it was vitamins and liquor of some sort, hair of the dog. It was warming my belly and making me feel lethargic, so I went to the kitchen and made a cup of coffee. Supplied with caffeine, I plopped down on the couch and checked my smartphone for messages. I frowned when I saw that I'd missed 3 calls from my dad, all before 8 in the morning in California. I also noted a dozen missed calls from my mom, but I figured Monday was soon enough to deal with her again. And there was a text from Carrie that shouted, "Call me." I called my dad back first, trying to swallow a quick drink of coffee before he answered.
Ava?
The anxious way my dad said my name told me something was wrong. I sat up straighter. Dad, is everything all right?
Why didn't you tell me about Nathan Barker?
His voice was hoarse and filled with pain. Goosebumps swept across my skin. Oh, fuck. He knew. My hand shook so badly I spilled hot coffee on my hand and thigh. I didn't even feel it. I was so panicked by my father's anguish. Dad, I
can't believe you didn't tell me. Or Monica. My God. She should have said something. Should have told me.
He sucked in a shaky breath.
I had the right to know.
Sorrow spread through my chest like acid. My dad, a man whose self-control rivaled Gideon's, sounded like he was crying. I set my mug on the coffee table, my breathing fast and shallow. Nathan's sealed juvenile records had broken open upon his death, exposing the horror of my past to anyone who had the knowledge and means to find it. As a cop, my dad had those means. There's nothing you could have done, I told him, stunned, but trying to hold it together for his sake. My smartphone beeped with an incoming call, but I ignored it. Before or after?
I could have been there for you. I could have taken care of you.
Daddy, you did. Putting me together with Dr. Travis changed my life. I didn't really start dealing with anything until then.
I can't tell you how much that helped." He groaned, and it was a low sound of torment.
"I should have fought your mother for you. You should have been with me."
Oh, God. My stomach cramped. You can't blame Mom. She didn't know what was happening for a long time, and when she did find out, she did everything.
"She didn't tell me!"
he shouted, making me jump.
"She should have fucking told me. And how could she not know? There must have been signs. How could she not see them? Jesus! I saw them when you came to California."
I sobbed, unable to contain my anguish.
"I begged her not to tell you. I made her promise." "That wasn't your decision to make, Ava. You were a child. She knew better." "I'm sorry," I cried.
The insistent, relentless beeping of an incoming call pushed me over the edge.
"I'm so sorry. I just didn't want Nathan to hurt anyone else I loved." "I'm coming to see you," he said, with a sudden burst of calm. "I'm getting the next flight out. I'll call you when I land."
"Dad."
"I love you, sweetheart. You're everything."
He hung up. Shattered, I sat there in a daze. I knew the knowledge of what had been done to me would eat my father alive, but I didn't know how to combat that darkness. My phone started vibrating in my hand, and I just stared down at the screen, seeing my mother's name, and unable to think of what to do. Standing on unsteady feet, I dropped my cell on the low table as if it had burned me. I couldn't talk to her then. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I just wanted Gideon. I stumbled down the hallway, my shoulders sliding along the wall. I heard Gideon's voice as I neared his office, and my tears came faster, my steps quickening.
"I appreciate that you thought of me, but no,"
he said in a low, firm voice that was different from the one I'd heard him using before. It was gentler, more intimate.
"Of course we're friends. You know why? I can't give you what you want from me."
I rounded the corner into his office and saw him at his desk, his head down as he listened.
"Stop," he said icily. "This isn't the tack you want to take with me, Corinne."
"Gideon?" I whispered, my hand gripping the door jamb with white-knuckled force. He glanced up, then straightened abruptly, surging to his feet. The scowl on his face fled.
"I have to go,"
he said, pulling the earpiece from his ear and dropping it on the desk as he rounded it.
"What's wrong? Are you sick?"
He caught me as I rushed into him, needing him. Relief flooded me as he pulled me close and held me tight.
"My dad found out."
I pressed my face to his chest, my mind filled with echoes of my father's pain.
"He knows."
Gideon swung me up in his arms, cradling me. His phone started ringing. Cursing under his breath, he walked out of the room. In the hallway, I could hear my phone rattling on the coffee table. The irritating sound of 2 phones going off simultaneously ratcheted up my anxiety.
"Let me know if you need to get that," he said.
"It's my mom. I'm sure my dad's called her already, and he's so angry. God, Gideon, he's devastated."
"I understand how he feels."
He carried me into the guest bedroom and kicked the door closed behind him. Laying me on the bed, he grabbed the remote off the nightstand and turned on the television, lowering the volume to a level that drowned out all other sound, but my hiccuping sobs. Then he lay down beside me and hugged me, his hands rubbing up and down my back. I cried until my eyes felt raw and I had nothing left.
"Tell me what to do,"
he said when I quieted.
"He's coming here, to New York."
My stomach nodded at the thought.
"He's trying to fly out today, I think."
"When you find out, I'll go with you to pick him up."
"You can't."
"The hell I can't,"
he said without heat. I offered my mouth and sighed when he kissed me.
"I should really go alone. He's hurt. He won't want anyone else to see him that way."
Gideon nodded.
"Take my car."
"Which one?"
Your new neighbor's DB9.
Huh?
He shrugged. You'll know it when you see it.
I didn't doubt that. Whatever it was, the car would be sleek, fast, and dangerous, just like its owner.
I'm scared,
I murmured, my legs tangling even tighter with his. He was so strong and solid. I wanted to hang on to him and never let go. His fingers sifted through my hair.
Of what?
Things are already fucked up between my mom and me. If my parents have a falling out, I don't want to get stuck in the middle. I know they wouldn't handle it well, especially my mom. They're crazy in love with each other.
I hadn't realized that.
You didn't see them together. Major sizzle, I explained, remembering that Gideon and I had been separated when I learned the sexual chemistry between my parents was still white hot. And my dad confessed to still being in love with her. Makes me sad to think about it.
Because they're not together?
Yes, but not because I want one big happy family, I qualified. I just hate the thought of going through life without the person you're in love with. When I lost you...
You've never lost me.
It was like part of me died. Going through a whole lifetime like that?
Would be hell.
Gideon ran his fingertips across my cheek, and I saw the bleakness in his eyes, the lingering specter of Nathan haunting him.
Let me handle Monica.
I blinked at him. How? His lips curled on one side.
I'll call her and ask her how you're dealing with everything and how you're doing. Start the process of publicly working my way back to you.
She knows I told you everything. She might break down on you.
Better me than you.
That was almost enough to make me smile. Thank you.
I'll distract her and get her thinking about something else.
He reached for my hand and touched my ring. Wedding bells. He didn't say it, but I got the message. And of course, that was what my mother would think. A man in Gideon's position didn't come back to a woman through her mother, especially one like Monica Stanton, unless his intentions were serious. That was an issue we'd tackle another day. For the next hour, Gideon pretended like he wasn't hovering. He stayed close, following me from room to room on some pretext or another. When my stomach growled, he tugged me immediately into the kitchen, pulling together a plate of sandwiches, potato chips, and prepared macaroni salad. We ate at the island, and I let the comfort of his attentiveness soothe my nerves. As rough as things were, he was there for me to lean on. It made a lot of the troubles we were facing seem surmountable. What couldn't we accomplish, as long as we stayed together? What did Corinne want? I asked. Besides you. His features hardened.
I don't want to talk about Corinne.
There was an edge to his voice that niggled at me. Is everything all right?
What did I just say?
Something lame that I'm choosing to ignore. He made an exasperated noise, but relented.
She's upset.
Screaming upset or crying upset?
Does it matter?
Yes. There's a difference between being mad at a guy and being a teary mess over him. For example, Deanna is mad and can plot your destruction. I was a teary mess and can barely crawl out of bed every day.
God. Ava.
He reached over and set his hand over mine.
I'm sorry.
Cut it out with the apologies already. You'll make it up to me having to deal with my mother. So is Corinne mad or teary?
She was crying.
Gideon winced.
Christ, she lost it.
I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Don't let her guilt trip you, though.
I used her, he said quietly, to protect you.
I set my sandwich down and narrowed my gaze at him. Did you or did you not tell her that all you could offer was friendship?
You know I did. But I also deliberately fostered the impression that we might be more, for the sake of the press and the police. I sent her mixed signals. That's what I feel guilty about.
Well, stop. That bitch tried to make me think you'd banged her. I wiggled 2 fingers. Twice. And the first time she did, it hurt so bad I'm still getting over it. Plus, she's married, for fuck's sake. She's got no business making moves on my man when she's got her own.
Back up to the part about banging her. What are you talking about?
I explained the incidents, the lipstick on the cuff disaster at the Crossfire and my impromptu visit to Corinne's apartment, when she'd tried to play it like she'd just got done screwing him.
Well, that changes things considerably, he said. There's nothing more she and I need to say to each other.
Thank you. He reached over to tuck my hair behind my ear.
We'll eventually be on the other side of all this.
Whatever will we do with ourselves then? I muttered.
Oh, I'm sure I can think of something.
Sex, right? I shook my head. I've created a monster.
Don't forget work. Together.
Oh my God. You don't. Quit. He crunched on a chip and swallowed.
I want you to see the revamped Crossroads and Cross Industries websites when we're done with lunch.
I wiped my mouth with a napkin. Really? That was fast. I'm impressed.
Let's have you look at them first before you decide that.
Gideon knew me well. Work was my escape, and he put me to it. He set me up with his laptop in the living room, made my phone stop ringing, then went into his office to call my mother. For the first few minutes after he'd left me alone, I listened to the low murmur of his voice and tried to focus on the websites he'd pulled up for me, but it was no use. I was too scattered to pay attention. I ended up calling Carrie instead. "Where the fuck are you?" he barked by way of greeting. "I know it's been crazy," I said quickly, having no doubt my mother and father would have been calling the apartment Carrie and I shared when I didn't answer my smartphone. "I'm sorry." The background noise on Carrie's end told me he was somewhere out on the streets. "Mind telling me what's going on? Everyone's calling me. Your parents, Stanton, Clancy. They're all looking for you and you're not answering your cell. I've been freaking out wondering what happened to you." Crap. I closed my eyes. My dad found out about Nathan. He was silent, the sounds of distant traffic and honking the only indication he was still on the line. Then, "Holy shit. Oh, baby girl, that's bad." The compassion in his voice made my throat too tight to speak. I didn't want to cry anymore. The background noise suddenly muted, as if he'd stepped into someplace quiet. "How is he?" Carrie asked. "He's torn up." God, Carrie, it was awful. I think he was crying, and he's furious with Mom. That's probably why she's calling so much. "What's he going to do?" "He's flying out to New York. I don't know when, but he said he'd be calling when he landed." "He's flying out now? Like, today?" "I think so," I said miserably. "I'm not sure how he's managing to get time off work again so soon." "I'll fix up the guest room when I get home, if you haven't done it already." "I'll take care of it. Where are you?" "Catching lunch and a matinee with Tatiana. I had to get out for a while." "I'm so sorry you've been fielding my calls." "Not a big deal," he dismissed, in his usual Carrie way. "I was more worried than anything. You haven't been around much lately. I don't know what you're doing or who you're doing. You're not acting like yourself." The note of accusation in his tone deepened my remorse, but there was nothing I could share. "I'm sorry." He waited as if for an explanation, then said something under his breath. "I'll be home in a couple hours." "All right. See you then." I hung up, then called my stepfather.
"Ava."
"Hi, Richard." I dug right in. "Did my dad call Mom?"
"Just a moment."
There was silence on the phone for a minute or two, then I heard a door shut.
"He did call, yes. It was unpleasant for your mother. This weekend has been very hard on her. She's not well, and I'm concerned."
"This is hard on all of us," I said. "I wanted to let you know that my dad is coming back to New York and I'll need to spend some quiet time with him."
"You need to talk to Victor about being a little more understanding of what your mother went through. She was on her own, with a traumatized child."
You need to understand that we've got to give him time to come to grips with this, I shot back. My tone was harsher than I intended, but reflective of my feelings. I was not going to be forced to take sides between my parents. And I need you to deal with Mom and get her to stop calling me and Carrie nonstop. Talk to Dr. Peterson if you have to, I suggested, referring to my mother's therapist.
Monica's on the phone now. I'll discuss it with her when she's free.
Don't just discuss it. Do something about it. Hide the phone somewhere if that's what it takes.
That's extreme. And unnecessary.
Not if she doesn't quit. My fingers drummed on the coffee table. You and me, we're both guilty of tiptoeing around Mom. Oh no, don't upset Monica, because we'd rather just give in than deal with her meltdowns. But that's emotional extortion, Richard, and I'm done paying out. He was silent then.
You're under a lot of strain right now, and...
You think? In my head I was screaming. Tell Mom I love her, and I'll call her when I can, which won't be today.
Clancy and I are available if you need anything, he said stiffly.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. I hung up and fought the urge to throw the phone at the wall. I'd managed to calm down enough to go over the Crossroads website before Gideon reappeared from his office. He looked wiped and a bit dazed, which was to be expected, considering. Dealing with my mom when she was upset was a challenge for anyone, and Gideon didn't have much experience to fall back on. I warned you, I said. He lifted his arms over his head and stretched.
She'll be all right. I think she's tougher than she lets on.
She was stoked to hear from you, wasn't she? He smirked. I rolled my eyes. She thinks I need a rich man to take care of me and keep me safe.
You've got one.
I'm going to assume you meant that in a non-caveman way. I stood. I have to head out and get ready for my dad's visit. I'll need to be home at night for however long he's here, and it's probably not wise for you to sneak into my apartment. If he mistakes you for a burglar, it won't be pretty.
It's also disrespectful. I'll use the time to be seen at the penthouse.
So we've got a plan. I stood and scrubbed at my face before admiring my new watch. At least I've got a lovely way to count the minutes until we're together again. He came to me, catching me by the nape. His thumb drew tantalizing circles on the back of my neck.
I need to know you're okay.
I nodded. I'm tired of Nathan running my life. I'm working toward that fresh start. I imagined a future in which my mom wasn't a stalker. My dad was back on solid footing. Carrie was happy. Corinne was in another country far away. And Gideon and I weren't ruled by our pasts. And I was finally ready to fight for it. 11. Monday morning. Time to go to work. I hadn't heard from my dad, so I got ready to head in. I was digging in my closet when a knock came on my bedroom door. "Come in!" I yelled. A minute later, I heard Carrie shout back, "Where the hell are you?" "In here!" His shadow darkened the doorway. "Any word from your dad?" I glanced at him. "Not yet. I sent him a text and didn't get a reply. So he's still on the plane. Or he missed a connection. Who knows?" I scowled at my clothes. "Here." He came in and stepped around me, pulling a pair of gray linen palazzo pants off the bottom rack and a black lace-cap-sleeved shirt. "Thank you." And because he was close, I hugged him. His returning hug was so tight it squeezed the air out of me. Startled by his exuberance, I held him for a long while, my cheek over his heart. For the first time in a few days, he was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, and as usual, he managed to look striking and expensive. "Everything okay?" I asked him.
"I miss you, baby girl," he murmured into my hair.
"Just trying to make sure you don't get sick of me." I tried to sound like I was teasing, but his tone niggled at me. It lacked all the vivacity I was so used to hearing in it. "I'm taking a cab to work, so I've got some time. Why don't we have a cup of coffee?"
"Yeah."
He pulled back and smiled at me, looking boyishly beautiful. Taking my hand, he led me out of the closet. I tossed my clothes on an armchair before we headed out to the kitchen. "Are you going out?" I asked.
"I've got a shoot today."
"Well, that's good news." I headed to the coffee maker while he went to pull half and half out of the fridge.
"Sounds like another occasion to dig into the case of Cristal." "No way," he scoffed. "Not with everything that's going on with your dad."
"What else are we going to do? Sit around staring at each other? There's nothing more that can be done. Nathan is dead, and even if he weren't, what he did to me is long over." I pushed a steaming mug over to him and filled another. "I'm ready to shove his memory in a cold, dark hole and forget about him."
"Over for you?"
He lightened my coffee and slid it back.
"It's still news to your dad. He'll want to talk about it."
"I am not talking about it with my dad. I'm not talking about it ever."
"He might not go along with that."
I turned and faced him, leaning back into the counter with my mug cradled between my hands. All he needs is to see me doing okay. This isn't about him, it's about me, and I'm surviving. Pretty well, I think. He stirred his coffee, a thoughtful look on his face.
"Yeah, you are," he said after a few seconds. "Are you going to tell him about your mystery man?"
"He's not a mystery. I just can't talk about him. And that has nothing to do with our friendship. I trust you and love you and rely on you like always." His green eyes challenged me over the rim of his mug.
"Doesn't seem like it."
"You're my best friend. When I'm old and gray, you'll still be my best friend. Not talking about the guy I'm seeing isn't going to change that."
"How am I not supposed to feel like you don't trust me? What's the big deal with this guy, that you can't even give me a name or anything?"
I sighed and told him a partial truth. "I don't know his name." Carrie stilled, staring.
"You're shitting me."
I never asked him what it was. As evasive answers went, it begged to be challenged. Carrie gave me a long look.
"And I'm not supposed to be worried?"
"Nope. I'm comfortable with the whole thing. We're both getting what we need, and he cares about me." He studied me.
"What do you call him when you're coming? You gotta be shouting something if he's any good at it, which I assume he is, since you obviously aren't getting to know each other by talking."
Ugh, that tripped me up. I think I just say, "Oh, God." Throwing his head back, he laughed. "How are you holding up with juggling 2 relationships?" I asked.
"I'm good."
He shoved one hand in his pocket and rocked back on his heels.
"I think Tat and Trey are as close to monogamy as I've ever been. It's working out for me so far."
I found the whole arrangement fascinating. "Ever worry about shouting out the wrong name when you're coming?" His green eyes sparkled.
"Nope. I just call him all baby."
"Carrie." I shook my head. He was incorrigible. "Are you going to introduce Tatiana to Trey?" He shrugged.
"I don't think that's the best idea."
"No?"
"Tatiana's a bitch on a good day, and Trey's just a nice guy. Not a great combo in my book."
"You once told me you didn't like Tatiana very much. Has that changed?"
"She is who she is," he said dismissively. "I can live with it."
I stared at him.
"She needs me, Ava," he said quietly. "Trey wants me, and I think he loves me, but he doesn't need me."
That I understood. It was nice to be needed sometimes. "Gotcha."
"Who says there's only one person in the world who can give us everything?" he snorted. "I'm not sure I'm buying that. Look at you and your no-name guy."
Maybe a mix-and-match situation can work for people who don't get jealous. It wouldn't work for me.
"Yeah."
He held out his mug, and I tapped it with my own. "So, Cristal and... His lips pursed.
"Tapas?"
I blinked. "You want to take my dad out?"
"Bad idea?"
"It's a great idea, if we can get him to go along with it." I smiled. "You rock, Carrie." He winked at me, and I felt a little more settled. Everything in my life seemed to be shaken up. most especially my relationships with the people I loved most. That was hard for me to deal with because I relied on them to keep me on an even keel. But maybe when everything settled down, I'd be a bit stronger, able to stand a bit straighter on my own. It would be worth all the turmoil and pain if so.
Want me to fix your hair?
Carrie asked. I nodded. Please. When I got to work, I was disappointed to find a very unhappy Megumi. She gave me a lethargic wave as she buzzed me in, then dropped back into her chair. Girl, you need to kick Michael to the curb, I said. This is not working out for you. I know. She brushed back the long bangs of her asymmetrical bob. I'm going to break it off the next time I see him. I haven't heard from him since Friday, and I'm driving myself crazy wondering if he picked up anyone while doing his bachelor bar-hopping thing. Ew. I know, right? It's just not cool worrying about if the guy you're sleeping with is shagging someone else. I couldn't help but be reminded of my earlier conversation with Carrie. Me and Ben and Jerry's are only a phone call away. Holler if you need us. Is that your secret? She gave a short laugh. What flavor got you over Gideon Cross? I'm not over him, I admitted. She nodded sagely. I knew that. But you had fun on Saturday, right? And he's an idiot, by the way. One day he's going to figure that out and come crawling back. He called my mom over the weekend, I said, leaning over the desk and lowering my voice, asking about me. Whoa! Megumi leaned forward, too. What did he say? I don't know the details. Would you get back together with him? I shrugged. I can't say. Depends on how well he grovels. Totally. She high-fived me. Your hair looks great, by the way. I thanked her and headed to my cubicle, mentally preparing my request to take off from work if my dad called. I'd barely turned the corner at the end of the hall when Mark bounded out of his office with a huge grin. Oh my God. I stopped mid-step. You look insanely happy. Let me guess. You're engaged.
I am.
Yay! I dropped my purse and bag on the floor and clapped. I'm so excited for you! Congratulations! Bending down, he picked up my stuff.
Come into my office.
He gestured me and ahead of him, then closed the glass door behind us. Was it tough? I asked him, taking a seat in front of his desk.
Toughest thing I've ever done.
Mark handed me my bags. Sinking into his chair, he rocked back and forth.
And Stephen let me stew over it. Can you believe that? He knew all along I was going to propose. Said he could tell by how freaked out I was.
I grinned. He knows you well.
And he waited a minute or two before he answered me. And let me tell you, it seemed like hours.
I bet. So, was all of his anti-marriage talk a front? He nodded, still grinning.
His pride took a hit when I put him off before, so he wanted a little payback. Said he'd always known I'd come around eventually. Wanted to make me work for it when I finally did.
It sounded like Stephen, who was playful and gregarious. So where did you pop the question?
He laughed. I couldn't do it somewhere with atmosphere, right? Like the candlelit restaurant or the nice dark bar after the show. No. I had to wait until the limo dropped us off at home at the end of the night and we were standing outside our brownstone, and I knew I was going to lose my chance, so I just blurted it out right there on the street.
I think that's really romantic.
I think you're a romantic, he shot back.
Who cares about wine and roses? Anyone can do that. Showing somebody you can't live without them, that's romance.
As usual, you make a good point.
I blew on my nails and buffed them on my shirt. What can I say?
I'll let Stephen give you all the details at lunch on Wednesday. He's told the story so many times already, he's got the delivery down pat.
I can't wait to see him. As excited as Mark was, I was sure Stephen was bouncing off the walls. The big, muscled contractor had a personality as vibrant as his bright red hair. I'm so thrilled for you both.
He's going to rope you into helping Shauna with the planning, you know that, right?
He sat up and set his elbows on the table.
Besides his sister, he's recruiting every woman we know. I'm sure the whole thing will be over-the-top craziness all the way.
Sounds fun.
You say that now, he warned, his dark eyes laughing. Let's grab some coffee and get this week started, shall we?
I stood. I hate to ask this, but my dad is making an emergency trip into the city this week. I'm not sure when he'll be coming in. It could be today. I'll need to pick him up and get him settled when he arrives.
Do you need to take some time off?
Just to get him situated in my apartment, a few hours at most. Mark nodded.
You said emergency trip. Is everything all right?
It will be.
Okay. I don't have a problem with you taking time when you need it.
Thank you. As I dropped my stuff off at my desk, I thought, for the millionth time, how much I loved my job and my boss. I understood how much Gideon wanted to keep me close, and I appreciated the vision of us building something together. But my work nurtured me as an individual. I didn't want to give that up, and I didn't want to end up resenting him if he kept pushing me to do so. I'd have to come up with an argument Gideon would accept. I started working on it as Mark and I headed to the break room. Although Megumi hadn't yet kissed Michael goodbye, I took her out to lunch at a nearby deli with delicious wraps and a decent selection of Ben & Jerry cups. I chose Chunky Monkey, she went with Cherry Garcia, and we both enjoyed the cool treat in the middle of the hot day. We sat at a small metal table in the back, the remnants of our lunch on a tray between us. The deli wasn't as crazed during the noon hour as some of the other restaurants and full-service eateries in the area were, which suited us both fine. We could hold a conversation without raising our voices. "Mark's floating," she said, licking her spoon. She wore a lime-green dress that went really well with her dark hair and pale skin. Megumi always dressed in bold colors and styles. I envied her ability to pull them off so well. "I know," I smiled. "It's so cool to see someone that happy. Guilt-free happiness, unlike this ice cream. What's a little guilt every now and then? A fat ass?" I groaned. "Thanks for the reminder that I have to hit the gym today. I haven't worked out in days. Unless one counted mattress gymnastics." "How do you stay motivated?" she asked me. "I know I should go, but I can always find an excuse not to." "And you keep that amazing figure anyway." I shook my head. "You make me sick." Her lips quirked. "Where do you work out?" "I alternate between a regular gym and a Krav Maga studio in Brooklyn." "Do you go after work or before?" "After. I am not a morning person," I said. "Sleep is my friend." "Would you mind if I tag along sometime? I don't know about that Krav Wada, but the gym. Where do you go?" I swallowed a bit of chocolate and was about to reply when I heard a phone ringing. "Are you going to get that?" Megumi asked, which alerted me to the fact that the phone was mine. The burner phone, which was why I didn't recognize it. I dug it out quickly and answered with a breathless, "Hello?"
Angel.
For a second, I savored the rasp of Gideon's voice. "Hey, what's up?"
My attorneys just notified me that the police might have a suspect.
"What?" My heart stopped. My stomach began to revolt against lunch. "Oh my God."
It's not me.
I don't remember getting back to the office. When Megumi asked me for the name of my gym, she had to ask twice. The fear I felt was like nothing I'd ever suffered before. It was so much worse when you felt it on behalf of someone you loved. How could the police possibly suspect someone else? I had the horrible feeling they were just trying to shake Gideon up, shake me up. If that was the goal, it was working, at least on me. Gideon had sounded calm and collected during our brief conversation. He told me not to get upset, that he just wanted to warn me that the police might come by with more questions. Or they might not. Jesus. I walked slowly back to my desk, my nerves shot. I felt like I'd gulped down an entire pot of coffee. My hands were trembling and my heart was beating too fast. I sat down at my desk and tried to get back to work, but I couldn't concentrate. I stared at my monitor and didn't see anything. What if the police did have a suspect who wasn't Gideon? What would we do? We couldn't let an innocent person go to prison, and yet there was a tiny voice in my head whispering that Gideon would be safe from prosecution if someone else were convicted of the crime. The moment the thought entered my mind, I felt sick over it. My gaze went to the photo of my dad. He was in his uniform, looking dashingly handsome, standing next to his patrol car. I was so confused, so frightened. When my smartphone started vibrating on my desk, I jumped. Dad's name and number flashed on the screen. I answered quickly. "Hey, where are you?"
"Cincinnati. I'm switching planes."
"Hang on. Let me write down your flight info." I snagged a pen and jotted down the details he gave me. "I'll be waiting for you when you land. I can't wait to see you."
"Yeah. Ava. Sweetheart."
He sighed heavily.
"I'll see you soon."
He hung up, and the subsequent silence was deafening. I knew then that the strongest emotion he was feeling was guilt. It colored his voice and made my chest ache. Standing, I made my way over to Mark's office. "I just heard from my dad. His flight lands at LaGuardia in a couple hours." He looked at me, then frowned, his gaze searching.
"So go home, get ready, and pick him up."
"Thanks." That one word would have to do. Mark seemed to understand that I didn't want to stick around and talk. I used the burner phone to send a text while I took a cab ride home. "Heading to apartment. Leaving in 1 hour to get Dad. Can you talk?" I needed to know what Gideon was thinking, how he was feeling. I was a wreck and I didn't know what to do about it. When I got home, I changed into a simple, lightweight summer dress and sandals. I answered a text from Martin, agreeing that it was great we'd hung out Saturday night and that we should do it again. I double-checked the kitchen, making sure all of my dad's favorite foods that I'd stocked up on were exactly where I'd put them. I checked the guest room again, even though I'd gone over it the day before. I got online and checked my dad's flight. Done. I had enough time left over to drive myself crazy. I did a search for Corinne Giroux and husband on Google, looking specifically at images. What I discovered was that Jean-Francois Giroux was a really good-looking guy. Hot, actually. Not as hot as Gideon, but then who was? Gideon was in a league by himself. But Jean-Francois was a head-turner in his own right, with dark wavy hair and eyes the color of pale jade. He was tan and had a goatee, which really worked for him. He and Corinne made a stunning couple. My burner phone rang, and I lunged to my feet in a rush, stumbling around the coffee table to get to it. I snatched it out of my purse and answered, "Hello?"
"I'm next door," Gideon said. "I don't have a lot of time."
"I'm coming." I grabbed my purse and left my place. One of my neighbors was just unlocking her door, so I offered a polite, distant smile and pretended to wait for the elevator. The moment I heard her go inside her apartment, I darted over to Gideon's door. It opened before I could use my key. The Gideon who greeted me was in jeans and t-shirt, with a ball cap on his head. He caught my hand and pulled me inside, tugging the hat off before lowering his mouth to mine. His kiss was surprisingly sweet, his firm lips soft and warm. I dropped my purse and wrapped my arms around him, snuggling into him. The feel of his strength eased my anxiety enough to allow me to take a deep breath.
"Hi,"
he murmured. "You didn't have to come home." I could only imagine how doing so had disrupted his day, changing clothes, making the trip back and forth.
"Yes, I did. You need me."
His hand slid up my back, and then he pulled away just enough to look down into my face.
"Don't worry about this, Ava. I'll take care of it."
"How?" His blue eyes were cool, his expression one of confidence.
"Right now I'm waiting on more information. Who are they looking at? Why are they looking at him? Chances are very good that it won't pan out. You know that."
I searched his face. What if they do?
"Will I let someone else pay for my crime?"
His jaw tightened.
"Is that what you're asking?"
"No." I smoothed his brow with my fingertips. "I know you won't let that happen."
I'm just wondering how you'll prevent it.
His scowl deepened. You're asking me to predict the future, Ava. I can't do that. You just have to trust me.
I do, I promised fervently, but I'm still scared. I can't help being freaked out.
I know. I'm worried too.
His thumb brushed over my bottom lip.
Detective Graves is a very intelligent woman.
His observation clicked with me. You're right. That makes me feel better. I didn't know Shelley Graves, not really, but in the few interactions I'd had with her, she'd struck me as being intelligent and street smart. I hadn't factored her into the equation, and I should have. It was odd to be in a position where I both feared who she was and appreciated it.
You set up for your dad?
The reminder brought some of the jitters back. Everything's ready. Except me. His eyes softened.
Any idea how you're going to handle him?
Carrie went back to work today, so we'll celebrate with champagne and then head out to dinner.
You think he's going to be up for that?
I don't know if I'm up for it, I admitted. It's screwy to be making plans to drink Cristal and kick up my heels in the middle of everything going on. But what else can I do? If my dad doesn't see I'm okay, he's not going to get over finding out about Nathan. I have to show him all of that ugliness is in the past.
And you need to let me handle the rest, he admonished. I will take care of you. Of us. Focus on your family for a while.
Stepping back, I grabbed his hand and led him toward the couch. It was weird being home so early after going into work. Seeing the brightness of the afternoon sun beating down on the city outside the windows had me feeling out of step, reinforcing the notion that we'd stolen time to be together. I sat, curled my legs, and faced him, watching as he settled beside me. We were so alike in many ways, including our pasts. Did Gideon need to get everything out in the open with his family too? Is that what he'd need to fully heal? I know you have to get back to work, I said, but I'm glad you came home for me. You're right. I needed to see you. He lifted my hand to his lips.
Do you know when your father's heading back to California?
No.
My appointment with Dr. Peterson would have made tomorrow a late night for us anyway.
Gideon looked at me with a slight smile.
We'll find a way to be together.
Having him near, touching him, seeing him smile, hearing those words. I could get through anything as long as I had him next to me after a long day. Can I have 5 minutes? I asked.
You can have whatever you want, Angel, he said softly.
Just this. I slid closer and curved into his side. Gideon's arm came around my shoulders. Our hands linked together in our laps. We formed a perfect circle, not as glittering as the rings we wore on our fingers, but priceless all the same. After a moment, I felt him lean into me. He sighed.
I needed this too.
I hugged him tighter. It's okay to need me, Ace.
I wish I needed you a little less. Just enough to make it bearable.
What would be the fun in that? His soft laugh made me fall even harder for him. Gideon had been right about the DB9. As I watched the parking attendant pull the sleek metallic gray Aston Martin to a stop in front of me, I thought it was pretty much Gideon on wheels. It was sex with a gas pedal. So much brute elegance it damn near made my toes curl. I was scared as hell to get behind the wheel. Driving in New York was nothing like driving in Southern California. I hesitated before accepting the keys from the bow-tied attendant, debating the wisdom of just calling for a town car. The burner phone started ringing and I fumbled for it, quickly. Hello?
Just do it, Gideon purred. Stop worrying and drive it.
I spun around, my gaze searching for security cameras. Awareness shivered down my spine. I could feel Gideon's gaze on me. What are you doing?
Wishing I were with you. I'd love to spread you across the hood and fuck you real slow. Push my cock deep inside you. Give those shocks a workout. God, I'm hard.
And he was making me wet.
I could listen to him endlessly. I loved his voice so much. I'm scared I'm going to screw up your pretty car.
I don't give a shit about the car, only about your safety. So scratch it up all you want, just don't get hurt.
If that was supposed to calm me down, it didn't work.
We could have phone sex until you come. That should do it.
I narrowed my gaze at the parking attendants who were pretending not to watch me. Should I be worried about what got you so horny in the short time since I was with you?
Thinking about you driving the DB9 turns me on.
Does it now? I fought to hold back a smile. Remind me, which one of us has the transportation fetish?
Slide behind the wheel, he coaxed. Imagine I'm in the passenger seat, my hand between your legs, my fingers fucking your soft, slick cunt. Stepping closer to the car on shaky legs, I muttered, You must have a death wish. I'd take my cock out and stroke it with my fist while I fingered you. Get us both good and hot.
Your lack of respect for this vehicle's upholstery is appalling. I settled into the driver's seat and spent a minute figuring out how to move it forward. His voice rasped through the car's sound system.
How does it feel?
I totally figured that he'd synced my burner phone to the car's Bluetooth. Gideon always thought of everything. Expensive, I answered. You're crazy for letting me drive this.
I'm crazy about you, he replied,
sending delight skipping through me.
LaGuardia is programmed in the GPS.
It made me feel good to know that coming home to see me had lightened his mood so much. I knew just how he felt. It meant a lot to know he felt the same way. I pulled up the GPS, then hit the button to put the transmission into drive. You know what, Ace? I want to blow you while you're driving this thing. Throw a pillow across the center console here and suck your cock for miles.
I'm going to take you up on that. Tell me how she feels.
Smooth. Powerful. I waved at the attendants as I eased out of the subterranean parking garage. Very responsive.
Just like you, he murmured. Of course, you're my favorite ride.
Aw, that's sweet, baby. And you're my favorite joystick. I merged carefully into traffic. He laughed.
I better be your only joystick.
But I'm not your only ride, I pointed out, loving him so much in that moment because I knew he was looking out for me, making sure I was comfortable. Back in California, driving had been like breathing to me, but I hadn't been behind the wheel of a car since I moved to New York.
You're the only one I enjoy naked, he said.
That's really lucky for you because I'm very possessive.
I know.
His voice was filled with masculine satisfaction. Where are you?
At work.
Multitasking, I'm sure. I stepped on the gas and prayed as I cut across lanes. What's a little calming distraction for your girlfriend in the midst of world entertainment domination?
I'd stop the world from spinning for you.
That silly line oddly touched me. I love you.
Like that one, did you?
I grinned, startled and pleased by his ridiculous sense of humor. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings. There were signs in every direction prohibiting everything. Driving in Manhattan was a fast trip to nowhere. Hey, I can't turn left or right. I think I'm heading for the Midtown Tunnel. I could lose you.
You'll never lose me, Angel, he vowed. Wherever you go, however far, I'll be right here with you.
When I spotted my dad outside the baggage claim area, I lost all the confidence Gideon had instilled in me since I'd left work. Dad looked drawn and haggard, his eyes reddened and his jaw shadowed by stubble. I felt the sting of tears as I walked toward him, but I blinked them back, determined to reassure him. Holding my arms open, I watched him drop his carry-on, and then all the air left my lungs as he hugged me tightly. Hi, Daddy, I said, with a tremor in my voice I hoped he'd missed.
Ava.
His lips pressed hard to my temple. You look tired. When's the last time you slept?
On the leg out of San Diego.
He pulled back and looked at me with gray eyes that were the same as mine.
He searched my face. Do you have more luggage? He shook his head, still studying me. Are you hungry? I asked.
I grabbed something in Cincinnati.
Finally, he backed up and retrieved his bag.
But if you're hungry...
Nope. I'm good. But I was thinking we could take Carrie out for dinner later, if you're up for it. He went back to work today.
Sure.
He paused with his bag in his hand, looking a bit lost and unsure.
Dad? I'm okay.
I'm not. I want to hurt something, and there's nothing for me to hit.
That gave me an idea. Grabbing his hand, I started leading him out of the airport. Hold that thought. 12.
He's really making Derek work for it, Parker noted, wiping the light sheen of sweat off his shaved head with a hand towel. I turned to watch, seeing my father wrestling with the instructor who was twice his size, and my dad wasn't a small guy. Standing over 6 feet tall and weighing in at 200 pounds of solid, rippling muscle, Victor Reyes was a formidable opponent. Plus, he'd told me he was going to check out Krav Maga himself after I'd shared my interest in it, and it seemed he had. He had some of the moves down pat.
Thanks for letting him jump in.
Parker looked at me, his dark eyes steady and calm in that way he had. He'd been teaching me more than just how to defend myself. He had also taught me to focus on the steps to be taken, not the fear. Usually I'd say class isn't the place to bring your anger, he said, but Derek needed the challenge. Although he didn't ask it, I could feel the unspoken question in the air. I decided it was best to answer it, since Parker was doing me a favor by letting my dad monopolize his co-instructor. He just found out that someone hurt me a long time ago. Now it's too late to do anything about it, and he's having a hard time with that. He reached down and grabbed the bottle of water sitting just off the side of the training mat. After a minute, he said, I have a daughter. I can imagine how that feels. When he looked at me before taking a drink, I saw the understanding in his thickly lashed dark eyes, and I was reassured that I had brought my dad to the right place. Parker was easygoing and had a great smile, and he was genuine in a way that I'd rarely come across. But he had an air about him that warned people to tread carefully. One knew right away that it would be stupid to try to pull anything over on him. His street smarts were as obvious as his tribal tattoos. So you bring him here, he said, and let him work it out and let him see you taking care of your own protection. Good idea.
I don't know what else to do, I confessed. Parker's studio was located in a revitalizing area of Brooklyn. It was a converted warehouse, and the exposed brick and giant sliding loading bay doors added to the atmosphere of tough chic. It was a place where I felt confident and take charge. I've got some ideas, he grinned and jerked his chin toward the mat. Let's show him what you can do. I dropped my towel over my water bottle and nodded. Let's. I didn't see any of the uniformed parking attendants as we pulled into the underground garage of my apartment building. Since I wanted to do the honors myself anyway, that worked for me. I slid the DB9 into an empty slot and cut the engine. Fabulous. Right by the elevator. So I see, my dad said. Is this your car? I'd been waiting for that question. No. A neighbor's. Friendly neighbor, he said dryly. A cup of sugar, an Aston Martin. It's all the same, right? I glanced at him with a smile. He looked so tired and worn, and not from the workout. The weariness came from the inside, and it was killing me. Turning the car off, I released my seatbelt and turned to look at him. Dad, It's shredding me to see you torn up over this. I can't stand it. Heaving out his breath, he said, I just need some time. I never wanted you to find out. I reached out and gripped his hand. But I'll be glad you did, if we can put Nathan behind us for good. I read the reports. God. Daddy. I swallowed back a rush of bile. I don't want that stuff in your head. I knew there was something wrong. He stared at me with such sorrow and pain in his eyes it hurt to look into them.
The way Carrie went to sit beside you when Detective Graves said Nathan Barker's name. I knew you weren't telling me something. I kept hoping you would.
I've tried very hard to put Nathan in my past. You were one of the few things in my life he hadn't infected. I wanted to keep it that way. His grip on my hand tightened.
Tell me the truth. Are you okay?
Dad, I'm the same daughter you came to see a couple weeks ago. The same daughter who hung out with you in San Diego. I'm okay.
You were pregnant.
His voice broke, and a tear slid down his cheek. I brushed it away, ignoring my own. And I will be again someday. Maybe more than once. Maybe you'll be crawling with grandkids.
Come here.
Leaning across the console, he hugged me. We sat in the car for a long time crying, getting it out. Was Gideon watching the security feeds, sending me silent support? It gave me comfort to think he might be. Dinner out that night wasn't quite as boisterous a meal as usual for Carrie, my dad, and me, but it wasn't as grim as I'd feared it might be. The food was great, the wine better, and Carrie was snarking out.
She was worse than Tatiana, he said, talking about the model he'd shared the shoot with that day. She kept going on about her good side, which I personally thought was her ass as it walked out the door.
You've done shoots with Tatiana? I asked, then explained to my dad. She's a girl Carrie's seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Carrie licked red wine off his lower lip.
We work together a lot, actually. I'm the Tatiana tamer. She starts one of her fits and I calm her down.
How do... Never mind, I said quickly.
I don't want to know how. You already know. He winked.
I looked at my dad and rolled my eyes.
How about you, Victor? Carrie asked around a bite of sautéed mushroom. You seeing anyone?
My dad shrugged.
Nothing serious.
That was by his choice. I'd seen how women acted around him. They fell all over themselves trying to get his attention. My dad was hot, with an amazing body, gorgeous face, and Latin sensuality. He had his pick of women, and I knew he wasn't a saint, but he never seemed to meet anyone who really got to him. I'd recently realized that was because my mother had gotten there first.
You think you'll ever have more kids?
Carrie asked him, surprising me with the question. I'd long ago become resigned to being an only child. My dad shook his head.
Not that I'm opposed to the idea, but Ava is more than I ever thought I'd have in my life.
He looked at me with so much love it made my throat tight.
And she's perfect. Everything I could ever hope for. I'm not sure there's room in my heart for anyone else.
Aw, Daddy. I leaned my head into his shoulder, so glad he was with me, even if it was for the worst possible reason. When we got back to the apartment, we decided to watch a movie before calling it a night. I went to my room to change and was stoked to find a gorgeous bouquet of white roses on my dresser. The card, written in Gideon's distinctive bold penmanship, made me almost giddy.
I'm thinking of you, as always. And I'm here. Yours, G.
I sat on the bed, hugging the card, certain he was thinking of me that very moment. It was also starting to sink in that he'd been thinking of me every moment of the weeks we'd been apart, too. That night, I fell asleep on the couch after watching Dread. I woke briefly to the feeling of being lifted and carried to my room, smiling sleepily as my dad tucked me into bed like a child and kissed my forehead. "I love you, Daddy," I murmured.
Love you too, sweetheart.
I woke up before my alarm the next morning and felt better than I had in a long while. I left a note on the breakfast bar, telling my dad to call me if he wanted to get together for lunch. I wasn't sure if he had anything planned for the day. I knew Carrie had a shoot in the afternoon. During the cab ride to work, I answered a text from Shauna, squeeing over her brother's engagement to Mark. "So happy for all of you," I texted back. "I'm drafting you," she shot back. I smiled down at my phone. "What's that?" "Signal's breaking up." "Can't read you." As the cab stopped in front of the Crossfire, the sight of the Bentley at the curb gave me the usual thrill.
When I hopped out, I peeked into the front seat and waved when I saw Angus sitting inside. He stepped out, setting his chauffeur hat on his head. Like Clancy, you couldn't tell he was carrying a sidearm by looking at him. He wore it so comfortably. "Good morning, Miss Trammell," he greeted me. Although he wasn't a young man and his red hair was liberally threaded with silver, I'd never had any doubts about Angus's ability to protect Gideon. "Hi, Angus. It's good to see you."
"You're looking lovely today."
I glanced down at my pale yellow dress. I'd chosen it because it was bright and cheery, which was the impression I wanted my dad to have of me. "Thank you." "I hope your day rocks." I backed up toward the revolving door. "See you later." His pale blue eyes were kind as he tipped his hat to me. When I got upstairs, I found Megumi looking more like her usual self. Her smile was wide and real, and her eyes had the sparkle I enjoyed seeing every morning. I stopped by her desk. "How are you?" "Good. Michael's meeting me for lunch, and I'm ending it. Nice and civilized."
"That's a killer outfit you've got on," I told her, admiring the emerald green dress she wore. It was fitted and had leather piping that gave it just the right amount of edge. She stood and showed off her knee-high boots. "Very Kalinda Sharma," I said. "He's going to be scrambling to hold on to you."
"As if," she scoffed. "These boots were made for walking. He didn't call me back until last night, which made it nearly 4 days without contact. Not totally unreasonable, but I'm ready to find a guy who's crazy about me. A guy who thinks about me as much as I'm thinking about him, and hates it when we can't be together." I nodded, thinking about Gideon. It's worth it to hold out for one. "Do you want me to give you a bailout phone call during your lunch?" She grinned. "Nah, but thank you." "All right. Let me know if you change your mind." I headed back to my desk and dug right into work, determined to get ahead to make up for leaving early the day before. Mark was fired up too, segueing from work only long enough to tell me that Stephen had a binder full of wedding ideas he'd been collecting for years. "Why am I not surprised?" I said.
"I shouldn't be." Mark's mouth curved with affection. "He's kept it in his office all this time so I wouldn't know about it."
"Did you get a look at it?"
"He went through the whole thing with me. It took hours."
"You're going to have the wedding of the century," I teased.
"Yeah."
The word held more than a little exasperation, but his expression remained so happy I couldn't stop smiling. My dad called just before 11.
"Hey, sweetheart," he said, in reply to my usual work greeting. "How's your day going?"
"Great." I leaned back in my chair and looked at the picture of him. "How'd you sleep?"
"Hard. I'm still trying to wake up."
"Why? Go back to bed and be lazy."
"I wanted to let you know that I'm going to take a rain check on lunch. We'll get together tomorrow. Today, I need to talk to your mom."
Oh, I knew that tone. It was the same one he used when he pulled people over, that perfect mixture of authority and disapproval. "Listen, I'm not going to step in the middle of this with you two. You're both adults, and I'm not picking sides, but I have to say that Mom wanted to tell you."
"She should have."
"She was alone," I pressed on, my feet tapping restlessly on the carpet, going through a divorce and the trial against Nathan, and dealing with my recovery. I'm sure she desperately wanted a shoulder to lean on. You know how she is. But she was drowning in guilt. I could have gotten her to agree to anything then, and I did. He was quiet on the other end of the line. "I just want you to keep that in mind when you talk to her," I finished.
"All right. When will you be home?"
"A little after 5. Want to go to the gym? Or back to Parker's studio?"
"Let me see how I'm feeling when you get in," he said.
"Okay." I forced myself to ignore how anxious I was over the upcoming conversation between my parents. "Call me if you need anything." We hung up, and I got back to work, grateful for the distraction. When lunch rolled around, I decided to grab something quick and bring it back to my desk to work through the hour. I braved the midday sauna outside to hit the local Duane Reade for a bag of beef jerky and a bottled health drink. I'd skipped my workouts pretty frequently since Gideon and I had gotten back together, and I figured it was time to pay a penalty for that. I was debating the wisdom of sending Gideon an "I'm thinking of you" note when I twirled through the revolving front door of the Crossfire. Just a little something to say thanks for the flowers, which had made a tough day more bearable. Then I saw the woman I'd prefer never to see again. Corinne Giroux, and she was talking to my man, with her palm resting intimately against his chest. They stood off to the side, sheltered by a column outside the stream of traffic heading in and out of the security turnstiles. Corinne's long black hair fell nearly to her waist, a glossy curtain that stood out even against her classic black dress. Both she and Gideon were in profile, so I couldn't see her eyes, but I knew they were a gorgeous aquamarine hue. She was a beautiful woman, and together they made a stunning couple, especially right then, with both of them dressed in black, the only spot of color being Gideon's blue tie, my favorite one. Abruptly, Gideon's head turned and found me, as if he'd felt me watching him. The instant our gazes met, I felt that soul-deep recognition pierce through me, that primitive awareness I'd only ever felt with him. Elementally, something inside me knew he was mine, had known it from the moment I first laid eyes on him, and some other woman had her hands on him. My brows rose in a silent WTF. At that moment, Corinne followed his gaze. She didn't look happy to see me paused in the middle of the massive lobby staring at them. She was lucky I didn't go up to her and yank her away from him by her hair. Then she cupped his jaw, urged his attention back to her, and lifted onto her tiptoes to press a kiss against his hard mouth. And I really considered doing it, even took a step toward them. Gideon's head jerked back just before she accomplished her goal, his hands catching her by the arms and thrusting her away. Reining in my temper, I exhaled my irritation and left him to it. I can't say I didn't feel jealous, because of course I did. Corinne could be with him publicly and I couldn't. But I didn't have the sick fear in my gut I'd felt before, the horrible insecurity that told me I was going to lose the man I loved more than anything. It was weird not to feel that panic. There was still a little voice in my head cautioning me against being too confident, telling me it had been better to be afraid, to guard myself from getting hurt. But for once, I was able to ignore it. After all Gideon and I had been through, all that we were still going through, all he'd done for me, it was harder to disbelieve than to believe. Despite everything, we were stronger than we'd ever been. I hopped on an elevator and headed up to work, my thoughts drifting to my parents. I was choosing to take it as a good sign that neither my mom nor Stanton had called to bitch about my dad. I crossed my fingers and hoped that when I got home, we could all put Nathan behind us for good. I was so ready for that. Beyond ready to move on to the next phase of my life, whatever that might be. The elevator car slowed to a stop on the 10th floor, and the doors opened to the high-pitched whirring sound of power tools and the rhythmic banging of hammers. Directly ahead of the elevator, plastic sheeting hung from the ceiling. I hadn't realized any part of the crossfire was under construction, and I peered around the people in front of me trying to get a look.
"Anyone getting out?"
The guy nearest the door asked, looking over his shoulder. I straightened and shook my head, even though he hadn't been talking to me personally. No one else moved. We waited for the doors to close and shut out the construction noise, but they didn't move either. When the guy began hitting the elevator buttons to no avail, I realized what was going on. Gideon. Smiling to myself, I said, "Excuse me, please." The occupants of the car shifted to let me out, and another guy stepped out with me. The doors closed behind us, and the car continued on.
"What the hell?"
the guy said, scowling as he turned and surveyed the other 3 elevators. He was a little taller than me, but not much, and wore dress slacks with a short-sleeved shirt and tie. The ding, announcing the arrival of another car, was nearly drowned out by the construction noise. When the doors to that elevator opened, Gideon stepped out, looking suave and dashing and irritated. I wanted to jump him, he looked so hot. Plus, I'll admit it totally turned me on when he went all alpha male on me.
"I'd stop the world from spinning for you."
Sometimes it felt like he did. Grumbling under his breath, the short-sleeved guy walked into Gideon's vacated elevator and left us. Gideon's hand went to his hips, his jacket parting to reveal the sleekness of his suit. All 3 pieces were black with a subtle sheen that was unmistakably costly. His dress shirt was black, and his cufflinks were familiar gold and onyx. He was dressed as he'd been that very first day I'd met him. At the time, I'd wanted to climb up his scrumptious body and screw him senseless. All these weeks later, that hadn't changed.
Ava,
he began in that toe-curlingly sexy voice of his.
It's not what you think. Corinne came by because I'm not taking her calls.
I held up my hand to cut him off and glanced at his gift, my beautiful watch, on my other wrist. I've got 30 minutes. I'd rather fuck you than talk about your ex if you don't mind. He stood silent and unmoving for a long minute, staring at me, trying to gauge my mood. I watched his brain and body switch gears, adjusting from aggravation to awareness. His gaze narrowed, his eyes darkened. A flush came to his cheekbones, and his lips parted on a sharp breath. His weight shifted as his blood heated and his cock thickened, his sexuality stirring like a panther stretching for a lazy nap. I could almost feel the sexual current crackle between us, sparking to life. I responded to it as I'd been trained to do, softening and quickening, my core clenching gently, begging for him. The commotion around us only made me hornier, adding urgency to the beat of my heart. Gideon reached into an inner pocket of his jacket and withdrew his phone. He speed-dialed, then lifted the phone to his ear, his eyes locked with mine.
I'm running 30 minutes late. If that won't work for Anderson, reschedule.
He hung up, casually dropping his phone back in his pocket. I'm so hot for you right now, I told him, my voice husky with want. Reaching down, he adjusted himself, then approached me, his eyes smoldering.
Come on.
He set his hand at the small of my back in that way I loved so much, the pressure and warmth hitting a spot that sent tingles of anticipation through me. I looked up at him over my shoulder and saw the slight smile on his mouth, proof that he knew what that innocent touch was doing to me. We pushed through plastic sheeting, leaving the bank of elevators behind us. In front of us was sunlight and cement and hanging sheeting everywhere I looked. Through the plastic I could see the watery, foggy shadows of workers. I heard music that was nearly drowned out by the din, and men shouting to each other. Gideon led me through the plastic, knowing his way. His silence was spurring me on, the weight of expectation growing with every step we took. We reached a door and he opened it, urging me into a room that would be someone's corner office. The city was spread out before me, the view of the modern urban jungle dotted with buildings that wore their history proudly. Steam billowed into the cloudless blue sky at irregular intervals, and the cars seemed to flow along the streets like tributaries. I heard the door lock behind me, and I turned to face Gideon, catching him shrugging out of his jacket. There was furniture in the room, a desk and chairs, and a seating area positioned in the corner. All of it was draped in tarps, the space still unfinished. With methodical deliberation, he removed his vest, tie, and shirt. I watched him, obsessed with the masculine perfection of him.
We could be interrupted, he said, or overheard.
Would that bother you?
Only if it bothers you.
He approached me with his fly open and the waistband of his boxer briefs clearly visible in the gap. You're provoking me. You'd never risk us being interrupted.
Not that I'd stop. I can't think of anything capable of stopping me once I'm inside you.
He took my purse from my hand and dropped it into one of the chairs.
You've got too many clothes on.
Wrapping his arms around me, Gideon lowered the zipper at my back with practiced ease, his lips whispering across mine.
I'll try not to get you too messy.
I like messy. I stepped out of my dress and was about to unhook my bra when he tossed me over his shoulder. I squealed in surprise, smacking his taut ass with both of my hands. He spanked me hard enough to sting, then threw my dress aside so perfectly it landed directly across his jacket. He was walking across the room when his hand reached up and tugged my panties down below the curve of my butt. He caught the edge of the tarp draped over the couch and threw it back, then sat me down, crouching in front of me. As he pulled my underwear past my strappy heels, he asked,
Everything okay, Angel?
Yeah. I smiled and touched his cheek, knowing that question encompassed everything from my parents to my job. He always checked to see where my head was at before he took over my body. Everything's good. Gideon pulled my hips to the very edge of the sofa with my legs on either side of him, exposing my cleft to his gaze.
So tell me what's got this pretty cunt so greedy today?
You.
Excellent answer.
I pushed at his shoulder. You're wearing the suit you wore when I met you. I wanted to fuck you so bad then, but I couldn't do anything about it. Now, I can. He pressed my thighs wide with gentle hands, his thumb stroking over my clit. My sex quivered as pleasure pulsed through me.
And now I can,
he murmured, his dark head lowering. I grasped desperately at the cushion beneath me, my stomach tightening as his tongue licked leisurely through my slit. He rimmed the trembling opening to my sex, teasing me before his tongue sank into me. I arched violently, my back bowing while he tormented the tender flesh.
Let me tell you how I imagined you that day,
he purred, circling my clit with the tip of his tongue, his hands holding me down when I would have bucked into the caress.
Spread beneath me on black satin sheets, your hair fanned all around you, your eyes wild and hot from the feel of my cock pounding into your tight, silky cunt.
God, Gideon, I moaned, seduced by the sight of him savoring me so intimately. It was a fantasy come true, the dark and dangerous sex god in the breathtaking suit, servicing me with that sculpted mouth made for driving women wild.
I imagined your wrists pinned down by my hands, he went on roughly, me forcing you to take it over and over, your hard little nipples swollen from my mouth, your lips red and wet from sucking my cock, the room filled with those sexy sounds you make, those helpless whimpers when you can't stop coming. I whimpered then, biting my lip as he fluttered over my clit with the wicked lash of his tongue. I hooked one leg over his bare shoulder, the heat of his skin scorching the sensitive flesh at the back of my knee. I want what you want, his grin flashed. I know.
He sucked me, drawing on the tight bundle of nerves. I climaxed with a breathless cry, my legs shaking with a rush of release. I was still quivering with pleasure when he urged me back lengthwise on the couch, his big body looming over me, his cock thrusting upward from where he'd shoved his briefs down just enough to free it. I reached for him, wanting to feel him in my hands, but he caught my wrists and pinned my arms.
I like you like this, he said darkly, held prisoner from my lust.
Gideon's eyes were intent on my face, his lips glistening from my climax, his chest heaving. I was mesmerized by the difference between the virile male about to take me like an animal and the civilized businessman who'd inspired my searing lust to begin with. I love you, I told him, panting as the broad head of his cock slid heavily through my swollen cleft. He pushed against me, parting the slick opening.
Angel.
With a groan, he buried his face in my throat and surged inside me, the thick length of his rigid penis tunneling deep. Gasping my name, he ground his hips against me, trying to get deeper, shoving and circling, screwing.
Christ, I need you.
The desperation in his voice took me by surprise. I wanted to touch him, but he held me down, his hips working restlessly. The feel of him inside me so hot, the wide crest rubbing and massaging, was driving me out of my mind. I screwed him back, unable to stop, the two of us straining together. His lips brushed against my temple.
When I saw you standing in the lobby just now, in your pretty yellow dress, you looked so bright and beautiful. So perfect.
My throat tightened. Gideon.
The sun was shining behind you, and I thought you couldn't possibly be real.
I struggled to get my hands free. Let me touch you.
I came after you because I couldn't stay away, and when I found you, you wanted me.
He held both my wrists in one hand and cupped my butt in the other, lifting me as he pulled out, then thrust deep. I moaned, rippling around him, my sex sucking ravenously at his thickness. Oh, God. It's so good. You feel so good.
I want to come all over you, come inside you. I want you on your knees and on your back, and you want me this way.
I need you this way.
I push inside you, and I can't take it.
His mouth lowered to mine, sucking erotically.
I need you so much.
Gideon, let me touch you.
I've captured an angel.
His kiss was wild and wet, passionate. His lips slanted over mine, his tongue fucking deep and fast.
And I put my greedy hands all over you. I defile you, and you love it.
I love you. He stroked into me, and I writhed, my thighs grasping his pumping hips. Fuck me. Oh, Gideon, fuck me hard. Digging his knees in, he gave me what I begged for, powering into me. His cock plunged into me over and over, his groans and fevered words of lust gusting against my ear. My core tightened, my clit throbbing with every impact of his pelvis against mine. His heavy sack smacked against the curve of my buttocks, and the couch thumped against the bare concrete, inching forward as Gideon pounded into me, every muscle in his body flexing on his downstrokes. The obscene sounds of furious sex drowned out the awareness of the workers only yards away. The race to climax drove us both, our bodies the outlet for the violence of our emotions.
I'm going to come in your mouth,
he growled, sweat sliding down his temple. Just the thought of him finishing that way set me off. My sex spasmed in climax, clutching and grabbing at his driving cock, the endless pulses of orgasm radiating outward to my fingers and toes. And still he didn't stop, his hips circling and lunging, expertly pleasuring me until I sagged limp beneath him.
Ava. Now.
He reared back, and I followed, scrambling to my knees and sliding my mouth down his glistening erection. At the first hint of suction, he was coming, spilling over my tongue in powerful bursts. I swallowed repeatedly, drinking him down, relishing the gruff sounds of satisfaction that rumbled from his chest. His hands were in my hair, his head bowed over me, sweat glistening on his abs. My mouth slid up and down his cock, my cheeks hollowing on drawing pulls.
Stop,
he gasped, pulling me off.
You'll make me hard again.
He was still hard, but I didn't point that out. Gideon cupped my face in his hands and kissed me, our flavors mingling.
Thank you.
What are you thanking me for? You did all the work.
There's no work involved in fucking you, Angel.
His slow smile was pure, satiated male.
I'm grateful for the privilege.
I sank back onto my heels. You're killing me. You can't be that gorgeous and sexy and say stuff like that. It's overload. It fries my brain, sends me into a meltdown. His smile widened, and he kissed me again.
I know the feeling.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.